विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना एक रुतबा खड़ा किया है और भारत इसके बाद के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं। और ये मेरा साथ मैं हमेशा कहता आया हूँ, आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया टुमारो।
Good morning, everybody. I am Karthik Sharma, Associate Editor, eGov Magazine, Let's Techno Media, and I welcome all of you in the virtual event Governance Leadership Summit, organized by Let's Techno Media and eGov Magazine. This event is a two-day event on the leadership of governance. Various leaders, stakeholders, achievers in governance sector will be participating in these 2 days and discussing the ideas, the best practices, and the solutions for best form of governance in the country. And this event is being broadcasted on Avatar, a 3D virtual platform by Let's Techno Media, and thousands of people will be watching this conference who have registered to watch this conference live and to interact with question and answers with the speakers in these 2 days. We are fortunate enough to have a wonderful personality to deliver the opening remarks of the Governance Leadership Summit. The person who has been very instrumental in the governance development of the in the governance sector, in the overall development of the country's governance ecosystem. The person as Finance Secretary who has great tremendous works in the finance in improving the financial ecosystem of the country, and the person who has been very instrumental in the UIDI and Aadhaar implementations in the country, person who has been instrumental in implementing various IT initiatives in the state of Maharashtra. I would like to introduce you all to Mr. Ajay Bhushan Pandey, former Finance Secretary of Government of India. He is here with us to deliver the welcome address, and to welcome him at the summit, I request Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO of Let's Techno Media, to please welcome Dr. Ajay Bhushan Pandey.
Sir, for joining us. It's an honor and a privilege to have you with us in the opening session of the Governance Leadership Summit. And let me welcome all our audience who are watching us also on Avatar platform. And let me also inform each of the audience and the people who are watching us that ILETS has been an organization which was founded in 2005, and ILETS has been bringing out a magazine called eGov, which is India's and Asia's first and only magazine on e-governance for the last 17 years. And this is a very big milestone for us, which we are very proud of, that we have been documenting and creating awareness about e-governance initiatives in this country for a long time. And we have this honor of organizing this GLS, which is the Governance Leadership Summit, which is bringing together leaders from several states of the country, several departments of the country who are taking big steps in creating awareness about ICT in government ecosystem. And one of the most prominent figures of e-governance in this country is our speaker, Shri Ajay Bhushan Pandey ji, who recently retired as the Finance Secretary of the Government of India. And we started interacting with him when he was the IT Secretary of Government of Maharashtra. And I remember my interactions with him like around a decade back when he was in Maharashtra and he was leading a lot of e-governance initiatives in Maharashtra, which are still continuing moving and benefiting lakhs of citizens every day. And from there, he moved to several departments, and one of the most prominent department was the Aadhaar, the UIDAI, and that is a far-reaching initiative of the Government of India, and Sir has played an important role in developing the whole Aadhaar framework and implementing it in the government of Maharashtra in a big way. And from there, his role in the central government has been exemplary, and his initiatives on bringing on several policy reforms in the IT sector and the financial sector has been exemplary. So I will request our esteemed speaker, Shri Ajay Bhushan Pandey ji, to deliver his address and enlighten with his vision of IT governance and how he sees the past decade and how he sees the next decade of e-governance in India. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to everyone. It is indeed my pleasure to address this August gathering, which has been organized by ALETS. Actually, just now, Dr. Ravi Gupta mentioned that this magazine he's been bringing for last 17 years. And I also recall that I actually got into this whole IT field in government in 2004. So in that manner, I think, my age in this and the, the ELETS e-governance, we are almost started, at the same time. So we have been interacting with Dr. Ravi Gupta and his team for last about 17 years. And I must admire that, in this field, a lot of players, a lot of, people came and went away, but he has persisted. And this is something which is very, very admirable. And, and a lot of credit to, because this is not an easy field, right? I mean, this is something which persists, and in a very, very persistent manner, he keeps collecting the information, and so that everyone can benefit out of it. He keeps bringing all the players, whether it is a government or a private sector, on a forum like this at a regular interval, so that the knowledge doesn't remain confined in pockets, but starts spreading, and then ultimately everybody benefits. So thank you, Dr. Ravi Gupta. Congratulations to you, credit to you and your team, and also Karthik. I mean, both of you, we have known for so many years. Now, today, when I was approached to talk about that, the e-governance leadership, and also particularly the innovation, I would, in a very, very short time, I will try to give you a brief glimpse of where we are, and then what the future holds for us. I must say that in India we have actually undergoing a great digital revolution, right? And when I say I mean, actually I mean this. And I will in the next few minutes I will show you that to where we are, and then in terms of as compared to the world, where exactly we have gone. Now, if you see this India's digital assets, actually, I would put them into three categories. The three categories of India digital assets, which is actually driving the current digital revolution in India. And this is something which will propel India into a much higher level, than, where we are in the coming years. First is this, Aadhaar. Aadhaar, India is the only country in the world, right, which has given biometric-based unique identity to 1.29 billion people, right? Using this Aadhaar, the bank accounts have been opened, right? And bank accounts, just 6-7 years back, many times, when I used to come into a conference like this, we used to say that the people don't have bank account, digital divide, financial divide, and other things. Now, those problems are gone now, right? Because today everyone has a bank account. More than 100 crore people have a bank account. And I do not know whether you are aware of this. 70 crore Aadhaar numbers are uniquely linked to the bank account on the NPCI mapper. What does it mean? 70 crore people, if you want to send any money, you have to just send the money to the Aadhaar number. Now, at the back end somewhere, the bank account is mapped and then the money goes there. So as a sender, I don't need to know somebody's, the IFSC address or bank account number and so and so. I just say that send 1,000 rupees to this Aadhaar number, and then the money reaches into his bank account, right? So this is something 70 crore. I mean, just imagine that total number of adults in the country itself is 85 crores. So the 70 crore people are actually on this Aadhaar mapper. Total number of bank accounts would be about 120 crores. Another very important thing has happened is that the mobile phones. Now today, just few years back, again, we were talking about the digital divide and so and so. Today, again, you have a mobile phone in the range of more than 120 crores. The internet access also has improved during the last few years. So this all has driven us to this jam trinity, Jan Dhan, Aadhaar, and mobile. So this is a one category of assets that we have, right? The second category of assets which we have created in India, again, I mean, these are something which is very, very unique. You have an Aadhaar. On the basis of Aadhaar, you created a bank account. Also, you created the mobile phone and the internet connection. Based on this underlying KYC is Aadhaar, right? So with this, you have done this. Now, the second category of digital assets, which is again driving India, and then again, we are uniquely positioned, is, the GST. The GST as a concept, because I was in the finance ministry, I was also chairman of GST and Department of Revenue Secretary, and then the finance secretary. There are many countries in the world who have implemented GST, and India, we also have GST. But, our GST is a little different. Ours is the only country where, we are collecting invoice-wise details, right? And collecting in the sense that today, the e-invoices are getting generated on the system itself. So the companies having turnover more than 50 crores, they are required to generate the e-invoice, on the system. And once you generate the e-invoice, your GST returns automatically gets prepared. And then, at the end of the month, you have to make the payment. Now, this kind of a granularity, and just imagine, total number of dealers who are registered under the GST is 1 crore 20 lakhs, right? Now, let us, and all of them are filing online returns. Every month they are filing returns. And then, the companies having turnover more than certain limits, they have to actually generate the e-invoice. So all their input tax credit and everything, gets matched automatically. So this kind of granularity and automation, because see, in the tax system, income tax return or whether the GST return, you always give the aggregate value. My total sale is this, my total purchase is this, total income is this. And then what used to happen? So that was a classical, the return system, which the world followed over the decades and the centuries. Now, so the question was that when you have given the aggregate figure, now, so in order to know that whether those aggregate figures are correct and actually reflect your books of account, there is to be auditing done by, the chartered accountants, and then thereafter the auditing and scrutiny done by the income tax or the GST officer, the tax officer. Now, with this kind of a granularity, actually, there will be no audit required, because, if you are generating your invoice and invoice itself is becoming your returns, and then ultimately it becomes your GST return, the GST data gets ported into the income tax portal, income tax, then tell me, why will there be any need for audit then, right? And so therefore, audit will happen only in some very, very select suspect cases where there will be some, some alerts are raised. Otherwise, most of the people will not be able to do this. So this has been attempted, and I can again say on this scale, 1 crore 20, only in India, right? There are certain other countries who have also done a certain level, but then, those are very, very small countries. And then, but to this extent, nobody has been able to do this. So this is again is something, it makes us very, very proud. Now the income tax, total number of taxpayers are about 7 crores. Now, again, most of the countries, they have the mixed system. you can file returns online, and also some people can do paper. Now, India is the only country which has kind of we have reached a stage where the returns can be filed only online, right? And then the people have been filing, then people are getting refund also. I mean, last year we made a lot of changes in the system where, people are getting automated refunds. You don't have to go and apply somewhere. Straight away, the money comes directly into your bank account. The PAN numbers have been linked to Aadhaar. There are total about, about 50 crores PAN numbers. Out of that, 37 crore PAN numbers have been linked with Aadhaar. And so that itself has led to, the bogus PAN, fake PAN, duplicate PAN, those problems have been completely been rolled out. Similarly, in the GST registration also, Aadhaar is also being used. And then, so your tax number, PAN number or GST number is linked to Aadhaar. Then on the other side, it is linked to bank account. On the other side, it is linked to your mobile phone on which you can get OTP, and also you can sign those documents. Today, because of Aadhaar e-sign, you don't require a digital dongle or digital signature, right? I mean, for example, income tax return, you can actually sign through this Aadhaar OTP, right? Similarly, there are many other transactions you can do. So these are some of the things which are happening uniquely only in India. And so this is one. Then the third digital asset is very, very important, and which has come very, very recently during the last 2 years, is the UPI and Aadhaar enabled payment system. Again, UPI is the internet of payment, and it's in the whole world. India is the only country which has got into this stage of the UPI. UPI, which was launched 2017, and then the transactions used to be maybe used to grow at a certain level. Last month, just before the pandemic, in the month of April, pandemic second wave, the total number of transactions was 2.7 billion in 1 month, and total amount of volume transacted was around 5 lakh crores, right? Just imagine. Now, in 1 year, in 1 year, in the calendar year 2020, total number of transactions, on the UPI real-time transactions, the money could go from anywhere to anywhere, was 25 billion. 25 billion transactions, so roughly 2 billion a month, and now it has gone to 2.7 billion. So the next year we should be reaching somewhere around 32 billion. Contrast this with China. China has a real-time payment of 15 billion, in 1 year. United States, 2.5 billion. I mean, just imagine that, where, we have leapfrogged, right? We didn't have to go necessarily through the card, the debit card or the credit card or some other mechanism or something like that. It's a UPI. UPI in the sense that, everyone has and then the UPI has been built on, it's an open architecture. So the Google has come out with Google Pay, WhatsApp has come out with this, there is a phone pay, and the money goes directly from your bank account to, somebody else's bank account. During this COVID times, in fact, I wrote an article just about 15 days back in Indian Express where I have mentioned this. And a lot of people must have, like, for example, my household help. She was stranded in a COVID lockdown zone, and she couldn't come to my house for 2 months, but she needed to be paid. How do I send my payment to her, right? So I just asked, and she said that, look, I have a Google Pay, right? And then, I could just make the payment to her. And then I asked her that, okay, how do you get all your household goods, the grocery and other thing? She said that, there's some local corner store. He does the home delivery, but, he accepts the payment again through the Google Pay, right? So just imagine, the earlier this payment divide, digital payment divide, that has completely gone. And how this has happened? Again, the fundamental structure is because why other countries are not able to do this? I mean, knowing that, this is a technology, this is not a rocket science. The question is that we have a foundation of a very, very strong foundation, because, if you don't have this, then the UPI, there will be a lot of frauds. The money will not reach, somebody will take away the money and all this. Now, what has happened is every bank account is linked with Aadhaar, the verified, so the person can't run away, right? Then, every mobile phone number also today, the most people give their Aadhaar number to get the mobile phone, right? So their mobile phone also has this. And then on the top of that, there is a UPI, which allows you to transfer money from one account to another. Now, if both ends are secured, then the transactions have to be secure. And you are very confident that if you are sending money through the UPI, it is directly going to the bank account. And tomorrow, if that person turns out to be fraud, that person can be traced and brought to justice. So this confidence actually, and plus another very important thing that we did in 2019 budget, there is to be in all these payments, there is to be something like some merchant discount, merchant fee used to be charged. That if you are making a transaction through the debit card or something like that, you have to pay some either 0.5% or 1% depending upon their policy. In 2019, the government took a very crucial step. It amended the income tax law, and it said that any company having turnover more than 50 crore has to offer, along with the other modes of payment it may be offering, like the credit card, debit card, and other, also the UPI and UPI QR code. So that's why today, when you go to any e-commerce website or anywhere, you say you can pay by a debit card, credit card, or wallet, and also there you'll find that UPI option, right? Or if you go to any departmental store, he will show you a QR code, and it will be a UPI QR code, so you can make the payment without any charge. The merchant is not charged, and then the customer is also not charged. So that therefore, it is growing in this manner. So the Income Tax Act was amended and said that it has become mandatory, and and Payment and Settlement Act was amended and said that UPI you can't charge any MDR or merchant discount rate or something. That itself led to you have led to a huge growth, right? And in fact, there is one very interesting incident I will mention. Just on 9th of June, today is 16th of June, 9th of June, there was a congressional hearing in US, and they were talking about the digital currency. So there, the one senator from Montana, congressman, he mentioned that, look, US has fallen far behind, and India and China have gone. There is a professor from Stanford University, the professor Darrell Duffy. He has written a full, in his testimony, he said that, the US payment system has to become very efficient. And he has quoted the example of India and China. So this is again something which is making us very proud. So basically, these three assets are actually, driving India's, the digital growth. It's indeed a digital revolution. And now, based on these, the fundamental building blocks, you can use this in governance, right? Today, let's say, you want an e-sign or some payment, because after all, any project that you take, you want to confirm the identity, you want to take some payment, right? And then you want to secure community, you want to, have a, traceability and, audit trail and everything. These assets, these three things actually provide that, right? And I think, this is something which will be very useful. So all our leaders today who are listening to this, I mean, these are public infrastructure. These are Aadhaar, JAM, and, UPI, and, all these tax system, they are not proprietary of any company or something like that. You can build your product on this, right? And a product on this, or, governments, for example, the central government, when it wanted to, under the Kisan Samman Yojana, send money to the farmers. I mean, it was very easy for them. 9 crore farmers actually had to, they were paid, they are being paid every quarter 2,000 rupees, through this, the Aadhaar-based payment system, right? Aadhaar payment bridge, through the direct benefit transfer. During COVID, 23 crore people were paid directly money into their bank account. 3 times, total amount was something like, again, about 40,000 crores. So during COVID time, during the normal time, all those, these building blocks, these facilities could be used and to take India into further. And these are the assets uniquely available in India, and it is a public infrastructure, which can be used by government as well as the private. So I think, I will end here, and maybe, a lot of people may be having some questions or discussions. So I wanted this to be interactive. So this was very brief kind of an introduction, and I will welcome any suggestions, any comments, or any questions. Thank you.
Sure, sir. I think you have highlighted the unique aspects of the Indian payment system and Indian digital journey and India's steps towards bridging the financial accessibility divide. Like every, even a villager having a access to payment system on mobile, thanks to UPI and Aadhaar. And let me ask you, sir, that on one side, the adoption of IT by citizens has been very, very good. The adoption of government systems in the uh, usage of IT has also increased dramatically in the last decade. But still, there are a lot of concerns that lot of citizen services are still not available on mobile or not available easily. So, how do you see the changes coming in next 5 years or 3 years?
Yeah, so it's a very great question. And I'll tell you, I'll explain you by an example. I recently, I have a, apartment in Navi Mumbai, right? And where I don't live, but then, and my tenant had left. So for last 3-4 months, the flat is lying vacant. So I wanted to pay the electricity bill. Now, the electricity bill, so I went to the, the Maharashtra State Electricity Distribution Company website portal, and I entered my consumer number, so then I could see the bill. And when I looked at the bill, it was in few thousands of rupees, right? So I thought that, maybe mistake because my apartment is locked. So how could, the bill maybe in a few thousand, I think it was 3,000, 4,000 rupees, right? So, when I was in 2006-07, when I was managing director of Maharashtra State Electricity Distribution Company, I had implemented one small, the IT step there. Because I used to get a lot of complaints that people used to say that, my bill is, not correct. The wrong reading is there, or the bill meter is not there. All of a sudden, in this month, I have got so much bill. So I said that, in addition to what is written on the bill, typed on the bill, the bill will also carry the photo of the meter itself. And in the meter, you have the reading. So every month you have the reading. So therefore, this is again an undisputed proof, right? So I started way back in 2007. So I was not sure whether, that still continues. But I was, pleasantly surprised when I saw that, look, in that, there is a photo of the meter there. So I said that this is the photo of the meter. And then, then past few months also the photo of the meter was there. So then I got the confirmation that the bill is correct. Now I wanted to make a payment. So I went to the payment site. Now payment, again, I was surprised. I was surprised that, it has a credit card, debit card, and then it says a UPI QR code, right? So, I have a Bhim UPI on my mobile phone. I just scanned and then, immediately the payment went. So I felt again very proud that two of the things, which I was very, very closely involved from the government side. Today, as a citizen, I could get the benefit, by sitting in Delhi, right? So I just an example. So my, request would be that, every, the leader there, whether it is working in the state government and central government, he has to actually pick every citizen service today, and he should, apply his mind that how can he make this, the completely faceless. The whole idea is that how do you make it faceless? And, another example I'll give you. For example, income tax, many of people who used to pay income tax, if your case comes under the scrutiny, you have to go and explain to the officer. Now, last year, we made the entire income tax department faceless. If you get any scrutiny notice, you send your reply online, and then your case will get allotted to any officer in the country, right? Not necessarily the area in which we are living. So we actually, and today, and it allowed us to do that. Today, the technology, the hardware and then internet connectivity, and plus the digital asset that I mentioned to you. Earlier, the problem used to be, how do you know the person who is applying online, whether, he is indeed the person? Now that problem is gone. How do you collect the payment? Everybody can't do debit card, credit card, and other thing. Now, you can say that, people can make payment through the UPI QR code. It doesn't require much of a financial literacy. So I would request today, for example, I, saw at many places like, driver license. What has happened is that they will provide you all the information. They will take all your info, fill the form online, and then they will say, please visit, right? Today, I see that, in very, very few rare cases, the person should be required to visit. If we can do the conference like this, at a sitting at a different parts of the world, right? Today, tell me, what cannot else be done there? So the whole idea is that, the people have to review, let's say, if I am working in a department, I should see that, what are my citizen touch points, right? And then we should say that, look, I should ensure that I should not see the face of the citizen and citizens should not see my face. And how do we go about it? I think, I mean, this is a really lot of hard work has to be done. Merely saying that, all right, I have done the portal and I have, put, 1,000 services online doesn't mean much. It has to be end to end, right? And end to end means that, I should not be seeing the face of anyone, right? Physical presence should be something, this is something which we should, unless and until we work on this. And today I can tell you that, if you give me a problem, right, I am pretty sure that I will give you a solution with all these blocks that digital assets that in India we have. And I should be able to give you a solution that, if you do these 5 things, you will make your services faceless. I think, this is something which, a lot of people can do this. In fact, I mean, there is an exercise for you, Dr. Ravi Gupta. Can you, I mean, help, right? And, identify to start with, 30 services, right? Which are claimed to be, online, but which are not online, right? Which are not online. And then you can say that, look, this is how it should be done, right? And then, have a small conference or seminar and then do this brainstorming. And I'm pretty sure that within 2 days, right, you will make all those 30 things, saying that, these are the steps. And I think, if you start doing for 30, it can be a scale to 300 or 3,000.
Exactly. I think it's a great points and a great discussion. It's a what a journey you have had and you have seen in like the last 16, 17 years how much India has dramatically changed, and this financial accessibility, banking account that has been bridged. And I think now the next step is to make those e-governance services fully online and fully mobile friendly, so that even a common man who's able to use UPI so easily, Google Pay so easily, he can also use e-governance services very, very easily. So with this, we will end this session here, sir. And from the ALETs, we would like to present you virtually a certificate of thanks for being here. And I will request my colleague Karthik to deliver the closing remarks. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. And as always, we are always thankful to you, sir. We have learned a lot from your works, from your achievements. It has always been a part of our research and analysis, and it has helped ILETS in growing awareness in terms of usage of digital and technology. You have been a great inspiration, not for us, but also a lot of officers, a lot of industry leaders, and a lot of people in this country. Thank you so much for everything, sir, and thank you so much for being here today for opening remarks of Governance Leadership Summit. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So I can log out.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Grateful to you. So. मुझे तो सिर्फ उनका वो दिख रहा है।
भारत एक युवा देश है। विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना एक रुतबा खड़ा किया है और भारत इसके बात के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं और ये मेरा साथ मैं हमेशा कहता आया हूँ, आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया टुमारो।
Good morning and a very warm welcome to Governance Leadership Summit 2021. Governance Leadership Summit is an initiative of Elects Technomedia and e-Governance magazine to bring together top policymakers, administrators, officers, and industry experts on a common platform to discuss and deliberate upon the scope, opportunities, innovations, and ideas in the field of governance, particularly against the backdrop of COVID pandemic. In this inaugural session of today, this 2 days long virtual conference will be having throughout the course of the day today as well as tomorrow. There will be various sessions on various sectors of the economy in the form of interesting panel discussions, special addresses, and technology sessions by eminent experts and policymakers who will be sharing their ideas and innovations, as well as will be outlining their vision for the future in the field of governance. We are privileged and honored to have a very special guest with us today in this inaugural session. The Secretary, Union Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, Mr. Durga Shankar Mishra. Mr. Durga Shankar Mishra is a senior Indian Administrative Service Officer of 1984 batch from Uttar Pradesh cadre. Mr. Mishra has held various senior assignments in union as well as state governments, covering revenue administration, internal security, vigilance, civil aviation, tourism, sports, agriculture and research, taxation, medical and health, mining and urban development. Mr. Mishra has also served as a principal secretary to the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh for over 2 years. He is a BTech in electrical engineering from IIT Kanpur and also an MBA in international business from University of Western Sydney, Australia, and postgraduate diploma in public policy from the Institute of Social Studies. He has taken keen interest in promoting good governance and has published various papers on the subjects related to good governance, public administration, and development administration in national as well as international journals and books. He has represented union and state governments at various national and international fora and also has participated in various workshops and conferences. He had been a visiting faculty in the University of Guelph in Canada, and he is fond of trekking, sports, and tourism. I'm also joined by the founder, publisher, and chief executive officer of Illets Technomedia, Dr. Ravi Gupta. Under the captaincy of Dr. Ravi Gupta, Illets Technomedia has become one of the major players into the B2B media segment, knowledge conferencing, and technology research. I now invite Dr. Ravi Gupta to kindly welcome the chief guest, Shri Durga Shankar Mishra ji, for his keynote address.
Sir, it's an honor to have you with us in the opening the session of the Governance Leadership Summit, and we are honored to have you keynote address today. And you have taken so much initiatives in the field of ICTs in the urban sector, both in the smart cities and many other areas. So I will request you to please deliver a keynote address where you talk about importance of ICTs in the governance reforms and overall urban sector reforms and urban development for the citizen services also. Welcome, sir. Good morning.
I think some of the mics are okay. Now I think all that noise is gone. So is my voice clear, Gupta ji?
Yes, sir. Perfectly clear, sir.
Okay. Mr. Ravi Gupta, the CEO of Illets Technology, and Mr. Mishra. At the outset, let me first thank you for organizing this 2 days webinar on Governance Leadership Summit 2021. I was going through the kind of participants, the kind of those who are going to deliver different kind of sessions, different kinds of programs, and I find it's a very, very interesting Tuesday deliberation covering almost all aspects of governance, most of the aspects of governance, not all, but I'll say most of the aspects of governance, with a special focus on urban governance. That seems to be a focus. You very rightly, Mr. Mishra, mentioned that we are going through a phase which has given us a big jolt. From March 2020, the first wave of Corona, and not only systems in our country, but across the world, the developed countries, whether it is US, UK, Germany, Italy, all these countries, they have been very badly impacted. There is so much of loss to business, so much loss to life, and so many things. I mean, the whole economy across the globe, they have been badly impacted. Then comes everybody fought very well with the first wave, and our country's performance was praised across the globe. I mean, the way we handled through the series of lockdowns and making sure that wherever we were weak, like we did not have enough number of the PPE kits, we didn't have the ventilators, we didn't have the sanitizer, all these things we have not been prepared, we were not prepared like the most of the developed countries. And here was a pandemic engulfing the whole world, engulfing the whole country. And the way we fought, not only we emerged winners, but we became contributing to well-being of the humanity across the globe. Whether it was medicines, whether it was sanitizer and PP kits, various things, we started exporting and giving it to the various parts of the world. That shows a new face of India. Some of the programs which we had not thought of, things like Atmanirbhar Bharat, making the country self-reliant, that shows the confidence of the nation, which was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister, and the series of schemes were launched. And my ministry was one of the pioneers in that activity. In fact, just to share with you, two major programs which are now missions are doing so well. One, affecting the lives of street vendors who are so much important. I mean, we are talking about business, we are talking about governance, so much important to all of us. I call them nano entrepreneurs. They are the entrepreneurs who would like to take risks, who are skilled, who invest, and who do well. I mean, slowly move up despite all kinds of onslaught of the system. They move up. This segment was never ever seen prior to this pandemic. No schemes in the government was benefiting them. But when we saw them moving back to the rural areas, moving back to the smaller towns, from the bigger towns, say from Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Calcutta, and all these places, we found how important they were. And it was so much astonishing that they were taking loan at the interest rate of as high as 300 to 500% per annum. Because they were taking short-term loans and returning, and that's how they were never out of indebtedness. Then government came with a scheme called the PM Swanidhi, and I'm very happy to share with you, this is one scheme of the government of India, which is end-to-end IT driven. Right from the application till the delivery is a completely IT driven scheme. And because of the way we structured this scheme, today we have got more than nearly 41 lakh plus applications already taken just in a period of 9 months. More than 24 lakhs applications were sanctioned, and more than 20 lakhs applications were finally disbursed. I mean, more than 2,000 crores were released to these street vendors. Only yesterday evening, I mean, after the second wave of the pandemic, which again started sometime towards the end of March, and again it gave a big jolt to the whole activity. I mean, we had all been thinking that we are out of pandemic, but then came the second wave and came series of the lockdowns imposed by the different states, various restrictions on the economy, various restrictions on the movement, and this street vendors were not impacted. I mean, they were not left being impacted. Yesterday, I held a meeting with the state government, with the banks, with the, all other stakeholders who are involved, the cities who are involved in this, and I was so happy to see the kind of enthusiasm among the banks, among the states, among the cities to do their best for these street vendors. In fact, during the course of this, we came with a lot of new ideas. For example, using e-commerce. You'll be happy to know that we engaged Swiggy and Zomato in getting the street vendors food to the people, because sometimes I come from Lucknow. In Lucknow, some chaat wala is so much well known. Some kulfi wala is so much well known. They are street vendors. But when this chaat wala or a kulfi wala, whenever they bring to the street, I mean, people throng from different parts of Lucknow and they get it. Think of it, if they were given this facility of e-commerce, if they receive the order, they prepare that kind of a food, and that food is delivered at home, how much business it will improve. And this is what, as a pilot, we started with Swiggy and Zomato, and it has wonders during this pandemic, the second phase. And now we want to upscale it, not only the purpose of the street food vending, but also for all other items. Because we have seen a way during the pandemic how the consumer and the producer can be connected to the digital platform. How much boost this can give to the business. We also, I mean, we started with a pilot of this, was the idea of the Honorable Prime Minister, from Swanidhi to Samriddhi. Why not connect these small street vendors, their family, with all other programs of the government of India, and without going for going to those who are from whom you'll get the benefit. We did a socio-economic profiling of their family, and I'm happy 125 cities we tried. And in those 125 cities, the total beneficiaries were around 6 lakh. Nearly 3.7 lakh plus beneficiaries were touched during only 2 months, during the month of January, February, and some part of March. And more than, there's a large number, more than 1 lakh beneficiaries have been benefited under different schemes without going anywhere. It was all completely IT driven the way, things happened. And now we want to upscale it to the whole country. So there is an immense scope. This is a learning of the pandemic. During the pandemic, my ministry launched a scheme called Affordable Rental Housing Complex. We had never thought of this kind of thing as social housing. We have gone for ownership housing. Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, earlier JNNRM scheme, but now we are going for the social housing. Under the social housing, there is immense interest shown by the public sector, private sector. A lot of companies have contacted when we issued our interest, showing the interest in investing into this affordable rental housing complex. More than 80,000 such commitments are there from the public sector and the private sector, just in a period of 9 to 10 months. This shows the resilience of the system. Despite the pandemic, given the proper environment, we can deliver a lot. In fact, the very fact that today I am addressing all your audience who have joined from different parts of the country, this governance leadership summit, this has been made possible in the last 7 years. The way the whole IT structure, IT infrastructure has taken shape, has moved ahead. Now connected, whether it's the rural area, urban area, is a huge connectivity, and that's how we are able to connect with each other on different kinds of digital platforms. We are able to share our ideas as if we are sitting in the same room. Why I am saying so? Because sometimes pandemic brings, it devastates. Pandemic of any kind, it devastates the whole human life, human living, habitat, all kinds of aspirations. Think of those who have lost their lives, how the families have been devastated. But it also brings a lot of opportunities. And those are the opportunities which one should link on, because if the country has to move ahead to a new level, it can only move ahead if the people in that country, because ultimately the people in the country have to contribute to their best, and pandemic or no pandemic, they have to think of what best you can do. And this is what, whether it is the infrastructure pipeline, think of it, 110 lakhs crore investment coming in different sectors. And out of that, nearly 17-18% comes from my ministry. Different schemes are my ministry. So this is the confidence of the country, and that confidence gets to be translated during this pandemic in a different mode. Think of it, the Central Vista project. The Central Vista project, our country was holding our parliament. The parliament was being held. If any of you have visited the parliament, the kind of, this was never meant as a parliament. When the Britishers came out with this parliament, it was never meant as a parliament. And we retrofitted it to make it a parliament. We cannot increase the number of parliamentarians. The number of MPs is frozen at 550 because we can't have more seats. Our member of parliament who represent lakhs of people across the country, think of it, when they sit on their seats, when they come out of that place, they have to stand and kind of squeeze, and so many issues. There is no natural light coming to the parliament. The whole building is so much stress. Is the confidence of the country that during the pandemic in December 2020, Honorable Prime Minister laid foundation of the new parliament building, and we will complete this by 2020. It's a parliament for the people. What is being done for the people of India. They can come and see how vibrant this democracy functions. The whole world can take lesson. It will have state-of-the-art technology. It will have, and it is all Indian technology, all Indian architects, Indian planners, Indian construction agencies, Indian material, Indian things. It's all India. It's Atmanirbhar. This is the parliament. That's a major bold statement this country can give. And this is possible only through a proper leadership. I mean, with the guide under the guidance of the Honorable Prime Minister, something that was long overdue is now taking shape. That is taking shape of the new India. The new India has got the new parliament. It will have a new central vista. I mean, the next year's our Republic Day parade. Come and see those who have visited the Central Vista Avenue. The kind of structures they were there. The kind of lack of amenities. I mean, when you see things outside, you had so many hutments almost covering 90 acres on the Central Vista. All these things which were there, now they are going to be a matter of the past, and we will have a new India with a new face. This India which has got, which shows this confidence. We've come across the country. I mean, see, this is smart city. Smart city. I mean, because we have been talking about the ICT, a smart city. This is a new idea. This is a new paradigm in the developmental thinking. I mean, I'm in the 38th year of my service in the Indian Administrative Service. Before a smart city mission, which was launched in 2015 June, we have mostly heard, experienced, and learnt the government program, whether it is the federal government or the state government or the local government, is a matter of entitlement. If you have this, then you will get this. If you have this, you get this. Not that. Through the challenge process, if you can do this, then you get this. Through your, your strength, show your aspirations, show your dreams, that I can take my city to this level. And then through the challenge process, you are selected. So 100 cities were selected for the first time in a government program through a challenge process. And now let me tell you, now the challenge process has become a norm. It is no more a new thing. I mean, when the smart city was launched in June 2015, it was something new to us. But now we keep on challenging our system, and we find that the moment you challenge somebody, you find that he or she delivers his best. One good example is the Swachh Sarvechan. The cities have improved their cleanliness standard through the Swachh Sarvechan. Recently, we have piloted the Payjal Sarvechan. We want to focus on water being so much important. And with this, the Payjal Sarvechan, the cities are again going to be in a healthy competition, improving their water standard. We have a climate smart cities. They've got so many things. I mean, I don't want to give examples. There are hundreds of things post smart city that they started taking shape. And what smart cities have given, I mean, in the last 5 years, it is going to complete the 5 years very soon now. This smart city, now 61 cities have got integrated command and control centers. 25 of them are coming up. The many development, any of the smart cities, one can go and see the kind of development has taken shape. But what is most important, most striking is this: they have given ways for the future development of our city. Because our country in 2011, our census figure is say around 37-38 crores. But this is projected to go to nearly 88 crores by 2051. 2051 only 30 years from now. Just 3 more decades. 3 more decades and we are 88 crores. We are much more than today. Our estimate is after 2011 census, we should be around 46 crores. By now, that's our estimation. So from 46 crore to 88 crore is a big journey. And in this journey, if we allow the urban development to happen the way it has been happening, the business as usual, life will become so much damning, so much difficult. People coming with aspirations to the urban area will find that they can't move a few kilometers from one place to another place. It will be so much congested, so much polluted. Life will become so much challenging. We have to take a smart path. We have to make sure that the land being so important has to be used very judiciously. We have to get the best out of the land. We have to make sure that our urban planning is such that people are able to realize their dreams, realize their aspirations, and the cities become the engines of economic growth by ensuring that people don't have to struggle, but they have to contribute for the betterment, for the economic growth of the city. And that is the learning from the smart city. How we can get more from less. You may have the little water, but that water could be made sufficient for everybody if the water is not leaked. I mean, we have got cities which has got 30 to 50% of water leakages, then which is called non-revenue water is 30 to 50%. We have to bring down to less than 10%. And that is possible. I mean, there's a smart city has shown it is possible. You can have 24/7 water supply. The water consumption will reduce if you have 24/7 supply. The smart city have shown that through the smart water system, you can have that. A smart city have shown that how you can get renewable energy, how you can tap the source of renewable energy, how can improve your sanitation system, whether it is a solid waste or a liquid waste, how can improve your sanitation system, all these learning, how can you improve your mobility so that there is no congestion, no accidents on the road, there is no air pollution. So a lot of learning from there. And during the pandemic, you see our integrated command and control center, which in my tweets, I always use this as the brain and the nervous system of the city. Like we can't function without a brain and the nervous system. So the cities, if they get their brain and nervous system, they can perform much more optimally. And optimally for what? For benefiting the citizens, for taking care of the needs of the citizens. So this ICCC, they worked as war rooms. If you have been following on the social media, if you have been following on the electronic or the other media, they all worked as the war rooms for the city, cities. Not only for the cities, even for the whole of a state. Whether, I mean, even during the second wave of the pandemic, whether it was the oxygen supply, whether it is increasing your bed capacity, whether it is the vaccination drive, logistics management for various things, various kinds of mobile applications, home isolation, I mean, various kinds of things related to the COVID management, all those challenges, they have been addressed through this ICCC for the city and for the whole of the state. In fact, our ICCC have become a very important instrument in providing right kind of information to the citizens. It's a one-stop solution to the citizens. It's a very good tool for managing various kind of logistics. Very good tool for all kinds of communication, whether connecting doctor to the citizens, connecting doctor to the doctor, connecting two different kinds of stakeholders, managing this a lot of NGOs, a lot of civil society organizations about connecting all of them. This is a good communication system. And also it has worked good for predictive modeling, preparedness, how many beds we require, what is oxygen required, what is this required. I mean, things you can predict using, you can model, and these smart cities have played a very, very important role there. Now we have, I mean, you may be following, in the month of May, we launched a document called Learning from the Smart City. I mean, making cities smart, learning from the smart city. So our now objective is how we can take these learnings from the smart cities to all the cities. Let the future development of India, future urban development of India, take a smarter path. Otherwise, we were investing, the cities were sprawling, it was not inclusive, catering for one kind of population, not catering to the needs of other population, whereas everybody is so much important. We need to take care of the physical, financial, economic, social, institutional, all the requirements for everybody. It was not being taken care of. Ultimately, the cities are for the people. Cities are not for the mayor. Cities are not for the administrator. Cities is not for the municipal commissioner. Cities are for the people. And people means all kinds of people. Because there is a whole category of people, whether it is those who are providing labor or those who are providing a higher level of intellectual activities, all of them are important and necessary for the city, and everybody must be provided a conducive environment in the city. And that is the learning we have had from the smart city. When it is education, we have a smart education. When it is health, it's a smart health. I mean, go and visit city of Agra or Pune, many cities. I give you so many examples. You see how the health programs have been made smarter, how they can cater to much bigger population with the same kind of facility. That is the major focus is how to get more from less. How to get more from less. That's the focus of the smart cities. So we would like all our cities to move into that direction. But smartness, the first thing is required is a smart leadership. I mean, a place can become smart only if the leaders are smart. When the citizens are made smart, I mean, this is how they can make use of the resources whatever is available. And there, our learning is, I mean, the smart leader is one who is open to the new ideas, who will invite innovations. Now the world, I mean, the India is a major hub for the startups. And these startups, new ideas, much lesser cost, deliver, they are able to cater to our requirement, cater to our solutions. So that this leader is a technology savvy also. I mean, you cannot just say that whatever is going on, let it go on. I mean, we have to embrace the technology and use the technology in the best possible manner to serve the requirement of citizens, that is serving the people. What Honorable Prime Minister says is the ease of living. In fact, for the first time in our country, in 2019, we came out with ease of living index. Again, the second version of ease of living index we published last year in 2000. Not last year, this year. 2020 was published this year. And we also came with the municipal performance index. We have got, I mean, all these new things are happening so that this country can move to another level. It's a transformative level. So it's like you reform, you bring some reforms. From the reform, you perform, and then you transform the whole area. That is the reform, perform, and transform has been our mantra in Government of India. I'm not speaking about my own ministry. Take any ministry in Government of India, they have had this mantra of the reform, perform, and transform. These three things together in that order leads to a lot of changes, and that is what is required in a leadership. Whatever leadership, whatever sect, I mean, the leadership doesn't mean that you have to be in this sphere or that sphere. Whatever sphere you are, you have to do your best, get the best out of your people, get the best out of your resources, so that the country moves on an economic growth path. The path which has been chosen, and it has been already shown, the path by the Honorable Prime Minister, that we were $3 trillion economy. We have to move to $5 trillion, then to $10 trillion economy in, say, another 10 years. And this, there have been some setback, no doubt. I mean, this pandemic has brought setback. The economy, I mean, the kind of growth which was there, that got decelerated, definitely, and the whole world has been impacted by that. We can't be untouched. But if the people's spirit is there, if the proper leadership is there, we will come back. And I just finish my talk with one example. For example, the real estate sector, which was under great stress. And through the series of reforms, series of activities which can enlist you, whether it is financial, programmatic, fiscal, various kinds of measures, this real estate sector was brought to a level that started growing. It's a very, very important sector for the GDP, very important sector for the employment, started growing. Then comes the pandemic and the sector got a big setback. But again, after December onwards, see the reports, you see the figures. By March, it was almost at the same level where it used to be the previous year. So despite pandemic, it has come back. It started, going through. But again, there has been a setback because of the second wave of pandemic. I am sure the resilience our real estate sector has shown, it is going to come back again. Because we have the numbers, we have the commitment, and we have the drive to move forward. This is one important segment of Indian economy. So will other sectors do. So I think your discussion for the next 2 days on the governance leadership, it will be very, very important and should definitely give you a lot of cues what people have. I'm sure people will come and share with you what they have done under the this is kind of a stressful situation. In fact, the leadership really comes out well when you are under stress. That the real leadership, there is the your gem that comes out when you are under stress, when you are under some kind of a difficult situation. So they will share with you. I'll request you to document that and take the best out of, like the nectar out of that, and you can publish that. This is the finding of this 2-day summit. These are the things how the Indian leaders have performed during in the wake of the pandemic, and what is the way forward. That could be a good contribution of this Governance Leadership Summit 2021. I wish you all the very best, Raviji. Wish you all the very best for the team which is organizing this. Thank you.
बहुत धन्यवाद sir, and you have highlighted so many initiatives of the ministry which are totally exemplary and bringing up reforms in the sector in a big way. And I also wish to thank you for recently releasing the special issue of eGov, where we published a special issue along with the National Institute of Urban Affairs on housing sector, SDG. So for that also, and a virtual certificate from our side as a token of gratitude to you for joining us in this keynote address. Thank you so much for joining us. We are honored and humbled by your presence. Namaste, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, we can start the next session now. Sir, welcome. Namaskar.
Yeah, hello. Good morning.
Morning. Sir, thanks for joining us at the Governance Leadership Summit. And our focus is on how ICTs are reforming the governance system of the country, and how has been this impact of ICTs on e-governance in last decade, and how do you see the next 3 to 5 years. So requesting your keynote address on this subject, and we are honored to let me request my colleague to give a welcome introduction of the our keynote speaker. Over to you, Harshal of KCG. Harshal, you are on mute.
Thank you so much, Shri Dr. Rajendra Kumar, for taking time out from your busy schedule to deliver this special address on how technology this country we are leveraging in to turn our vision into reality. We are really honored with your presence, and it will add tremendous value to the event. So with this brief note, I request you, Dr. Rajendra Kumar, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, for the special address on leveraging technology to turn vision into reality. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, and very good morning to everyone, all the panelists and fellow speakers, all the members in the audience. I'm happy to present here today in this session to talk about how technology has been transforming our governance over the last many years now, and how government is leveraging technology to really ensure that our overall vision for the country, for economy, and for technology transformation can be turned into a reality. So let me just talk about the current framework of how technology is being deployed by various government departments under the overall leadership of METI to transform their own programs, their own citizen and business interfaces, for ensuring that the entire framework for government service deliveries can be transformed using technology. So as we are all aware, the current framework for the digital-led interventions in India is under the overall umbrella program called Digital India Program, which was launched in 2015. And this has been the most important program for ensuring that technology can be deployed effectively by all stakeholders, including the private sector, to transform their overall interface with citizens and businesses to the most effective interface for delivering their services. So this program broadly talks about using technology for transforming governance, but it is also a vision for ensuring that India can leapfrog into the development by using technology. Under this program, let me just mention a few key initiatives that METI has taken to transform governance. Then I will talk about what we are doing currently in terms of using technology for transforming governance, and what our future programs are for the next 5 years that we have laid out for deploying technology for transforming the economy and transforming the governance paradigm. So as you may be aware, even before this program was launched, we had a large bouquet of e-governance projects in various domains of governance. Many departments were having very large projects for transforming their service delivery paradigm. And this umbrella program, Digital India, that brought all those disparate, diverse programs together under the broad vision of deploying technology for transforming governance. As you may be aware, under this program, we have worked on the JAM Trinity, that is the Jan Dhan Yojana for financial inclusion, the Aadhaar-based framework for digital identity authentication, and a mobile platform for using mobile as the service delivery platform for everyone. We also have other very large initiatives which have been led by MeitY in the last 5 or 6 years, which have helped to transform the entire governance paradigm to the benefit of the citizens. These include the direct benefit transfer in the financial domain for ensuring that our entire digital platform consisting of this Jan Dhan accounts, Aadhaar and mobile can be used for transferring the government benefits and subsidies directly into the bank accounts of the concerned beneficiaries.
सर म्यूट पे है. Yes, yes sir. आप म्यूट पे हो गए.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sorry for this interruption. So I was mentioning that MeitY has launched a number of very large transformational initiatives in the last 5 to 6 years, which aim at complete transformation of the entire citizen interface for delivering government services. So these include the JAM Trinity, that is the Jan Dhan Yojana, Aadhaar, mobile, and the DVT scheme, which utilizes this platform for direct benefit transfer to the beneficiaries. We also have a number of other recent initiatives. For example, the government e-marketplace. Then we have the MyGov platform for interaction with the citizens for getting their real-time suggestions and feedback. We also have some very prominent initiative in the health sector, for example, e-hospital. We also have the government open government data platform for ensuring that all the government departments can provide data in public domain for startups and for researchers. We also have the GIS-based initiatives, which have really brought into mainstream the GIS initiatives for use in different governance domains. We have the digital locker program, which is now very successful in allowing citizens to hold all the documents in a digital format, a secured locker. This is also being used by various government departments to push documents into the digital locker of these citizens. And that has helped in really transforming the governance into a completely paperless, faceless, and presenceless form. So this has been a key paradigm that MeitY has been really propagating among all government departments and state governments, that we must transform the citizen interface into a completely electronic, paperless, faceless, and presenceless form, so that citizens don't need to go anywhere to obtain government services. Let me also talk about the new initiative that we have recently unveiled, as you may be aware, METI has unveiled the $1 trillion digital economy vision in 2019, which is now a very broad framework to really bring all the digital initiatives into that overall goal of transforming the digital economy from the current level of about $200 billion to at least $1 trillion by 2025. Under this vision, all the departments, they have been brought on board, and they have been encouraged, and they have been given full support by METI to really introduce digital interventions to transform their own domains of governance, their own interface with the businesses and citizens, to ensure that we can use technology, we can leverage technology for this larger scale transformation that we have unveiled. And I'm happy to note here that we have seen the increased adoption of digital in the last 2 years since the program has been launched. And we are seeing much greater traction for digital transformation, both in the private sector and the government. We also have a very large initiative now on the emerging technologies. This is a very major area where we are encouraging all government departments, all the private sector stakeholders to really use emerging technologies comprising artificial intelligence, blockchain, then the 5G, then Internet of Things, then artificial reality, virtual reality, the entire gamut of the latest advancements in technology to ensure that not only their interface with citizens, but also the private sector can benefit from these emerging opportunities. Why I am saying opportunities? Because this is one area where the Indian IT sector, which is already known for its international competitiveness and its capabilities, can really take lead in this emerging area and become global leaders in this entire domain. And that requires a continuous support from the government to really make sure that we can, provide skill resources. That requires a massive program on skilling in these emerging technologies. And we can introduce these emerging technologies in our own government departments. So that can offer as some kind of a platform for leapfrogging into this new emerging world of opportunities. So that's a major area where we have set up 22 centers of excellence across the entire country in partnership with our stakeholder private sector, with industry associations. And we are trying to promote startups in these centers of excellence with the goal to really launch them into the mainstream world, where they can really perform well, they can become competitive, raise funds on their own, and ensure that they can compete with the best in the world. I'm happy to inform that a number of startups from these COEs, from these centers of excellence, have graduated, and they have been able to attract from funding agencies, both domestically and from abroad, and they are succeeding in their own right. A number of industry partners have also benefited from this initiative of new R&D being done by these centers of excellence and implementing those technologies in their own domains. We also have a METI startup hub, which we have established in beginning of last year, where the goal is to bring all the technology-based startups onto a common platform to ensure that they can be given support by METI to really grow and then become competitive. We are supporting them through mentoring network, which consists of experts from the private sector, from academia, and from our own government organizations, which are giving them support to really, become mature, grow, and then they can become competitive on their own. We also have launched programs to really give support to the startups in terms of funding. Many of you may be aware, we have launched several grand challenges in different technology domains, where the goal is to bring innovation, to promote innovation by the startups and the entrepreneurs in technology focused areas, where they are given a large, large amounts as prize money and a support for 2 to 3 years from the MATI organizations to allow them time to grow and become mature. One example is our VC challenge, video conference solution challenge, which we launched last year, and which picked up four winners, four teams as winners. And we have mainstreamed those products into our own government departments for using. And it's really heartening to see that these software solutions for video conferencing, they have matured and they are now being used even by the private sector on a paid model. And these startups have become sustainable on their own. Let me also mention about another major initiative that we have launched in the government domain, where the vision is to really ensure that the entire government is perceived as one government or connected government by the stakeholders. So as you may be aware, so far the efforts have been focused on different domains as individual silos, where the programs that they are implementing for e-governance, they are mostly focused on that domain, and they are being offered to citizens. Now we have brought in a new framework called India Enterprise Architecture, where we are trying to bring all these different large programs onto one connected interface, where citizens would be able to obtain the services seamlessly across that entire domain and across domains. One example of this vision is the National Digital Health Mission, which has been launched by the Honorable Prime Minister last year in August 2020, which has been launched in 6 UTs at present, and which would be scaled up across the entire country in the coming months, where this vision is turning into a reality, where technology and this vision of connected government is really transforming this entire domain of healthcare into one seamless platform for stakeholders to really utilize. We are also promoting a very large sandbox environment in that domain and in other domains, for example, education, agriculture, etc., where the idea is to promote innovation by involving startups which can do experiments, and which can test their technology. They can test the software platforms for offering services. So the idea is to bring both the government and the private sector stakeholders together onto one common seamless digital platform to ensure that the citizens and businesses can avail all the government services and the private services as well through one seamless interface. This National Public Digital Platform is a major initiative now, which MATI is spearheading with the involvement of all the government departments in the Government of India, and also the state governments, where we really would like to bring all the stakeholders onto this seamless digital platform. Let me also mention that currently the efforts of MATI are also focused towards promoting the digital economy, where the electronics manufacturing is a major sector, where the goal is to transform India into a nation which is seen as the manufacturing hub for the electronics sector, including the computer domain and other emerging technologies. We also have a data center policy on the anvil, which aims to promote India as the global hub for data centers. And our vision is that in the next 5 years, India should transform itself into a major global data center hub, which would help in promoting our own local domestic industry. And also it would help in ensuring that our data center capacity can grow large enough to not only cater to domestic requirements of storing data and providing platforms on cloud, etc., but also we can serve as the platform for the global majors, other countries, to see India as the hub for data centers. Just a few points on the legal front. You may be aware about the personal data protection bill that is now in the parliament, where the vision is to ensure that we have the world's most cutting edge and the most contemporaneous framework for data protection. And that we hope would give fillip to a new domain based on data economy. And that's a major area where the efforts are now concentrated. And we really wish that India in the coming years would emerge as a prominent player in the data economy at the world level. So these are some of the major areas where technology is being leveraged fully under the overall leadership of MeitY by various government departments and state governments, and also the private sector, to ensure that the overall vision for economic growth in the next 5 years and 10 years to take our GDP to 5 trillion and then to 10 trillion can be realized through leveraging technology. So let me end at this point. I would like to appreciate the efforts taken by the organizers to organize this event in such a effective fashion. And I convey my best wishes to all the participants for the rest of the program during the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajendra Kumar. And time after time, MeitY has taken several initiatives to improve the overall infrastructure to boost governance in the country. We are really grateful to you, and I would like to request Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO, Illets Technomedia Private Limited, for his comments and vote of thanks.
Really honored to have you with us, and you have given a comprehensive overview of the various initiatives of the MeitY, and we are honored with your leadership. And it is great to see the kind of reforms in the IT sector which have been initiated by the your ministry, and also involvement of the startups and the private sector is a big boost given by your department. So we will present you a certificate of gratitude for being present here with us on the street. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can we have this certificate on the screen, please? Speaker certificate. Sir, I think that is mistake one. Yes, yes. Dr. Rajendra Kumar ji, who is Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. Thanks for joining us. We are honored to have you. Namaskar.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Sir, namaskar. Ravi Gupta here. Welcome.
So I introduce you to Dr. Ravi Gupta, the founder and CEO of Illets Technomedia, and we are joined by an eminent panel today in this panel discussion. And I would just introduce all the panelists and the panel topic to all of you. So welcome everybody in Governance Leadership Summit. It is a two-day summit on the best practices, innovations, and great work which is happening in governance sector, and thoughts and ideas to be shared by the leaders and stakeholders of governance across the country. So in this two-day summit, we are having more than 55 leaders from governance sector, maybe from the bureaucracy, the political leadership, and the industry experts. So we have experienced the opening remarks by Mr. Ajay Bhushan Pandey, former Finance Secretary of India, and followed by a special address by Mr. Durga Shankar Mishra, Secretary of Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. That is followed by an eminent panel of leaders in governance who have really done some great work in governance from past many years. And today we'll be getting to know their ideas of governance here in this session. So this session is about empowering citizens through transformational governance, the way forward. I will just introduce all the panelists here. Mr. Ashish Upadhyay, Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor, Ministry of Power, Government of India with us. Welcome, Mr. Ashish Upadhyay. I welcome Mr. Rohit Kumar Singh, Additional Secretary of Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Welcome, Mr. Rohit Kumar Singh. And to moderate this session, we have here an industry expert who has a great experience in working with government as well, Mr. Manu Shukla, Head of Strategy in Amazon Internet Services, AWS. Welcome, Mr. Manu Shukla. And to welcome the panelists and the moderator, I request Dr. Ravi Gupta, CEO of Village Technomedia, to deliver a welcome address for our panelists and moderator.
We have senior officials of the government here who have wide-ranging experience in the governance sector, and I welcome our industry expert. And I think we are already delayed, so without much ado, I will hand over the session to our moderator Manu Shukla to take over the session and moderate it. And we have half an hour with us. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Dr. Ravi. Without further ado, I'll also just welcome the guests on the panel and take forward the discussion. Let's start the session by first hearing the views on how technology transformation altogether is needed for our country and for the government altogether as well. It would be important for our viewers to have some thoughts from both our eminent speakers in here. Let's start with Mr. Rohit Kumar Singh. Sir, your views on how technology transformation is important for our country and for the government as well. Open to hear from you, sir, and we'll then move to Ashish.
So I think I would like to say that it is not the technology transformation. We have to transform the governance. And I mean, Ashish ji and I have been in government for the last 32 years. And, you know, when we started our careers, government was a very formidable entity. It was a closed thing. And there was no focus or hardly any focus on, you know, engaging with the citizens to a great extent. As technology became an enabler, it started opening up, and it was easy for citizens to come forward and engage with the government. And you used the word transformation. You know, transformation cannot be achieved in one go. As I say in all my lectures or addresses, it follows a 4-step path. For example, I'm not an expert, but I've been involved with e-government for donkey's years. And when I was director of IT in 1997 in government of Rajasthan, you know, so the path that is followed is first is information. Whatever information you have with the government, you make it public, whatever is supposed to be public, and you put it on the website or whatever. So first step is information. So at least people know what is happening inside. The second part is interaction. The second I is you let citizens start interacting with you, give your feedback online, you know, take your views online, you know, tell you things that how you should improve. The third step is transaction. Then you start transacting with the citizens. Citizens can pay their bills, citizens can, you know, do whatever, fill their forms or whatever. And all these three, if they are done successfully, it leads to transformation. So transformation is the different way of doing things. I'll give you an example of this COVID portal. Now everybody talks about. I think India has done a tremendous job in vaccinating 25 crore plus people, which is not an easy task. Just look at the number and how that one portal and combined with the Arogya Setu thing, how it has been successful, and it keeps evolving. It keeps, as we progress ahead. For example, they introduced a feature 7 days back of you can correct, if there is an anomaly in the telephone number or Aadhaar number or whatever. And how so many people have found it so useful who were struggling with as to how do we correct the errors. So, this is what transformation is all about. The citizens sitting at their home, sitting at their PCs, other devices, mobile phone, can engage with inside the government and get things which actually should be provided by government without asking. So that's my take on it.
Sure. Thank you very much, sir. And it's humbling to hear your views, and you are absolutely an industry expert, sir. We all across India have been always taking notes and understanding from the learnings that we have from the implementations that you have done. You're called as an industry IT stalwart in the government. We'll move to Mr. Ashish Upadhyay. So to continue the thought, what are your views on how governance transformation and how technology transformation is the way forward that we have for India? So you're on mute. If I may request for you to unmute yourself.
Yeah. As I see, it says it all. Your title of the session, Empowering Citizens. That comes first. Through transformational governance. And technology is only an enabler process in this transformation. Now, what is governance? Governance is doing good for the large majority of the people as is decided by them and their elected leaders in a democracy. Now, there is a very strong correlation between technology and governance, because technology creates disruptions and also provides solutions. And governance is how you handle those disruptions and use it as to give solutions to the problems of people. There is a correlation between these two. They have to coexist in any society. If I may be allowed to say, governance without technology, the best example is Tukaram Oble controlling Kasab with a danda in his hand. Tremendous courage, but not enough technology with him. That was a symbol of governance without technology. And if you look at technology without governance, that maybe Jamtara is an example, where you have a lot of technology experts but no governance. It causes more problem for the citizens. So our challenge is how to use technology to do good. And Rohit has rightly pointed out, there are various examples, and Arogya Setu and Owen is one example he quoted. So the attempt is a continuous process, it's not a one time or one process. It's a continuum which goes on with time.
Sure. Thank you very much, sir. And it couldn't have been more easily put. So thanks for your views on that. So continuing the discussion and just taking the thoughts forward on power as a sector. As power and utilities as sector is moving towards new technologies like smart grid, with global smart grid as a service market expected to be moving to $6 billion by 2025, and cloud solutions for energy utilities being highlighted everywhere, especially in the distribution segment. It is often recommended to have reduction in costs while investing and modernizing their power supply infrastructure. Now, cloud computing has a potential to help these utilities increase their operational efficiency and simplify the process while achieving a higher revenue growth and reducing operational costs. So is the Ministry of Power planning to take a national lead probably and become an example to other ministries by adopting cloud and going cloud first and enabling systems to a much bigger and better emphasis? Any thoughts there, sir?
Certainly what you are referring to is the ultimate aim towards which we'll have to work for. If you talk about power sector as such, power has three parts. Power sector has got, I can broadly divide it into three parts: generation, transmission, and distribution. Generation was decontrolled in 2012. And after that, we see a lot of capacity coming up. And nowadays, we are in a comfortable position as far as generation is concerned. We have got a capacity of 383 gigawatt. And the maximum peak which we had touched was in January last year, that was 190 gigawatt only. So even if the economy grows, and if economy grows, it requires power. At 10% per annum for next 5 years, I think we will be in a position to supply power. But when you go down at a citizen level, they face a lot of challenges in getting continuous power supply around the clock. Where lies the glitch? Let me come. Initially, transmission was a sector where we had problems. So generally, costs in East India and South India used to differ because there was a congestion in lines towards South India. So we could not supply enough power, what was required in industrial areas of Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and Karnataka side. Now, after construction of high transmission lines, high power capacity transmission lines, we have almost eliminated, and one nation, one grid concept has more or less materialized. We can send any amount of power to any part of the country, generated in Western India or Eastern India, or even in Ladakh. Now, where remains the work to be done and where the challenges are? There's this distribution sector. Distribution sector, unfortunately, is still not reformed the way we want it to be. The ACS ARR gap, average revenue realization against average cost of supply, is 60 to 70 paisa per unit. And the AT&C losses are 22%. So no business can go on. And that's why from time to time, efforts have been made. First, we started with Project to them. We took loans of our utilities. It were taken over by Government of India, and it were taken over by state governments, and Government of India allowed them extra borrowing for that. Then last year, liquidity infusion scheme was launched. Again, around 1,20,000 crore rupees were given to state utility discoms to pay their outstanding dues to Genco, so we could keep the power running during COVID and post-COVID phase. You might have heard about some shortage of all sorts of shortages of oxygens and beds and medicines, but not of power, which was the most crucial driver of all these things. Now, here, we will require some intervention, and that intervention has to be both technology and governance. What we are thinking of and planning is to introduce prepaid metering on a very large scale. Ultimately, the power sector with the introduction of technology should almost become like telecom. You get your connection, you prepay, and as much amount you get your SIM charge with, you utilize it. And once that amount is over, then you go again and get it recharged. And for that, we have to have a lot of backup system, a lot of backend computer, internet things, and there the cloud computing will come in place. Maybe even in the next 2 to 3 years, all of these things will be in place. Because in this budget also, Government of India has announced a big scheme, which is total allocation more than 3 lakh crores, revamped distribution sector scheme. In that scheme, a lot of technological interventions are made.
Thank you very much, sir. We are pretty sure that technology is going to be a big enabler in the kind of long-term vision that you've just explained. And I'm sure that industry altogether is going to be wholeheartedly participating in taking power sector to the next level. taking the thought forward to Mr. Rohit Kumar Singh, sir, your experiences and implementations in IT are practically an example to everyone. Would you like to share your experiences with us on technology transformation for governance with your specific interventions that you may be taking up in culture as a sector utilizing cloud and technology, and also probably in your past roles with various sectors like Panchayati Raj, health and road transport, etc.? Sir. You're on mute.
Yeah, sorry. I'll give you an example of health sector. When the first wave came, I was Additional Chief Secretary Health in Government of Rajasthan, and we had no background knowledge. I mean, this was a new virus, and nobody knew how to handle it. And then every day, new theories were coming, and then everybody has heard about the Bhilwara model that we managed to contain very quickly the outbreak in Bhilwara, where some foreign news channel had said that Bhilwara will become the next Italy. So we were very happy. While we were celebrating the containment in Bhilwara, suddenly, there's an outbreak happened in the walled city in Jaipur called Ramganj. Now, it was a different geography, different social milieu, different way that people engage with each other. And it was a cramped place and people very high density. So the issue was how, and then the challenge was, of course, infection would have spread, and it did spread. But what do you do as the health secretary or as the government? So we decided, let's focus on saving lives. So we evolved what we called a mission LISA, LI for life and SA for saving. Now, what do you do? So we said, let's prioritize, because suddenly you can't, test everyone, because at that time the testing was also limited. The capacities were not there in the state and even in the country. Only National Institute of Virology in Pune was testing, and then many testing centers started. So what we did was we tried to see how do we identify people who are more vulnerable, which is called in medical parlance a comorbidity. So we had one, and you have worked with that. We had one database on Rajasthan has very good experience on health insurance. So we very quickly zeroed on to the database of that locality, of that 3 square kilometer area, and people who had their addresses given to that health insurance, the public health insurance, the Bhamasha scheme. And we checked whether in last 4 years, when the scheme was in operation, whether anyone had gone for issues relating to heart, cancer, asthma related, and taken a health insurance cover on that. So we quickly zeroed on to a number, and from the data we identified that these are the people with comorbid conditions. Instead of asking everybody, which would have been another task and time consuming, and then we sent our healthcare workers to these places and tested them and asked them to be careful and maybe isolated some of them. So I'm just saying this because you use technology, but not in isolation. You look at other databases existing that were there, and then you try and transport, do lateral thinking and say, maybe we can use this for that. So that is how you transform governance, in my opinion. And then, of course, we did door-to-door survey, and now we have a huge database based on Mission LISA, which can be used for public health purposes even beyond the pandemic. So now we exactly know it is linked to GIS as to which geographies there are heat maps, which disease is prevalent more in which geography. And Rajasthan is huge. So in terms of area, it's the largest in the country in terms of area. So it becomes very easy for us to manage. It becomes a facilitator, this database. The second example is, when I was Additional Chief Secretary for Rural Development Panchayati Raj, the Rural Swachh Bharat Mission, we started, we went to each village and we did a Swachhata digital map of each village. So we said, where is the drain? Where do we have the dumping site? Where do we have the, I'm forgetting the names. I mean, we planned out for each village. And, over 6 months, we developed digital Swachhata maps of 10,000 villages. And of course, I moved here now. The target was that by December of 2021, we would do all 40,000 villages, which I think my successors are onto it. And once you have, then you have a Swachhata map of entire Rajasthan, of course, rural areas. And then you can plan your facilities better, plan your recycling better, plan your, the disposal of the waste better. And even in terms of a specific small village, you know which drain is there, which drain is not working, whether you want to desilt it or you want to build a new one, and things like that, where you want to have a composting site. So it may sound that rural development and rural Swachhata is not technology friendly, but I think it is probably one of the best uses of technology that we can provide for in governance. So as Ashish ji said, right from power sector, from smart grids to distribution management to a rural village sanitation map, it is all prevalent. And if all is done aggressively, it will transform the entire sphere of governance. That is my humble opinion.
Sure. Thank you very much for sharing that, sir. Just extending that thought probably for a minute more, sir. Under your current role at Ministry of Culture, the Ministry of Culture's mission document talks of establishing a database of cultural assets and resources across the country, which includes art forms, individual artists, and their community and cultural organizations. Do you feel that technology, or specifically frontier technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, augmented reality or virtual reality, or blockchain, and these have been focused frontier technologies that the government of India has been focusing on. Do you feel these are going to be having a play when these implementations are going to be taken up by Ministry of Culture?
Yes, I think you snatched words out of my mouth, and maybe we'll hire you as the consultant now since you know everything. So yes, the answer is big yes, and we call it cultural mapping, and we have now given it a new, a little paradigm shift that we calling it Mera Gaon Meri Dharohar. We realize that unless you engage people at the village or panchayat level, because I mean we know about realities of India. Every village, every panchayat has something, which has history. It might not be very well maintained, but there might be a story associated with it. There might be people, who have musical instruments or many other things which are, getting in the form of we are on the verge of losing it. So we want local students and teachers to develop information about it, have pictures. So we want it more interactive rather than a top-down approach. We want Mera Gaon Meri Dharohar, of course, very robustly supported by high-end technologies like what you said, and then build a huge database and maybe link it with Google Maps. So if you are traveling from Delhi to wherever, so when you're passing a particular point, just pop-up might come up that 2 kilometers left there is this thing which was 2000 years old, and if you are interested. So it's a very ambitious target, but we've started working on it, and
Sure.
hopefully we'll be able to achieve it soon. On just one more sentence on AR VR. So since the pandemic was there, most of our ASI monuments and museums were closed. So what we have utilized this time frame is we have created virtual galleries in all our major museums. So for example, in the National Museum here next door in Delhi, all the galleries on Buddha, on East India Company paintings, on Central Asian Gallery, on Varanasi, everything is now virtual. So if you go to a site called NM is National Museum, nmvirtual.in, you can go through and navigate seamlessly through all the objects and paintings that are there in National Museums. In the Ajanta Gallery, we have done the AR VR also. So once the thing opens, you can go there. You can feel the paintings; they will come alive, and so we are experimenting with all that, and we intend to do it in all the museums across India.
Sure, and we are pretty sure it is going to be happening under your leadership pretty soon, sir. Taking the discussion forward on these enabling technologies, with these technologies comes the word innovation and startups, not just as a buzzword, but probably the need of the hour as well. Ashish, sir, what is your thought on what is the role that innovation and startups have to play for power as a sector? And also, if in case you can share your views on these new age technologies like IoT and blockchain and cloud are going to be playing for enhancing the capabilities that power sector can have and its expansion and reaching the targets, sir. Your views on this?
Well, innovation is a long-term process. It does not happen It may click, but it may take long time. I'll give you an example of solar energy. When it started, it almost costed 16 to 18 rupees per unit, and then gradually it was encouraged as a part of as a part of RPO, renewal purchase obligation. All discoms opposed it because they were forced to purchase 10% of their electricity at 16, 18 rupees per unit, while thermal was 3 to 4 rupees at the time. Now, gradually, since we continued with that and more technology started gaining ground and it developed, now we have gone below 2 rupees per unit. And it is getting a lot of acceptability all across the country. So innovation, as long as it's concerned, is sticking with a new idea, getting it, and then trying to give it space and time to take root and then flower. That is my take on it. And as far as the complete deployment of technology is concerned, modern technology, Internet of Things, yes, it is required, blockchain and this is requiring power. Power is produced centrally, generated centrally, and is distributed in crores and crores of households. And cannot be stored right now. Ideally, it should not be stored. Of course, we are working a lot on storage because solar energy, when we require during the night, is not available. So we have to have storage for it. But ideally, it's not stored. We generate and consume almost simultaneously. So to have that wider network, one of the widest, I'll say, in the country, we will have to adopt these new technologies. There's no way out. And maybe within 3 to 4 years, everything will be connected. To an extent, then I need not go to your house to disconnect your connection. Sitting in a control room, I should be in a position to supply you power or to disconnect it, depending on your payment. That's how I think.
So, it's music to my ears to hear that from you, sir. And indeed, it is one of the biggest networks in the entire world, and technology can power it to a huge extent. But so, when we're looking at this huge number of connections and utilization and distribution, data plays an extremely important role. Now, how important to you in terms of revenue modeling as well as the overall growth of power as a sector is data? So how is data-driven decision making as a thought for Ministry of Power and for you? And any interventions that you feel are happening right now or planned in this regard? And just to extend that thought, do you think that software as a service and cloud technologies will be enabling this entire thought of analytics and data lakes and data warehouses on the large number of data that you're going to be having? Would you probably at some point of time be evaluating how data-driven decision making is to be implemented with Ministry of Power? And do you think at some day probably Ministry would be interested to go open data and enable more research and development that can happen with the large amount of data that's available with you?
Certainly, I see right now this is work in progress. So it will not be proper to disclose everything till we achieve something and put it before the public. As in, I'll only say a lot of data gathering about the consumption pattern, about the generation is going on, and where we can intervene. For example, even today, out of the total energy consumption in India, only 14 to 15% is power. Rest of it is from other sources. A majority of it is coming from oil, which we have to import at very high cost from foreign countries. So we are collecting data. Second area is cooking. We have gone with the program Ujala. We have given LPG connections to households, but at the same time, we have increased our dependence on import because the LPG is mostly imported from other countries. And so it puts a huge cost on our exchequer. If we replace it with a power-based cooking system, the cost comes down by around 35 to 40%. And also our dependence on import will go down tremendously. So there are various other sectors also like this, mobility, cooking, and other areas where energy is consumed. we would like to use the data. And once we have collected it, once we have prepared it, then we roll out and then we'll share it with others.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Moving to Mr. Rohit Kumar Singh. Sir, what do you think is then with innovation being highlighted and agreed upon that's going to be needed, and with these new technologies that are going to be paving way for further developments that are going to be happening, what do you think is that one next big thing that India currently needs and what government needs to do for technology transformation and governance transformation altogether to be taken forward in India, sir? So you're on mute. I'm sorry, but if you could unmute yourself.
Sorry. So Ashish ji used a word about 15 minutes back called, called it disruption. Now, if you see by definition, governments are supposed to be status quoist. We are supposed to be in continuity. So I think we have to develop a new paradigm where governments welcome disruption of the good kind. So we are used to a way of doing things. I mean, both of us have done 30 plus years. There are systems, which are outdated. So we need, to be a little ruthless in just throwing away that thing and adopting a new technology. And, irrespective of the age of the person who is suggesting it or who is doing it, we should respect the innovation part. So our procurement systems, our implementation systems have to be made innovation friendly. We are all bound by laws and rules and regulations. And even though, we love to think out of the box, but before we start, doing it in the government, we think twice. What will the audit guys say? What will the vigilance guys say? Because innovation by, inherently means you're taking a risk. You are going out of the existing norms because you think it might succeed. It may succeed, it may not succeed. So our governance systems have to be tolerant of failure. A bankruptcy law. We didn't have a bankruptcy law till 3 years back, 4 years back. US had it. And so US, there was no stigma attached to a failed company. You start a company, you want to do something, it didn't work. You close that, declare it bankrupt, go and do the next company. Nobody will, you will not have on your CV a stigma attached that you were responsible for a failed company. No, you tried. So the important part is your systems, your processes have to be more acceptable to, as Ashish ji said, disruption, innovation, which is, means almost the same thing. Positive disruption is innovation. And we should be more tolerant of it. And especially the senior bureaucracy and the political executive should welcome with open arms, innovation in everything. Startup India is good, but Startup India is just one silo. There should be startup power, startup culture. Every ministry should have. There should be one. I mean, I'll stick my neck out. One joint secretary innovation should be there in every ministry. Why not? He should just focus on how to disrupt in a positive manner, and he should be given a free hand. I would love to be Ashish's joint secretary, disruption in power ministry. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. And it's wonderful to hear such innovative thoughts, sir. We are pretty sure that India is going to be moving ahead with such safe hands. Mr. Ashish Upadhyay, sir, what are your thoughts on this? What do you feel is going to be the next big thing that India needs and power sector needs altogether? And how are we going to be having this technology transformation or governance transformation lead the way forward to what it may be called as the India 2.0?
Manu, if you allow me to say, Roji has pointed out, I think in government, we should put customer first policy has to be adopted. If we think that we have to serve 120 crore people of this country, then only we can think of whatever works for it. I will borrow a phrase from British Prime Minister that I don't believe in left, I don't believe in right. I only believe in what works for my country. So technology agnostic is my approach. Technology has to be adopted. We cannot survive without it. And whatever technology works to make people more empowered, to make their life more easy, more comfortable, more prosperous, I would like to go with it. And number two, I would like to change the pace of adoption. I know when we started our service together, both of us, me and Rohiji, there were agitations on the street against computerization in the office. And it's so nice now, the same people coming and asking for latest models of computers. It has helped them, their work so much. Likewise, for all technology, I would like it should be implemented, adopted with fresh mind, and it should help empowering the people of my country. That's my approach in power sector and any sector. Because right now I'm also looking after the charge of Additional Secretary and FA of Niti Aayog, and there we have got a full-fledged institution working for it. But as Rohit has rightly said, it should have to be there in each department, in each government office, in each government servant's mentality. Only then we will be able to adopt.
Sure. Thank you very much for those views, sir. And it's wonderful to see that India is in safe hands like yours and Mr. Rohit Kumar Singh, sirs. We at AWS, just to share, as an organization, are highly committed towards innovation, disruption, and supporting India moving to the way forward. And with the AWS public sector completely aligned with the thoughts that you have just said, we look forward to collaborate with you and probably help you take this vision forward in some or all of your initiatives in any way that's possible. Thank you very much for sharing your views in here, sir. I'm pretty sure that the whole agenda of how technology transformation or how governance transformation is going to be the way forward, and how empowering citizens through transformational governance is indeed the way forward. We have discussed the message has gone to all the viewers that we have, and we are pretty sure that there are going to be some big things that are going to be happening in the future. Thank you very much for joining on this session, sir. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Manu, and I wish the summit all success. And I'm grateful to Electromedia for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just a minute. We would like to present speaker certificates to you from your busy schedule. You have spared time for this discussion, and it was really an interesting discussion, especially between the two batchmates, and we loved interaction. Mr. Ashish Upadhyay, Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor for Ministry of Power, Government of India. Thank you so much, Mr. Upadhyay, for being here. Mr. Rohit Kumar Singh, Additional Secretary of Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. And Mr. Manu Shukla, Head of Strategy, AWS, Amazon Internet Services. As always, wonderful moderation, Mr. Shukla. Thank you so much for accepting this request of moderating this session. And thank you for being here. And it was a lovely interaction. See you with another session audience. So here we are closing this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
So we'll be moving on with the next session, which is a presentation, an address by Mr. Murad Nurivi, IoT Business Development Manager, Kaspersky OS Kaspersky. He'll be talking about securing smart cities by cyber immune approach.
Let's start the session now. Krishnaji, if you can start the session.
Good morning once again, and a very warm welcome to Governance Leadership Summit, brought to you by Let's Technomedia and e-Governance magazine. Welcome, Mr. Marat Nurivi. We have a very special guest from Moscow today. Mr. Marat Nurivi is a business development manager, IoT business development manager in Kaspersky OS in Russia. This Governance Leadership Summit is a 2-day virtual conference which will be deliberating upon different aspects of transformational governance. We had a very eminent panel of speakers since morning in the day today, where senior officers from Government of India outlined their vision for a transformational governance and what would be the enablers which would help in this transformation of governance. So from the industry perspective, we are pleased to have with us this special guest, Mr. Marat Nuriyev, IoT Business Development Manager, Kaspersky, Moscow, Russia. So before I invite Mr. Marat to start his presentation, I will request Dr. Ravi Gupta to give him a word of welcome.
We are
Good morning.
delighted to have you with us, Marat. Thanks for joining us. It's an honor to have you. And I think our audience is eagerly waiting to listen to you about the latest security issues and how what are the solutions regarding cybersecurity. So over to you. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I'm representing Kaspersky company, and today I want to talk with you about smart cities from the point of view of cybersecurity. Let me share my screen now. Do you see it now? Krishna, it's okay?
Yes, we can.
So, in the beginning, I want to say a couple of words about our company. So we have been working on the cybersecurity market more than 20 years, and you might know our brand as a software company providing cybersecurity solutions or some antivirus protection for computers and endpoints. But we have a lot of industry-specific solutions for example, for industrial manufacturing, for smart cities, for IoT. And today I want to talk about this topic. So why we talk about smart cities usually? So it's a hot topic in the industry and around the world. So and in general, it can be considered as a concept where technology, with government and society, they join together for increasing of productivity of urban services, reducing the cost, reducing consumption, and finally improving the quality of life. This can be realized by using wide range of connected systems, which are processing and exchange data between different stakeholders, which may include some city administration, some transportation, other types of the services. And one of the key technologies of the smart city are IoT technologies. So it may consist of some networking technologies, cloud technologies, some specific devices. And these technologies can be used in any verticals which we can consider as a smart city, like e-government, smart transportation, smart homes, household management, and so forth. And we see the merging of digital system and real physical world. So everything that's around us started to be connected. So from one side, it brings benefits. So we see that the efficiency of the systems, organizations, and public administration increase. Everything that's surrounds us becomes more convenient and started working fast. However, it also brings risk now that the negative impact on the IT environment, on the digital systems, can directly affect our physical world. So this is like a simplified architecture of IoT node network that illustrates how physical objects can be connected to the cloud. But this is how our experts see the same picture. For attackers, for bad guys, the diverse nature of IoT systems opens up a lot of opportunities for attacks at all levels. So from cloud systems and data transmission networks to directly to IoT devices and field devices, controllers, or some video cameras. And in this scheme, there is no any single silver bullet solution that can protect against everything. So what do Kaspersky say, experts say about this? In the statistics of 2020, we see that the number of identified IoT threats increased, you see, the 10 times comparing with 2017. So we collect the statistics which we got using various tools. For example, we have a network of honeypots, IoT honeypots that every day register attempts to attack IoT devices. And we see that in our statistics that all these well-known names like Mirai, Reaper, Bashlight, malwares, they are not disappeared from IT environments, so they still continue to work and to be modified. If we take a look at the IoT malware more deeply, we see that 9 out of 10 of malicious programs exploit vulnerabilities in the Linux operating system. So Linux operating system is well known in IoT and in IT environment. This is the most popular operating system for embedded and IoT devices. And in this, we see that the Mirai group of the threats prevail. You see that most of the malwares using the vulnerabilities in this operating system. And it's also worth noting that in the past quarters, a new micro Trojan called Naya-Drop, it stopped the ranking. And the interesting fact that it's the file size of this malware is very small, just 500 kilobytes. So it means that this malware can infect very small Linux devices with a small amount of memory. And if we take a look at the statistics of the type of operating system used in active botnets, already infected the network of the IoT devices, we see that the majority of them are Linux machines. So our colleagues from the cybersecurity industry are finding the similar results. So for example, in the middle of 2020, a company from Israel, JSOF, they announced the discovery of new vulnerability called RIPL20. So this vulnerability affects TCP/IP software library that was developed by a company called Track. Track is a well-known company in industry domain and industrial manufacturing domain, and many companies use their libraries in their embedded devices. And they developed this library more than 20 years ago. And what is the main problem? That, in fact, this large number of the systems simply cannot be updated because they are very old, but they're still working. And currently, there is no solution for how to solve this problem. Another vulnerability discovered by Forescout company just in December 2020, in the end of the last year. It's very fresh vulnerability. They name it Amnesia 33. It is a set of 33 vulnerabilities that impact open source TCP/IP protocol stack. So this is open source. It means that these TCP/IP stacks can be used by many vendors and many developers. This in this environment, in these IoT devices, this library serves as a fundamental components. So this vulnerability primarily cause memory corruption. It will allow you to compromise devices, execute malicious code, and many other bad things. So according to Forescout, this protocol stack used by more than 150 vendors worldwide. And who is the main target? Who is the main objective for attacks in the smart city? So we can say that almost all smart city verticals are targets. So attacks can be focused on different domains, such as traditional IT and cloud infrastructure, endpoints and servers. And you may hear about ransomware attacks is the most rising threat for this domain. It also can be attacked, focused on the communication networks, IoT components and mobile applications, or some targeted attacks on the specific vertical, like the smart grid or smart transportation infrastructure. For example, influence on the traffic management system. So, in this, when all these systems are working together, so one subsystem can be used to get an access to another system, and so on and so forth. And there are many reasons why it happens, and one of them, it's as strange as it sounds, it's introduction of new technologies. So many companies use new technologies, new products, and they want to develop it as fast as possible, and they want to put it to the commercial use and get their market share. But they develop it with these devices without proper attention to the cybersecurity architecture. Sometimes all these devices may have fundamental vulnerabilities, which is very hard, or sometimes it's impossible to correct in the future. Another reason is complicated and this we call it heterogeneous systems. That means that a large number of different devices, solutions, old, new, they're working in one system, but without unified cybersecurity policy and architecture. Network connectivity. So all the IoT devices should have network connectivity, but from one side, it's main purpose for IoT to transfer the data to the cloud, but from another side, it opens opportunity for bad guys to find the vulnerabilities inside of this channel, and they can use these channels to attack these devices and use it for their purpose. Software updates is also can be an issue, especially for IoT devices. When you install your device on some remote site and you forget them about if it's working, you forget about it for many years. What kind of software updates we have for this? What kind of vulnerabilities? Nobody knows. So, but as we know, a lot of most of the producers, they release software updates every year, every half year. So, but in IoT, users are very slow to install it. And software update procedures also can be attacked. We call it as a supply chain attack, when attackers change the firmware, original firmware, to the infected one and distribute it for the whole network. And there are many other reasons, like organizational issues with slow incident response, lack of coordination between different departments during the cyber incident, and many other unknown vulnerabilities. And let's take a look at some examples, which is collected by our experts during the last years. And first case is about vulnerabilities in video cameras. So there was a case in Moscow, cyber attacks on the traffic police cameras in Moscow region, and more than 100 cameras was disabled by using vulnerabilities in operating systems of these cameras. And they was out of service for 5 days, and only one way was to recover it, directly go to each camera and change their storage. And during this period, the police didn't get any information about traffic violations. Maybe for some persons who driving very fast, it's good, but for public safety, for sure, it's a very bad situation. And our expert made a special research about video cameras vulnerabilities and came to conclusion that many cameras have no any protection from attacking or transmitted data falsification. The cameras usually, it's not a simple device. It's they have a powerful CPU, they have a GPU on board, and they have own operating system with multiple applications. We can consider it as an endpoint in some microcomputer. So, and they usually use some common operating systems like Linux with all the vulnerabilities which come with this operating system. And some of them are using wireless connectivity that makes possible to perform different attack scenarios, for example, man-in-the-middle attack. And the main conclusion that there is no need to be very skilled attack. So the barrier for the qualifications is become very, very low. So the persons with some average technical skills and qualification can perform this kind of attack. Another example from traffic control infrastructure. This is about the traffic sensors that's usually mounted on the pools, and these sensors counting the number of the cars on the road in each lane, detect their average speed, and send this data to the traffic control center, for example. And this is very precise information used by police, by traffic control departments. And it's not like Google or some Google Maps you use. This is a very precise information. And our experts have conducted a special research about these traffic sensors and find out that some of the sensors use the additional wireless interface like Bluetooth for configuration or for some software update. You know, it was done just for the engineering stuff. They no need to go to the pool and directly connect to the sensor, just use wireless smartphone. Smartphone is Bluetooth to update some firmware or change the configuration. And usually this interface must be disabled after the installation, but we see that most of these devices are still working with Bluetooth interface. And there is a scenarios when the bad guys can do some sensor reconfiguration or some data tampering and affect the traffic data. So the traffic control center will receive wrong data for them. Maybe it's not a big problem, but finally, we don't know how this information can be used, and maybe they can influence on some traffic lights systems or other road equipment. So vulnerabilities in the smart homes and the smart buildings. So we can say that these systems are vulnerable, still vulnerable. And we have a special team who's studying the threats in the industrial systems, and we consider building automation systems and building energy management systems as like industrial systems. And this we see that in these systems the potential attack surface is much more bigger because these systems use the same network, or they use some public IP connections and so on and so forth. So the quantity of infected devices inside of this system is much more higher comparing with industrial systems. And there is an example when, for example, one of the manufacturer of smart locks, smart home solutions, they has realized unsuccessful firmware update and has managed to block all the entry resource to hundreds of their customers. And another case, for example, from Russia, we have last year Russian government issued a regulation when that all the systems, all the heating gas, personal gas heating system at homes must be equipped with a smart meter. Immediately from that moment, participants of the cyber criminal firms started actively to study how to hack these systems, how to tamper the data, how to falsificate this data, or use these smart systems to infect them and make them as a botnet. And the last example is about ransomware attacks. And you may have heard about this headache for the city administrations, especially in US. In last 4 years, this type of attacks increased many times. And till now, industry analysis and experts detected more than 2,000 attacks on the municipal organizations. And the cost of the hundreds of them is close to 1 billion already. So in Kaspersky statistics, we see that the number of modifications of the ransomware increased year by year on 26%. And you may know this. Some of the cases, like in Baltimore city in US, the city government was attacked by ransomware called Robin Hood, and they blocked all the city services. And the officials refused to pay the ransom, but they have spent more than 18 million US dollars to restore, and more than 3 months to restore their IT equipment. So what we should do in this case? We understand that the smart city is a dynamically developing concept in many countries, and nobody stopped it, and it's good for our life. But our analysis of the incidents involving all the components of the smart city shows that most of them could have been prevented with the right approach, with the right principles for design of the systems, and taking into account requirements for cybersecurity from the beginning, not after the system already installed. So the main recommendations from our company is like to establish the right principles for long-term cybersecurity architecture for the smart city. And these principles may include the organizational principles like standardization, like education, professional threat analysis, and technological. It means that what we're doing now, it's about the implementation of cyber protection for the cloud, for the endpoints, for the servers. But it's still not enough. It's still not enough because we understand that attacking tools will be always one step ahead of the protection tools. So it's like a defense and attacking weapons. So that's why we want to change the situation. And Kaspersky started to promote the new paradigm called cyber immune systems. What does mean cyber immunity, cyber immune systems? First, it means that the solution must be immune to all the potential attacks. It should work without any additional protection, without additional protection tools, which we should put on the top. So this should be immune to potential attacks. Second one, the cost of attack on the cyber immune systems must be dramatically higher comparing with benefits from this attack. So we should make our system will be not attractive for the attackers. They will switch to another work or to another target. So this the cost of attack should be much more higher. And how to achieve this goal? So one of the methods and one of the platform which we presenting for our partners and our customers is our own Kaspersky operating system. We see that without own OS, it's impossible to build really cyber immune solutions. And this systems is it's different comparing with the common systems like Linux. It's fully secured by design inside of, it's developed from the scratch from Kaspersky. It has special architecture with all the cybersecurity mechanisms inside, and it's and the main idea is that this devices and solutions based on Kaspersky OS will have trusted behavior. So if a device designed to be a smart meter or logic controller or some gateway, it should work always like this. It shouldn't be changed. It cannot be changed to some part of the botnet or some proxy server for some attack. And one of the solutions we already used in the project is our IoT secure gateway based on Kaspersky OS. It's our first really world first device based on immune operating systems. So it can protect themselves without additional protection tools, but also can protect the external environment and the environment behind of this gateway from the internal or external attacks. So, and we have already tested this approach in many projects in Russia and worldwide, and Europe, in Middle East. So we already use it in smart city environments, in the video surveillance systems and industrial domain. And just a couple of words about our projects in Russia. It's our flagship project in Orenburg city, where we used our solutions to protect building energy management systems, like BEMS systems. So this system used by municipal managers in Orenburg to control cost and leaks in the municipal buildings, such as schools, hospitals, and residential buildings. And we have analyzed all the potential attack vectors, and we identified that these systems can be attacked from many places, from the many angles. And we offered the comprehensive solutions to protect the systems on all the levels. But the main new part is that we provide these systems gateway on the field to protect the field network without any antivirus, which need to be installed on the smart meters or some field equipment. So, in conclusion, I want to say that smart cities is a fast developing concept over the world, but with new technologies introduction, it's like an infinite cycle. New technologies introduction, we will meet new cybersecurity challenges. So that's why we want to call everyone to consider a long-term cybersecurity strategy based on new principles called cyber immune. So that's all from my side.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Marat Nurivi, for taking us through this insightful talk on securing smart cities by cyber immune approach. With the India's ambitious smart cities mission and a rapid urbanization program, we do hope that these solutions would be handy while the transformation of India is underway in the 21st century. So you did mention a couple of points in your presentation, Mr. Marat. One quick question, as I said that India is on a massive path of urbanization with its smart cities mission, under which hundreds smart cities are being developed throughout the country. What, according to you, how is IoT redefining the future of governance in the Indian scenario? What is the potential of IoT in redefining the future of governance in the Indian context?
So IoT, especially in big cities clusters, it's I think this is one of the must-have technologies which need to be introduced to improve the quality of people's life, especially in this not a bad time, I can say that with the COVID pandemic, some organizations or people they have no possibility to go to some to work or do some remote have to do some remote task and work. So that's why these IoT systems can help to handle with this situation when you need to collect the data and you need to control some systems remotely and react on some incidents on the remote side. So this is it may help to improve this productivity of all the systems in the city, and it's also changing the behaviors of the people. You know, when you have this video surveillance system connected to some video analytics, if you have connected with some government services, and it may possible for some persons, for the citizens to get city services in a very short time in a very convenient way. So it's improved the attractiveness of the city. It improved the investment attractiveness of the city. So there are many indicators that will be improved by introduction of this technology. So, and from the economical point of view, I think that it's also good for the city because when we calculate some ROI, return of investment with our customers, we see that it's really possible to get the benefits from the systems, and not in 10 years, but really it's possible to get ROI in a much more short time.
Thank you, Mr. Marat. Your presentation also took us through some infinite world of opportunities in which technology can be leveraged in the smart city space. As and when the digitalization increases, there is also a possibility of cyber attacks and data breaches, which has been seeing an increase of late. So according to you, how Kaspersky is extending its support to the government and institutions in safeguarding their data and systems? A quick answer, please.
Yes, we have special teams and special persons who work with the governments and closely and help them to deal with these cyber incidents and the cyber attacks. And we also have some special programs. For example, during the pandemic time, when just it starts last year, our company announced that we provide cyber protection for hospitals and medical organizations free of charge for the couple of months during this pandemic time. let them work without any incidents. And on the government level, especially for example in Russia, we have very close cooperation with some local vendors, with some government covered owned producers, to let them use some technologies for cyber protection inside of their solutions and devices from the beginning, when they just started to produce some solutions for the mass market. And for sure, we're providing a wide range of the professional services and consultings and trainings for our customers, including B2G partners, customers.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bharat Nurivi. We do hope that with the increasing urbanization in India, and there is a need for greater collaborative partnership between the private sector, between the government of India, between the Indian states, so as to realize the vision of 21st century India, wherein we are having a vision of developing 100 smart cities. So we do hope that more and more such a collaborative partnership comes up between the private sector, public sector, and the governments. So this was Mr. Marat Nuri, IoT Business Development Manager from Kaspersky OS, who was giving a special presentation on securing smart cities by cyber immune approach. So before I conclude this session, may I request my backend team to present a certificate of participation to Mr. Marat. So this certificate of participation is for Mr. Marat Nuri, our guest from Russia. He is an IoT Business Development Manager in Kaspersky. Thank you, Mr. Marat, for joining us in this special session.
Thank you, Krishna. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना एक रुतबा खड़ा किया है और भारत इसके बात के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं। और ये मेरा साथ मैं हमेशा कहता आया हूं, आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया टू
Industrial enterprises and critical infrastructures are subject to constantly escalating numbers of cyber attacks, causing serious economic and societal damage. These attacks often aim at disturbing or interrupting technological processes. However, espionage or fraud, though less immediately destructive, can also cause crippling corporate damage. So how do attacks start? Office-based employees opening phishing mails or accessing suspicious websites via unprotected internet connections can unwittingly provide the attacker with, for example, remote access credentials to penetrate through to the industrial network. Attacks initiated within the industrial facility itself can often be traced to employees with access to industrial equipment or to suppliers or service providers violating the company's network isolation requirements. Industrial IoT scenarios are about to significantly increase this attack surface. Kaspersky Industrial Cybersecurity, KICS, is a holistic solution based on technologies and services that provide simultaneous protection against cyber incidents in different elements of industrial systems, including SCADA servers, HMI, engineering workstations, PLC or IED, and network communications. KICS is certified by leading industrial automation vendors and doesn't negatively impact on technological processes. KICS comprises two security modules. KICS for Networks provides industrial network monitoring and anomaly detection for technological processes, integrating non-intrusively into industrial networks. This module enables the detection of hidden attacks and potential threats like unauthorized communications and new device connections, network attacks detected via IDS, malicious commands to controllers and other devices, technological process parameter changes. KICS for Nodes is designed specifically to protect against threats at operator level, particularly in SCADA and historian servers, engineering workstations, and HMI. Security technologies applied are application whitelisting, device usage control, industrial anti-malware including ransomware protection, host-based firewall, integrity check of PLC projects. KICS components are managed via the Kaspersky Security Center single management console, giving operators optimum control, administrative ease, and operational transparency. Centralized management simplifies security control procedures not just inside the industrial infrastructure, but throughout the corporate IT domain. KICS can also send event-related data to other systems like CMs, MESs, and business intelligence solutions, as well as helping detect, counter, and investigate cyber attacks. Detailed industrial network monitoring supports predictive maintenance. Services form an important part of the KICS solution. These include training and awareness programs that cover every area of the workforce, from security specialists to senior management. Threat reports and analytics from our ICS Cyber Emergency Response Team. Industrial cybersecurity assessment, including penetration testing. Integration services, and incident response. Taking a holistic approach to industrial cybersecurity, from precautions against potential.
Hello and welcome everyone. This is Harshal Desai on behalf of Illets Technomedia Private Limited. Welcome you all to Governance Leadership Summit, which is being hosted on this beautiful virtual platform on 17th and 18th June. In this particular session, we have assembled to discuss leveraging technology to turn vision into reality. We are really very glad to have eminent panel with us, and I'd like to introduce them to our audience. We will be joined here by Mr. B. Sundar, Special Secretary, IT, Electronics and Communication Department, Government of Andhra Pradesh. We have already been joined by Mr. Manoj Kumar Mishra, Secretary, Department of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of Odisha. Welcome, sir. Kumar Vinit, sir, Special Secretary and Managing Director, Department of IT and Electronics and Uttar Pradesh Development System Corporation Limited, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Thank you so much for joining, Mr. Vinit Kumar. We have a very special speaker with us also, Jenny Jain, Head of Public Affairs Asia Pacific from Kaspersky. She has joined us from Moscow. Welcome, Jenny Jain, to this panel discussion. And we have Sapna Ahuja, Chief Operating Officer of MapMy India. Thank you so much, everyone, once again for joining us. I'll just take one more minute to just set a context for this panel discussion. That we all know with Digital India Mission, Indian government ecosystem has remarkably adopted newer technologies to turn vision of ensuring good governance into reality. As the government announced, it is ensuring that the government services are made available to citizens electronically by improved online infrastructure and by increasing internet connectivity and making the country digitally empowered in the field of technology. India has certainly come a long way in the area of digital transformation. However, not yet come of an age. And there are a number of areas which still needs technology penetrations. Some of these components are cybersecurity, data privacy, and transparency. Collaborations with global tech giants, swift procurement strategies, and comprehensive policy framework are some of the subjects, some of the issues that we still have to work upon. And to talk on these subjects, we have an expert panel here. And in the first round, I'd like to seek opening remark from all our esteemed panelists on this particular subject, leveraging technology to turn vision into reality. And I'll like to start with Mr. Manoj Kumar Mishra, Secretary, Department of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of Odisha. Over to you, sir. Your opening remark on the significance of the subject of the panel discussion.
Thank you so much, Hansalji, for having me on this platform. I am not new to ELETS. I think I was there in the last year's Governance Leadership Summit, and it is a pleasure on my behalf to be here on your platform. Wish you all the best for the 2 days summit that you are having on 17th and 18th. Let me come back straight to the point of discussion. I come from the government. I think I see my colleague from UP, Vinit ji, also there. He will probably bear me out. The challenge to convert vision into reality is immense in the government field, mainly because the level of data integrity we have, the level of information integrity we have is quite low in the governance sector. And we have many departments, many layers, and to bring all of them to one platform at which you will be able to leverage technology is the hardest thing. In fact, as we say, every cloud has a silver lining. And if the cloud was COVID-19, the silver lining was the IT departments all across. Nobody used to give us as much importance before as we are getting now. I can see Jenny nodding her head. I can understand very well. I tried to get many licenses from Kaspersky only because people are now in need and they have felt it. So this pandemic has been a boon to us. We cannot really say that we should be thankful, but then at least we should be able to leverage some positivity out of such a bad episode that the entire humanity has faced over the last 1.5 years. Right. When we talk about challenges in terms of bringing from vision to reality, I'll give 2 examples in my state so that at least the audience is clear about the kind of challenges we face. When this present government under the leadership of CM Sri Naveen Patnaik ji took oath in 2019 for the 5th term, at that time we had two big announcements. First was on his oath-taking ceremony only he stated that I don't want my citizen to come to government offices unless it is constitutionally or legally mandated. So this was a statement, one single statement encompasses a vision document for all of us. Now, how can government decide that people should not visit government offices? How is it possible? And you know that the kind of challenges we have to bring in electronic platform to public is immense. In fact, part of the state doesn't have still mobile network because of the tribal areas and the mountainous ranges that we have in the state. So to bring that vision into reality, the only way we could have done, and we have done, I can proudly share that we have done pretty well in that aspect. Would not say that we have done it all, but at least 60-65% we have already met in last 2 years, only thanks to technology. In fact, a country like India, which has challenges everywhere. You look at any field, you will have challenges. The only way to surpass those challenges is by using technology. There is no other way to deal with this. Just imagine if Reliance Jio would not have come, then so many people would not have been connected with government. Today, everyone has a phone, a digital device in their hands, and we take advantage of that. I told you that I'll give you two examples. I'll keep my initial brief very short. I'll just give two examples. One is that that people will not visit the government offices. When it was said, so we had to every department. We have about 46 departments. I think Vinay would also know in UP maybe a little more. And with that, so many corporations which are giving out the government services to public. Now we had to do a business process re-engineering in each department about each of those services, and we came out with almost about 480 services which needed to be automated. Now automation challenge is manifold. So technologically you can give a solution very quickly, but making that technology available to people is another challenge altogether. So we came up with something called as Mo Seva Kendras. So what we did was, in every GP, we created a physical brick and mortar government aided facility. So the person in the village will not have to travel. Say, for example, a district can be 300 kilometers in width. So somebody doesn't have to travel 300 kilometers or 200 kilometers to come to the district headquarters. So he or she can avail government services which are available online at a place which is nearest, maybe maximum 10 kilometers away. So every gram panchayat, so we have about 7,000 odd gram panchayats in the state. Every gram panchayat, we intend to have one Mo Seva Kendra. So that is a service center for all citizens. That will be so that at least any, because the knowledge in terms of digital technology itself is not available demographically across. So when people are given mobile phones also, many do not know how to utilize a mobile phone. Many do not know how to download an app. Many do not know the challenges in terms of the data security. They may be sharing something that for which they would get into trouble. So at least we have a physical unit in each of the gram panchayats to serve that. In urban areas, that was not a challenge, because urban areas, more or less, people are tuned to absorbing technology far more easier. So that was one which we could do, where the vision could get translated and is being translating into reality. And the second one was, I wanted to talk about, which we did somewhere around 2018, a scheme called Kalia. It is a farmer income augmentation scheme. So when we think in terms of it, and I must share with my colleagues here that this scheme was the first in the country for farmers. The PM Kisan Yojana, which rolled out for the entire country, came about 4 months after the Kalia got launched. And the challenges we saw at that time is that the data on agricultural people, the farmers, that itself is a questionable data. Now you have a scheme where you need to give, let's say, 5,000 rupees every 6 months to a farmer who is having a cut-off land limit of 5 hectares. Now, which farmer has more than 5 acres, who has less than 5 acres? That itself, the set of data was questionable. So once the leadership, the political leadership, gives that challenge and puts that vision up, that this is what is to be done, then we had to use technology. Now, in government sectors, many of the schemes take 2 years, 3 years to get grounded.
Yes.
But here we did in 45 days, in which what we did, we activated our panchayat system. And everywhere what we did was that we called for information as to self-declaration of farmers, and we pasted that information in the villages itself. So if I see that my neighbor's name is there and he doesn't have land, or he has more land than adequate, I should be able to report that this is not right.
Right.
So using the same population, we could weed out. We had application, you would not believe, 90 lakh applications we received in 30 days. And the challenges of being Secretary IT to be able to keep the systems up was immense. We didn't know that we will get that much of traffic, so to speak. But once we could roll out that at the village level, we weeded out almost about 30 to 33 lakh people who were not eligible otherwise. And that scheme could be launched where through DBT, through direct beneficiary accounts, we 12,000 crore rupees on one instant, Honorable CM could press one button and that money could go. That's one of the largest money outgo in a second in the country had seen at that point of time. So, in a nutshell, what I wanted to say is that the challenges should be many in terms of when we think of realizing the vision that we set out for ourselves. But the way to do it at the current stage is using technology at its best.
Yes. Rightly said, sir. You highlighted various important points, and I will definitely ask you some related questions to those points. I'll go to Shri Vinit Kumarji and would request you, sir, to for your opening remark and how do you see the state of Uttar Pradesh leveraging technology for the benefit of masses in the state?
Thank you so much. With the due permission from Manoj sir, I would quote one of his important line that is said, that we are trying to surpass challenges by using technology.
Right.
So the ecosystem in UP, as we see, is we are focusing on faceless administration. As faceless the administration can be, as transparent it can be, as secure it can be, and services will be beneficial to the society. Secondly, our challenges is to allow these services to be availed to at the user's end at its own place. So we have an establishment of common service centers at all the places. In each and every revenue village of Uttar Pradesh, we have one common center or the other. And then we are using penetration of fiber optics in a beautiful manner, and we have already penetrated it by at least 60% in our village area. Then we are entering into cybersecurity framework as well. Recently, we have got in touch with NCCC also, so that we can have our data center also incorporated in the cybersecurity framework. We are trying to develop a cybersecurity lab over here so that we can give services, give information, because information is the most important thing, not just DDoS attacks and big worms, but various aspects of mobile applications as well, which are to be used, which are not to be used, and things like that. Then we have our interventions on policies of IT, on manufacturing electronic goods. We have our data center policy, which is rolling out very soon. The policy is already there. We are into the implementation part. So to summarize in the entire perspective, we are taking the entire ecosystem of Uttar Pradesh at two levels. One is G2C, which has to be faceless, as smooth as it can be, and as near to the user as it can be. The user is, of course, the common citizen. Second is G2B. We are trying to make government to business operations as seamless as it can be, as transparent as it can be. Recently, we had launched our the oxygen plants which are being set up, that is also on the IT platform. Very soon, we are going to have a national digital health mission program also coming up in UP. In fact, it's coming up everywhere. It is coming up in UP as well. So in the entire scenario, the G2C and G2B are the one part that we are catering to. And third most important thing is direct benefit transfer. So we are trying to incorporate technology as much as we can into direct benefit transfer, so that the common mass doesn't have to suffer, doesn't have to go to one place or the other, be it agriculture department, be it labor department, be it landless labor, be it migrant labor, be it health services, be it anything. Mani Mukhyamantri Helpline has been a very, very effective platform and IT intervention in this regard. So to conclude, Uttar Pradesh is trying to develop an ecosystem which is transparent, secure, and faceless. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vinit Kumar. So would like to go to Jenny. Jenny, you heard both Manoj sir and Vinit sir, and it's quite evident that the use of technology in times of pandemic has probably scaled up, and it will be like this. Departments are going to use and make the most of available technology in different operations. Now the question to you is, how increased use of technology and cloud, as Vinit sir mentioned, how increase of use of technology and cloud has increased demand and attention for strong cybersecurity implementations, and how significant it is to continuously adopt latest cybersecurity mechanism?
Thanks for that. Thanks for that question, Harshal. First of all, thank you to ELEX for inviting me to this very important and timely conference. Also honored to be speaking alongside very distinguished fellow speakers at today's panel discussion. So to start off, I would just like to say that I share the sentiments of the urgency and the relevance of these topics being discussed, not just in this particular panel discussion, but also during the next 2 days, from technology, solutions, and governance, all of which are fostered through bringing together policymakers and stakeholders from various central and state government agencies to share experiences like what we are having today in this panel on governance and on how to foster innovation. Of course, the overarching theme of this touches on a variety of technologies: AI, machine learning, data, digital India, and safe and secure cities. All of these topics at this time may get lost during this season of deep pandemic that we are in, regardless of which city, which country you're located in currently. But these topics, I think, remain just as relevant and important as we grapple with adjusting, still adjusting, sadly, still adjusting to new norms and new ways of living. So to answer your question on increased use of technology and cloud and how it's increased demand and attention for strong cybersecurity implementations, I cannot answer that question without touching a little bit, at least, on the digital and threat landscape. So if I may just very quickly share that, really based on my experience, the landscape has evolved, of course, with the advent of new and emerging technologies such as AI, blockchain, cloud computing, and even the possibility of quantum computing. And all of this has transformed businesses, revolutionizing operations, enabling smaller micro businesses and startups to grow rapidly. With these new technologies and the digital transformation, we're also seeing an emergence of increased threats to cybersecurity. Cyber attacks, zero-day exploits from state-sponsored actors to opportunistic cyber criminals have really been on the rise. For India specifically, the cyber threat is very real. I'm sure I'm not the only one who knows and thinks that way. It has only grown with COVID-19, in fact, right? So according to data from Indian Computer Emergency Response Team CERT India, I read that nearly 1.2 million cases of cyber attacks were reported in 2020 alone. And that's nearly up to perhaps 3 times from the year before. So I think with continued reliance on technology during the pandemic, as well as adoption of 5G in the near future, critical sectors and critical infrastructure need to be protected from cybersecurity threats. And of course, the private sector, from which I speak and represent, I think, on this panel at least, is also not immune from these threats. At issue is not just the loss of competitive information, such as patents, and your intellectual property, also loss of employees or customers' private data, which is very valuable, but also a company's, how should I put it, the company's DNA, the company's brand, which are very valuable assets, and which really rests on aspects such as IP, your intellectual property, and connected supply chains as well. So these are our company's most precious assets. So some recent estimates suggested that 1 in 2 Indian companies have experienced a data breach involving the loss or theft of more than 1,000 records containing sensitive or confidential customer or business information in the past 2 years alone. And so we have seen recent instances also of data breaches of millions of users of Indian companies.
Yes.
So the challenge is both widespread and local, and will require granular cybersecurity solutions.
Right, right. Rightly said, Jenny. Thank you so much. And we have been now joined by Mr. B. Sundar, Special Secretary, IT, Electronics and Communications, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Welcome, Mr. B. Sundar.
Thank you, Governance Now. Thank you for inviting me and giving us an opportunity to express our. Thank you.
Thank you. I was seeking opening remark from all the esteemed panelists, Mr. B. Sundar, and would like to ask you also that please share an opening remark on this subject on leveraging technology to turn vision into reality, and how is Andhra Pradesh leveraging advanced tools and mechanism to improve the overall governance in the state.
Once again, I thank Governance Leadership Summit 2021 for articulating our thoughts on this subject. Post-bifurcation in 2014-15, since we were a small, nimble state, we went the full hog with adopting technologies to a wide variety of tasks. In fact, all of you must also be aware that we were one of the first states to begin with the real-time government system, where we used a plethora of technologies, including AI, lots of IoT, both of the consumer and the industrial IoT varieties, and certain amount of artificial intelligence tools to help us with crime monitoring, to help us with monitoring of the government programs, helping us with mundane tasks like ensuring whether street lights are on in every part of the state, and so on and so forth. But there were a lot of ground tasks also that needed to be done, which we discovered in our digital journey some 3 to 4 years later. For example, 38 to 39 departments, they use citizens' data, which are fragmented and stored in various places. In the sense, and I'm quite sure that this is the case with many other states, we don't have a common citizens repository. In the sense, ideally it should be a golden data. It should be a single source of truth, so that we do not have too much of access for tampering it, because the scope for tampering citizens' data to avail government benefits is immense. And these leakages were very difficult to spot. It is just like a cybersecurity scenario where you always have to be one up to find out what the hackers are doing. And at the higher level, we conceive of so many strategies, algorithms to counter this. But at the ground level, the common man with little access to technology, the citizen service providers, they are quite street smart. And we have seen that unknown to ourselves and unknown to even UIDI, there are a lot of instances where citizens have very easily changed their date of birth, their other access credentials to avail of the benefits. To plug these leakages, it has taken us quite some time. And we realized that the first task that needs to be done at the ground level, it is not to bring in hyper technologies, not to go in for all the expensive technologies, but to strengthen basic data, have one common golden truth, source of truth, so that all the departments, they make use of this golden data, which we store with adequate cyber protocols. This is something we have been lacking, and we realized this 2 to 3 years back, and we are in the process of building it. That said, once that stumbling block is done, this does not require too much of monetary resources. We also realized that, but what we realized is because of the volume of services which we need to extend, 500 services, very critical government to citizen and citizen to citizen services, like availing of caste certificates, request for motorcycle driving license, a disabled man asking for a slot for his ailment or her ailment in a local primary health center. These are all small requests, but matters a lot to the citizen. And sitting here, speaking to you now, I cannot say it's a matter of shame, but in our state, 42% of the citizens are still not availing benefits because they do not have access to smartphones, they do not have access to internet. We are struggling with telecom internet service providers to help us with installing telecom towers so that these citizens are also included and at least get their data into the golden zone. That also we are not able to do in spite of our struggle. I'm being very candid. I don't know about other states, but this is the state of affairs. We realize this huge problem. We acknowledge it and we are working towards it. And as a positive side, I should say that in the last 2 years, we have decreased this inclusivity percentage from something like 48 to something like 39. It doesn't sound much. It may not even be statistically significant. But what I'm trying to say is getting these lost persons into our digital journey is quite a task because the urban people are already there and they are hankering for more. But to ask them to wait, to get our brethren also into the digital fold is a time taking. So that way, we are the IT department now, like taking vision. The theme was quite interesting. So the nub of my long exposition is IT departments cannot function in isolation. We need to partner with the telecom department. We need to partner with the communication department to bring all this. Because whatever ML, AI, I'm all saying they are just 100 to 1,000 lines of code which exist in the whole IT setup. You need the infrastructure, you need the people, you need the beneficiaries, you need to ensure that what all we are delivering goes and sits in the right, goes and satisfies the citizen. As I am talking to you now, I just saw an email, a person who has written about a certificate which he wanted 4 to 5 mails and none of us were able to answer. Look, that is an ordinary email that also we are not being able to do. We are not being able to automate these processes. and finding out one by one, and what I mean to say is even in a well-developed state like us, the citizen service delivery is handled by one department, IT core, like telecommunication infrastructure is handled by another department. You have towers, telecom towers, fiber net systems that is handled by another industrial infrastructure. Then you have energy department that has to supply energy to all this and we have to ensure seamless. So to take all of this together and deliver the service to the common man and to ensure that he doesn't keep running around writing emails and saying that we are not yet coming to digital. Look, a person who is not even able to write an email or SMS, and if we are not able to understand her problems, then what are we doing? So to translate vision into reality, my first and only submission to this August House is we have to understand how all our other departments are functioning, take them together and sit with them and cobble out. First is a single source of data, and then is to ensure how many of the citizens are left behind and try to get them into the fold. The second aspect is costing. And we have not been able to come to a standardization of cost, which I keep articulating in forums like this. And also I keep saying with the governments at the center, we need a template so that we have a common costing because India, after all, the geography is similar, the density requirement of telephones, the operators are similar. So there is no different reason why costs for delivering the services also should not be similar. But unfortunately, it is not so. I, being a researcher, when I did this, I was shocked to find that there is a 200% variation for delivery of the same service across states. So it is something which is troublesome and we are unable to do anything about it. So with these two insights, I don't think I should take much of your time. Thanks for anyway giving me this opportunity.
Very, very interesting points you highlighted, Mr. B. Sundar, and there are associated questions which, of course, I would like to ask you in the next round. Before I do that, I'd like to go to Sapna Ahuja, and Ms. Sapna Ahuja is Chief Operating Officer at MapMine India. would like to ask Ms. Ahuja, what expertise Map My India brings to the table, and how are you associating with the governments across the country to strengthen the tech ecosystem?
Sure. So let me start by giving my regards to all the distinguished speakers in this panel. It's been an honor to be part of this panel. And so coming to a question, Harshil, regarding what Map My India's expertise has been and what we bring to the table when it comes to leveraging technology for better governance and for the government in India. So we have been building maps, detailed maps, comprehensive, accurate maps of the country for last many years. It's been 25 years now. These are ready-to-use maps which can be used by any government corporate organization. And clearly, I mean, all the speakers have established the fact that digital transformation is crucial for the growth of the country, growth of the citizens, for better lives, better sustainability in the country. What we strongly feel is the digital for digital transformation to happen, a geospatial transformation also is very, very crucial, very, very critical. So I heard some of the speakers talking about the challenges that we face in consolidating multiple data sets at one place. So, you know, a lot of those technologies, a lot of those systems can actually be put together in a comparatively, I won't say it's easy, but in a comparatively easier way by use of the geospatial technologies. Because today the geospatial technology is not just about looking at maps. It is about you know, having intelligent maps that can process your data, that can give you a single window to analyze various attributes, to basically stitch the information coming from different departments, different sectors, be it health, be it education, be it let's say the rural development or urban affairs, putting all this together and making sense out of it, being able to do evidence-based decision making. So that's really very critical, and what we think that we can bring to the table for any government organization to use. So historically, I mean, for last many years, we have been working very closely with various government departments at state, at center, and at city level as well. And you know, even going across sectors. So like I said, we engage with health. So I'll give you an example of what we've been doing in this pandemic times. So April 2020, when kind of, I think towards the March end, the pandemic hit India. So from that day onwards, Map My India has been constantly making the live information available to all citizens of India, live information related to where the containment zones are, where the treatment centers are, where the health facilities are, where you can actually go and get vaccinated. We've been doing this all through, you know, last 1.5 years, and we've been working with various state and center governments and even cities to help them use this hyper-local real-time data sets for their ingestion. So that's on the data and the live data front. In addition to that, there are multiple solutions, so be it multimodal transportation, multimodal logistics, or if we talk about taxation, how taxation can be made more transparent, how that can be it property tax, be it GSTN, be it your income tax, how those processes can be made more transparent, how the government organizations are able to see that there is no tax evasion or there is minimal tax evasion, and they can reap the benefit out of it. So being involved with various departments at different levels with the help of our maps, our IoT, and geospatial analytical capabilities. And we would love to keep doing that to make sure that, you know, the lives in India for citizens of India keeps becoming better, safer, more fun rather than facing challenges also.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Ahuja. We will, of course, come to you again with other questions. I'd like to go to Manoj Kumar Mishra, sir. Sir, you mentioned one statement that Honorable CM of Odisha made, that they want people not to come very frequently to government offices for for various services. But what I want, and Vinitji also spoke about faceless government. So, but still, we see a lot of people not approaching government departments digitally. There are people who still want to go physically, even if they want to submit electricity bill, they will prefer that they'll go to the center, they will submit the hard cash, and they'll get the receipt, right? Is there is there any trust factor among masses? Do they think that while doing this transaction digitally, they may end up in some trouble, or even if the electricity bill is just 200 rupees, they may lose it, right? So is there any trust factor, and if so, how government should address this to encourage more and more people adopt this digital mechanism, and convey this message to them that these are very safe uh, transaction mechanism and they can adopt it?
Fantastic question, Ansel. It is obvious that the trust deficit is very strong for new technologies. There are people who are good at adopting technologies on first go, but there are many. The majority would always stay back, wait, see what is going wrong, and then they will adopt it. Now, if you take out any newspaper, you will see only the negative news will come first. So what will come is that somebody has been looted 20,000 rupees from his credit card, or somebody has been looted something out of this. So people read this. People don't read that a million people are actually doing transactions without any issues. Now, with that kind of an environment that we live in today, it is but natural. If you ask your parents, if I ask my parents, they will be very hesitant to pay online. But there is a way to get rid of this. Now, what we are doing, I think Mr. Sundar is there, he will also collaborate. In electricity bill payment, though the entire power sector is privatized here in Odisha, we have a tie-up that if you pay online, you get a discount of 5% on the bill. Now, money is something that everybody understands. So you will have to find different ways in different schemes to make people believe that this will work. That will take a little time, but just because some people have hesitancy is like it happened during the time of vaccine. When the supply was more, people were not willing to take. When the supply became less, people were clamoring for vaccines. So that is a natural process. We should wait, give a year or two to people to adopt it. But as Mr. Sundar rightly pointed out, and I had told in my opening remark, is that we have to first get over the challenges that we have. We have to reach out to people, then see whether people have an option, people don't want to exercise it. So be it. Even if 20% people don't want to be online, let them not be. But that should be a matter of choice, not a matter of compulsion. Today it is a matter of compulsion that I have to go to a physical place and pay my bill because the internet is not available, the mobile network is not available. That we do not want from the government side. I understood the frustration that he talked about, and Andhra and Odisha, we share a lot of space together. We know the terrain that we live in, the maximum percentage of tribal population we have. So the challenges are manifold. So we have to first solve our own house and then look at behavioral aspects of people. I don't think that behavioral aspect is that big a challenge. We can always solve it.
Right. And the issue of infrastructure, for example, Mr. B. Sundar said that people probably do not have smartphones. How do you see this condition in the state of Odisha?
There is no
infrastructure related issues.
There are three things in infrastructure. One is the infrastructure in terms of the towers, in terms of mobile, and in terms of broadband infrastructure. Now, broadband infrastructure, all India, we are trying to resolve through BharatNet. The experience has been very bad in the phase one, but in phase two, we are trying to improvise, by which at least each Gram Panchayat will have broadband connectivity. Now, you know, the Indian Telegraph Act is a Government of India domain, and therefore we have to depend on help from the union government. Most of the telecom is privatized after BSNL has done very badly over the last 4-5 years. So, in terms of infrastructure, the physical infrastructure, our hands in the state are tied to some extent. So, when we are talking about the variation of prices, that is where it pinches us. If we want to give the subsidy for a mobile tower, let's say Airtel or Jio, to build one, we ask for a quotation, how much it will cost. It varies from, in one state it is 30 lakh, in another state it is 98 lakhs. So that way our hands are a little tied because states do not have unlimited source of money. So this challenge of infrastructure will continue, we'll struggle, but I think we will, with the focus that the current Prime Minister has given on Digital India and the push that is being given through different IT initiatives and online initiatives, I think it is now has been taken in the right spirit, and the pandemic has helped to expedite and to cross all the glass ceilings. And I think in 2-3 years time, the infra side problem will get solved. But citizen side issues of people not being able to afford it, that responsibility lies with the state government. We will find resources where we will enable them. We will find solutions in which people may not have a direct handheld device. So I talked about the Mo Sabha Kendras, which are in the form of the citizen service centers across the state. So you have to bring the government to the doorsteps of the people. Some people may not be able to take it in their palm, but some people will always be able to get it through an assisted mode. So I think we have to improvise ourselves in order to bridge this gap.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Manoj Kumar Mishra. Jenny would like to ask you, what are the policy-related requirements?
Harshal, before we go to Jenny, I would ask to be dropped off from this DC because I have a meeting at 1 o'clock. So,
okay.
So I have got already pinged there. So if you permission from the panelists.
See you around. Keep in touch.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Mishra. Thank you so much.
I'll get in touch with you. We may have some collaborative efforts to do in this. Thank you.
Sure, I'll speak to you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Manoj Kumar.
Have a good day.
Joining us. Jenny, so would like to come to you and ask you, what are the policy-related requirements, we still need to ensure digital transformation processes in the country?
Thanks for that question, Harshal. Given my background as a former government policy officer, I love all questions on policy. Very happy to take that question. Because, but when we talk about policy requirements, we need to first be aware of the key challenges. And what comes to mind would be 3 key aspects in terms of challenges posed. First of all, of course, in terms of awareness. Second, capacity, and perhaps the third would be coordination. For the first one, for awareness, the lack of knowledge among non-government stakeholders, including the people of India, remains a concern when it comes to countering or preventing cyber attacks. And people, humans, as we all know, are the weakest link in the equation. So in addition to boosts in funding to build cyber resilience, I think there is also a need to make cybersecurity a mandatory subject in schools, in the universities. And in terms of the second challenge, which I think is capacity, I think India has been working to boost its abilities. However, much work remains to be done. India must invest heavily in cybersecurity infrastructure required to provide higher bandwidths, integrate with the global marketplace, and enable citizens access to more e-services. So with the increased pace of digitalization in the country, it is imperative, in my view, that cybersecurity capabilities are built up exponentially to support the rapid move towards digital governance. And of course, thirdly, in terms of coordination, the presence of multiple agencies and the lack of cybersecurity strategy that's centralized means that the country is not quite optimizing its policy potential. Efforts of private operators need to be coordinated through an integrated command and control entity, which should serve as a unifying structure that is accountable for cybersecurity, requiring a broader discussion about the appropriate policy frameworks. I can think of some significant policies that have been put in place in recent times, which I feel can support the digital transformation process, and also have some possible solutions that I'll suggest, which can be up for discussion afterwards, perhaps. So first, An updated national cybersecurity strategy, which I briefly mentioned just now, has been in the process of being formulated by the Office of the National Cybersecurity Coordinator of India at the National Security Council Secretariat. Having such a policy framework in place would go a long way in creating a robust mechanism to preventing and responding to cyber attacks. And this policy framework can be paired with international cooperation as well. So the India's National Cybersecurity Coordinator, General Rajesh Pant, has stated on occasions that international collaboration is one of the key challenges and that there is a need to counteract the deglobalization that COVID-19 has brought about. India's cybersecurity strategy can draw on best practices from other countries, be it Singapore's new critical information infrastructure supply chain program, quite a mouthful, which identifies key sectors of focus, or the EU's attention to cybersecurity in railways, right? So India can also advance solutions with cooperation from state and local governments and the more centers of excellence to foster three-way collaboration. I think a case in point is the Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, which is a local hub based in Hyderabad, if I'm not wrong, to inspire innovation, entrepreneurship, and capacity building in cybersecurity and privacy. A joint initiative of the government of Telangana and the DSCI, Data Security Council of India. This Center of Excellence engages with industry players in the cybersecurity realm, academia, R&D centers, as well as with central, state, and local government agencies to enhance cybersecurity infrastructure and policy framework. I think such centers can be created across states to foster greater collaboration and research and development on cybersecurity solutions even further. Now, universities can also be leveraged as key actors, which can also highlight a core competency for India and build up next generation talent. Other bottom-up solutions focusing on citizens themselves are also worth noting. I think for one, a good example is the National Cybercrime Reporting Portal, which is citizen-centric and was introduced 2 years ago. I think hundreds of police districts have since been linked up with the program. And finally, I think the Indian government has also been trying some of its cyber solutions to part of its, tying some of its cyber solutions to part of its broader digital strategy. And that will continue to be critical, I feel, to generate momentum and keep the focus comprehensive. So, for example, the Cyber Swachhta Kendra, which is for maybe audience that are outside of India, this is the botnet cleaning and malware analysis center. It's part of the government of India's Digital India initiative under METI, operated by CERT India and aiming to detect botnet infections in India as well as to clean up the systems. So to wrap up my response to your question on policy-related requirements, I'll think tackling the challenges that I highlighted by using policy levers to raise awareness, to build capacity, and to facilitate better coordination among people and government agencies would be most essential.
Right.
Thank you, Harshal.
Right. Thank you so much, Jenny. And taking clue from what you said, would like to ask Mr. B. Sundar. So, what is your opinion on improving, the overall digital infrastructure? How are we evolving the research and development within government departments? And what are your views on probably collaborating with international and also, for that matter, local private player to improve the overall infrastructure to address various challenges associated with digital transformation? You're mute, sir. Yeah.
Let me answer your question in two parts.
Yeah.
One, the possibilities of research with perhaps private sector participation in government. That was the first part of your question, if I understand well. And sad to say that government and research, sometimes they don't gel together. The reason being, in government, we are more focused towards immediate implementation. In the sense, we do not have the time nor sometimes the attitude to go into full-fledged research like the universities or the research arms of private sector. Because what happens is that is the reason why research has been fundamentally divided into basic sciences and applied sciences. In basic sciences, it could be something esoteric, like how say a gene from my hair is capable of traveling to the moon. It could be something very esoteric. In applied, it becomes of a commercial nature. Okay? Like Madam was talking about the possibilities of collaboration in cybersecurity with Singapore. And yes, we during the previous regime and even in when the state was united and we were quite big pre-2014, we got into partnership with the government of Malaysia for a celebrated Pemandu program, where researchers from Malaysia and Singapore were invited to give or contribute to the research as they bring their research to applied aspects in the state. A lot of teething problems and the exorbitant consultancy fees was one, but still we went ahead with it. And apart from a few officers who visited Singapore and that was the best part of it, but otherwise it did not take off. So that was one of the reasons why I said that research and government do not, because we are all trained like that right from our induction days in the bureaucracy. You look at people's problems. I was also telling you, like the ground reality is you need to do immediately something, and you cannot afford time or attitude to go into a lot of other researches, which therefore the government conveniently hives it off to research hubs. So if you look about those research aspects, like how we have been at least giving a push to research and how we are bringing it to governance. The second part is what I would like to focus more upon by giving an example from within the ITSC department itself. In the first part of my speech, I was surmising about the real-time governance. And now it is opportunity to tell this forum that we have academy, in fact, 2 academies within the IT department of the state. One is the AP Information Technology Academy, and another is the International Institute of Digital Technologies at Tirupati, with the holy town of our country. People can Google and find out that we have, much like ISB model, we have a postgraduate program in cybersecurity. We have a postgraduate program in data sciences. And this autumn, we are rolling out a postgraduate program in artificial intelligence. It is going to be it will be an 11-month continuous program. For cybersecurity, we did not look at the private sector. Rather, because we are a government organization and things were much easier to handle it that way, we entered into a partnership with the Gujarat Forensic Sciences University, which is today the National Forensic Sciences University in Gujarat, Gandhinagar. And in partnership with them, we have a World of Cybersecurity syllabus. We also have a Center of Excellence for IoT, especially consumer IoT. And this is how we hope to nurture research within the government institutions. And we also have a Cybersecurity Center of Operations in Vijayawada, our capital, which they are all interconnected. The graduates from the IIT Tirupati, they spent 6 months as interns in the Cybersecurity Operations Center, learn about cyber range warfare, especially donning blue hats, red hats. They are given ample training there. They come and are asked to do it for live projects within the state. They are asked to test all the websites for vulnerabilities. They are asked to communicate with all the government departments, engage them with writing skills, because that is also important, how you communicate with stakeholders. So all this training we give them. And we also have another academic institution called AP IT Academy, which bridges the divide between the industry and the academia. We have started the Academic Resources Center, which houses all tools of artificial intelligence required for an AI researcher. The highlight of this digital library is it uses only open source tools, okay? No licensed software. It always plenty of open source license tools, but we have also given access to premier magazines like Wired, like PC.net, like PC World, which is required to keep abreast of hardware and telecommunication changes in the world. Because suppose we want to buy something contemporary, something state of the art, you cannot keep asking people, or you cannot spend time to waste in websites. So straight away we have access to these magazines, which tells us what is the best, what is new, what is the price range. Apart from that, we also have, if I as a student or a job seeker wants to learn something about machine learning, want to participate in Kaggle competitions, wants to post I want to post my code in GitHub, we are giving complete access to it in the Academic Resources Center. It is there in social media. You simply have to type Academic Resources Center APIT. You will see the entire facilities which we are offering for students free of cost.
Right.
So this we plan to replicate in all the grammar village secretariats, that is around 15,000 in number, thereby inculcating a spirit of research within the community. Okay? First you give them access to technologies, you give them the tools, and then hope that these tools will entice them into research. Right. Another is start a centers of excellence and pick students and make them work on government so that all of us are benefited. Yes. So I hope I've been able to answer your question.
Yes, right, sir. I have one more question, but I'll before that I'll go to Sapna Ahuja quickly, and would like to ask that Map My India has also partnered with companies like NIUA and ISRO, if I'm not wrong. So will you please highlight some of these tie-ups and their significance?
Yeah, sure. So we tied up with ISRO in the beginning of this year, and we tied up with NIUA sometime towards the end of last year. So our association with ISRO is Indian Space Research Organization. It was, the association was targeted to kind of build India's best indigenous mapping portal and applications and geospatial software for citizens and government of India. That was really the objective. The idea was to bring the best of satellite technology, which ISRO is definitely excels in. So to bring the best of satellite technology and bring the best of mapping technology together for use by citizens and governments in India. We also tied up with NIUA, that's National Institute of Urban Affairs, that falls under Mahua, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. So we tied up with them. The objective there was very clear. It was to give, it was to basically address 35 crore Indians who reside in the urban India across 4,000 plus cities and towns. It was to see how we can give them benefit from the breakthrough, innovative, ready-to-use maps and geospatial solutions, and the best practices that NIUA can bring in from the perspective of how development planning for a city, for urbanization can happen in a manner that it supports public health management, including COVID combat, citizen safety, including rapid emergency response systems, navigation efficiency, which includes logistics cost, how the logistics cost can actually be reduced, how the quality and cleanliness in the city can really be improved. So the ideas were to see how, with the help of these technologies, we can help government, we can help cities plan better for their citizens from all these aspects. So that's really the engagement that we had with both NIU and ETSRO.
Right. Thank you so much. One quick question to Jenny also. Jenny, can you tell us about the collaborative relationship of Kaspersky with government sector and some future plans of collaborations too for Kaspersky?
Sure. Thanks for that question. I think beyond just the kinds of collaborative relationships that Kaspersky has had with government sector, I'd like to also touch on what the private sector in general can offer, because I think I speak for, not just Kaspersky, but also the private sector in playing that role in this panel. For one, companies can engage directly in existing public-private partnerships to advance government objectives. For instance, in Cyber Surakshit Bharat, launched by MeitY, it involves a range of companies working on topics such as critical infrastructure, talent management, cyber hygiene, so on and so forth. Companies can also help encourage and promote best practices in terms of standards for cybersecurity products, which is a government priority. For instance, Kaspersky is working with CERT India on facilitating cooperation for the detection of cyber threats and devising appropriate security measures. And of course, companies can also serve as partners for what I call multi-stakeholder efforts that governments develop with other actors, including leveraging the power of India's universities. And foreign companies in particular can also play a role in capacity building through collaborations with local firms, including startups. So one potential area is obviously to provide training and certification for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises in areas like ransomware protection, fraud monitoring, or cyber hygiene. Kaspersky is also training CERT India's technical team to better adapt to evolving threat landscapes. You may also have seen in early this week's news, which I was very happy to read about, that it was reported that Kaspersky and CERT India have collaborated successfully in conducting training on an interactive protection simulation platform developed by us to enhance the cybersecurity maturity among IT professionals from various public and private organizations in the power sector in India. So we're glad to really to have this opportunity to work with CERT India to support their stakeholders and their constituent organizations in further understanding the roles and responsibilities of each person's of each person involved in the incident response, and really the private sector can also help facilitate information sharing efforts to further strengthen existing programs. For instance, companies could contribute to online repositories such as Tech Sagar that was launched, I think, 2 years ago by the National Cybersecurity Coordinator and DSCI in India. My final point, if I may, would be that companies can also, more importantly, provide more awareness about products where needed by the government and the public in order to build trust. And this could be accomplished through many different ways and different platforms, but at Kaspersky, we've decided to do so by way of our Global Transparency Initiative, which we call GTI for short. It represents a reaffirmation of our commitment to earning and maintaining that trust of our most important stakeholders. And it includes a number of actionable and concrete measures that we undertake in order to involve external independent cybersecurity experts and others to validate and to verify the trustworthiness of our products. And with this transparency framework in place, we're also calling on third parties to join collaborative efforts, hopefully to inspire more to enhance the security and integrity of modern software products, as well as to make the cybersecurity industry more transparent. And of course, this initiative includes several key pillars. First, of course, is independent review of our source code, software updates, threat detection rules, internal process even, and our engineering practices to verify the security and the integrity of our solutions and processes. And of course, relocation of our data storage and processing for customers from several regions around the globe to Switzerland, as well as opening of transparency centers globally with a 3-layer approach to external examinations and briefings Of course, owing to the pandemic that's been taking too long to get over, we've introduced remote access options for such external examinations and briefings at our transparency centers. And so we've currently got 4 of such centers operationalized around the globe, with a 5th one opening in Canada this year. And last but not least, our cyber capacity building program, which is our dedicated training course on product security evaluation for greater security and cyber resilience of the ICT ecosystem. And I'm proud to say that a team of experts from CERT India has been among the very first to sample this and to have joined and completed and graduated from this training course.
Great.
So I'm conscious of time. I'll stop right here. I'll hand the time back to you, Harshal.
Great to hear about that, Jenny. And before we close this session formally and present certificates to all our esteemed panelists, I'd like to seek one expert remark from Mr. B. Sundar. Sir, you mentioned about, you gave an example where we are not able to reply to an email from anyone who has got some query related to any service that a government offered. So this grievance readdressal system becomes very important, when we talk about good governance. And would like to seek your view how we can strengthen this grievance readdressal system for people, and how local government like municipal corporation, municipal council, and district administration can come into picture to help the IT department in this process.
I can share our partial experience and a partial solution to this. When I was looking after the citizen e-services delivery, to handle this kind of, because first we need to give the citizens some channels for expressing their grievances. So that was the first problem. So we boldly created emails and rolled it on our website, giving the phone numbers, 2-3 email IDs, and we put a constant, and we also gave our social media handles to receive all the complaints, which was quite, many of them were quite genuine. A few of them were malicious. Yes, we accept that. And we put a team for filtering this, segregating it into various baskets, and sending it to the higher-ups. Some of them, say 40 to 45%, were solvable at the office level. Some of them required interventions by the other departments, for which we could not fix a time frame. That is a problem, because once it goes beyond the department, it could involve a lot of other financial resources, permissions from certain other departments. And certain other grievances involved permissions from the Honorable Chief Minister's offices. So we first, at a first step, we segregated this into, and those that were solvable at our level, the team was able to segregate, we were able to write back, and here the head of the institution has an important role. Like as I was saying, the citizen marked the mail to me. So at the second attempt, I was able to, and now that I have come out of the citizen services delivery and I'm in some other role, still I was seeing that the emails are marked to us. So we do not have a system of automation. And even in the citizen services delivery, we have not yet perfected the portal for the citizen to drop in a grievance. Forget about redressal. Drop in a grievance also, we have not been able to perfect it. We started it in a rudimentary way, but it had its own problems and hassles, and even today, even in states like AP, I can confidently say only to a certain extent we have been able to automate it, and we have not gone the full hog. We took a different route. Instead of relying on IT and automation, which was giving us only partial successes, we evolved the village and a Grama secretariat who comes with a Grama volunteer, realizing that IT cannot be a full solution. we have a system of Grama volunteers. This person is attached to 50 or 100 households, depending on whether it is a rural or a urban area. And she or she is tasked with the job of touring this 40 to 50 households, say 4 times a week or 5 times a week at the convenience of the households. And whatever problems they have, the services are directly delivered at the doorstep. It could be as simple as paying bill. The citizen need not come to the services center, need not go to the office. He or she can simply WhatsApp or simply tell by mouth that this is my problem and please get it solved. And the ward volunteer or the village volunteer acts as the base. He or she is a paid government servant. So she has a tab where they can lodge the request, come to a place where there is internet, render the service, and again roll back the certificate or receipt back to the citizen. So this is a system we have evolved in the last 1.5 years. It has been a good success, though researchers are not yet been involved. We have not yet studied the whole system, but from the feedback which we have got, it has been a very good success because much of the problems have been sorted by the ward volunteer at the doorstep itself.
Right.
There are a few other issues, like the one which I was telling. It was an insurmountable problem, and somebody has to tell the citizen that it cannot be solved at that level. So there are also problems of this kind. Thank you.
Yes, so we need to have a proper escalation method also in place. And thank you so much, Mr. B. Sundar. I can see Mr. Vinit Kumar there. Are you there, Mr. Vinit Kumar? Would like to seek closing remarks from you also before we close the session. Mr. Vinit Kumar. I believe I was told Mr. Vinit Kumar has been asked to join some internal meetings at his department. So with this, we shall close this session formally here. And we, on behalf of Illets Technomedia Private Limited and eGov Magazine, are very glad to welcome you all in this panel discussion and listen to your views and opinion. And thank you so much for sharing your expertise. We'd like to present the token of appreciation to all our speakers. Dr. B. Sundar, Special Secretary IT, Electronics and Communication Department, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Thank you so much, sir, for those insightful views you shared on this platform. Thank you for joining. Ms. Jenny Jain, Head of Public Affairs, Asia Pacific, Kaspersky. Thank you so much for joining us, Jenny, from Moscow, and sharing your expertise at this forum. Mr. Ahuja, Chief Operating Officer at MapMy India. Thank you so much, Ms. Ahuja, for participating into this panel discussion. We thank Mr. Manoj Kumar Mishra, Department of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of Odisha. He's Secretary in Government of Odisha. Thank you so much, Mr. Mishra. And Mr. Kumar Vinit, Special Secretary and Managing Director, Department of IT and Electronics and Uttar Pradesh Development System Corporation Limited, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Thank you so much, Mr. Kumar, for joining. So with this, we close this, and we are really very glad that you all could make it to the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Harshal.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
भारत एक युवा देश है, विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना एक रुतबा खड़ा किया है और भारत इसके बाद के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं। और ये मेरा साथ मैं हमेशा कहता आया हूं, आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया टुमारो।
Industrial enterprises and critical infrastructures are subject to constantly escalating numbers of cyber attacks, causing serious economic and societal damage. These attacks often aim at disturbing or interrupting technological processes. However, espionage or fraud, though less immediately destructive, can also cause crippling corporate damage. So how do attacks start? Office-based employees opening phishing mails or accessing suspicious websites via unprotected internet connections can unwittingly provide the attacker with, for example, remote access credentials to penetrate through to the industrial network. Attacks initiated within the industrial facility itself can often be traced to employees with access to industrial equipment or to suppliers or service providers violating the company's network isolation requirements. Industrial IoT scenarios are about to significantly increase this attack surface. Kaspersky Industrial Cybersecurity, KICS, is a holistic solution based on technologies and services that provide simultaneous protection against cyber incidents in different elements of industrial systems, including SCADA servers, HMI, engineering workstations, PLC or IED, and network communications. KICS is certified by leading industrial automation vendors and doesn't negatively impact on technological processes. KICS comprises two security modules. KICS for Networks provides industrial network monitoring and anomaly detection for technological processes, integrating non-intrusively into industrial networks. This module enables the detection of hidden attacks and potential threats like unauthorized communications and new device connections, network attacks detected via IDS, malicious commands to controllers and other devices, technological process parameter changes. KICS for Nodes is designed specifically to protect against threats at operator level, particularly in SCADA and historian servers, engineering workstations, and HMI. Security technologies applied are application whitelisting, device usage control, industrial anti-malware including ransomware protection, host-based firewall, integrity check of PLC projects. KICS components are managed via the Kaspersky Security Center single management console, giving operators optimum control, administrative ease, and operational transparency. Centralized management simplifies security control procedures not just inside the industrial infrastructure, but throughout the corporate IT domain. KICS can also send event-related data to other systems like CMs, MESs, and business intelligence solutions, as well as helping detect, counter, and investigate cyber attacks, detailed industrial network monitoring supports predictive maintenance. Services form an important part of the KICS solution. These include training and awareness programs that cover every area of the workforce, from security specialists to senior management. Threat reports and analytics from our ICS Cyber Emergency Response Team. Industrial cybersecurity assessment, including penetration testing. Integration services and incident response. Taking a holistic approach to industrial cybersecurity, from precautions against potential attack through specialized industrial prevention and detection technologies, to responding proactively to a cyber incident, is the ultimate guarantee of your company's uninterrupted and safe functioning.
जब इंडिया की तरक्की तारों से भी परे हो, फिर इंडिया को कौन रोक सकता है? रात के अंधेरे में जब हाथों में एक स्मार्ट साथी हो, तो राहें सुरक्षित हो जाती हैं। इंडिया के शहरों से लेकर सरकार तक एक स्मार्टर और बेहतर इंडिया बनाने के काम में मैप माई इंडिया, क्योंकि हर पता हमें है पता।
कई लोगों के सपने जिन कंधों पे टिके हों, उन कंधों को मजबूत रखना हम जानते हैं। इनकी उम्मीदों की जमा पूंजी को सेफ रखना हम जानते हैं। 50,000 स्क्वायर फुट की फैक्ट्री अपने 2 बेडरूम के घर से चलाना हम जानते हैं। नौ से 5 की नौकरी के बाद 5 से 9 वाला बिजनेस भी करना हम जानते हैं। किसी के ब्राइट फ्यूचर के लिए फ्यूचर का इस्तेमाल करना।
Dear Ms. Sharma, we are pleased to offer you the position of senior analyst in our organization.
हम जानते हैं। हम आज का इंडिया है बॉस, और इतना तो सब मानते हैं कि हम रुकना नहीं जानते हैं।
विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना एक रुतबा खड़ा किया है और भारत इसके बात के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं। और ये मेरा साथ मैं हमेशा कहता आया हूं, आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया टुमारो।
Industrial enterprises and critical infrastructures are subject to constantly escalating numbers of cyber attacks, causing serious economic and societal damage. These attacks often aim at disturbing or interrupting technological processes. However, espionage or fraud, though less immediately destructive, can also cause crippling corporate damage. So how do attacks start? Office-based employees opening phishing mails or accessing suspicious websites via unprotected internet connections can unwittingly provide the attacker with, for example, remote access credentials to penetrate through to the industrial network. Attacks initiated within the industrial facility itself can often be traced to employees with access to industrial equipment or to suppliers or service providers violating the company's network isolation requirements. Industrial IoT scenarios are about to significantly increase this attack surface. Kaspersky Industrial Cybersecurity, KICS, is a holistic solution based on technologies and services that provide simultaneous protection against cyber incidents in different elements of industrial systems, including SCADA servers, HMI, engineering workstations, PLC or IED, and network communications. KICS is certified by leading industrial automation vendors and doesn't negatively impact on technological processes. KICS comprises 2 security modules. KICS for Networks provides industrial network monitoring and anomaly detection for technological processes, integrating non-intrusively into industrial networks. This module enables the detection of hidden attacks and potential threats like unauthorized communications and new device connections, network attacks detected via IDS, malicious commands to controllers and other devices, technological process parameter changes. KICS for Nodes is designed specifically to protect against threats at operator level, particularly in SCADA and historian servers, engineering workstations, and HMI. Security technologies applied are application whitelisting, device usage control, industrial anti-malware including ransomware protection, host-based firewall, integrity check of PLC projects. KICS components are managed via the Kaspersky Security Center single management console, giving operators optimum control, administrative ease, and operational transparency. Centralized management simplifies security control procedures not just inside the industrial infrastructure, but throughout the corporate IT domain. KICS can also send event-related data to other systems like CMs, MESs, and business intelligence solutions, as well as helping detect, counter, and investigate cyber attacks. Detailed industrial network monitoring supports predictive maintenance. Services form an important part of the KICS solution. These include training and awareness programs that cover every area of the workforce, from security specialists to senior management, threat reports and analytics from our ICS Cyber Emergency Response Team, industrial cybersecurity assessment, including penetration testing, integration services, and incident response. Taking a holistic approach to industrial cybersecurity, from precautions against potential attack through specialized industrial prevention and detection technologies, to responding proactively to a cyber incident, is the ultimate guarantee of your company's uninterrupted and safe functioning.
जब इंडिया की तरक्की तारों से भी परे हो, फिर इंडिया को कौन रोक सकता है? रात के अंधेरे में जब हाथों में एक स्मार्ट साथी हो, तो राहें सुरक्षित हो जाती हैं। इंडिया के शहरों से लेकर सरकार तक एक स्मार्टर और बेहतर इंडिया बनाने के काम में मैप माई इंडिया, क्योंकि हर पता हमें है पता।
कई लोगों के सपने जिन कंधों पे टिके हों, उन कंधों को मजबूत रखना हम जानते हैं। अपनी उम्मीदों की जमा पूंजी को सेफ रखना, हम जानते हैं। 50,000 स्क्वायर फुट की फैक्ट्री अपने 2 बेडरूम के घर से चलाना, हम जानते हैं। नौ से 5 की नौकरी के बाद 5 से 9 वाला बिजनेस भी करना, हम जानते हैं। किसी के ब्राइट फ्यूचर के लिए फ्यूचर का इस्तेमाल करना।
Dear Ms. Sharma, we are pleased to offer you the position of senior analyst in our organization.
हम जानते हैं। हम आज का इंडिया है बॉस, और इतना तो सब मानते हैं कि हम रुकना नहीं जानते हैं।
विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना एक रुतबा खड़ा किया है और भारत इसके बाद के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं। और ये मेरा साफ मैं हमेशा कहता आया हूं, आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया टुमारो।
Industrial enterprises and critical infrastructures are subject to constantly escalating numbers of cyber attacks, causing serious economic and societal damage. These attacks often aim at disturbing or interrupting technological processes. However, espionage or fraud, though less immediately destructive, can also cause crippling corporate damage. So how do attacks start? Office-based employees opening phishing mails or accessing suspicious websites via unprotected internet connections can unwittingly provide the attacker with, for example, remote access credentials to penetrate through to the industrial network. Attacks initiated within the industrial facility itself can often be traced to employees with access to industrial equipment or to suppliers or service providers violating the company's network isolation requirements. Industrial IoT scenarios are about to significantly increase this attack surface. Kaspersky Industrial Cybersecurity, KICS, is a holistic solution based on technologies and services that provide simultaneous protection against cyber incidents in different elements of industrial systems, including SCADA servers, HMI, engineering workstations, PLC or IED, and network communications. KICS is certified by leading industrial automation vendors and doesn't negatively impact on technological processes. KICS comprises 2 security modules. KICS for Networks provides industrial network monitoring and anomaly detection for technological processes, integrating non-intrusively into industrial networks. This module enables the detection of hidden attacks and potential threats like unauthorized communications and new device connections, network attacks detected via IDS, malicious commands to controllers and other devices, technological process parameter changes. KICS for Nodes is designed specifically to protect against threats at operator level, particularly in SCADA and historian servers, engineering workstations, and HMI. Security technologies applied are application whitelisting, device usage control, industrial anti-malware including ransomware protection, host-based firewall, integrity check of PLC projects. KICS components are managed via the Kaspersky Security Center single management console, giving operators optimum control, administrative ease, and operational transparency. Centralized management simplifies security control procedures not just inside the industrial infrastructure, but throughout the corporate IT domain. KICS can also send event-related data to other systems, like CMs, MESs, and business intelligence solutions, as well as helping detect, counter, and investigate cyber attacks. Detailed industrial network monitoring supports predictive maintenance. Services form an important part of the KICS solution. These include training and awareness programs that cover every area of the workforce, from security specialists to senior management. Threat reports and analytics from our ICS Cyber Emergency Response Team. Industrial cybersecurity assessment, including penetration testing. Integration services, and incident response. Taking a holistic approach to industrial cybersecurity, from precautions against potential attack through specialized industrial prevention and detection technologies, to responding proactively to a cyber incident, is the ultimate guarantee of your company's uninterrupted and safe functioning.
जब इंडिया की तरक्की तारों से भी परे हो, फिर इंडिया को कौन रोक सकता है? रात के अंधेरे में जब हाथों में एक स्मार्ट साथी हो, तो राहें सुरक्षित हो जाती हैं। इंडिया के शहरों से लेकर सरकार तक एक स्मार्टर और बेहतर इंडिया बनाने के काम में मैप माई इंडिया, क्योंकि हर पता हमें है पता।
कई लोगों के सपने जिन कंधों पे टिके हों, उन कंधों को मजबूत रखना हम जानते हैं। इनकी उम्मीदों की जमा पूंजी को सेफ रखना हम जानते हैं। 50,000 स्क्वायर फुट की फैक्ट्री अपने 2 बेडरूम के घर से चलाना हम जानते हैं। नौ से 5 की नौकरी के बाद 5 से 9 वाला बिजनेस भी करना हम जानते हैं। कि किसी के ब्राइट फ्यूचर के लिए फ्यूचर का इस्तेमाल करना।
Dear Ms. Sharma, we are pleased to offer you the position of senior analyst in our organization.
हम जानते हैं हम आज का इंडिया है बॉस, और इतना तो सब मानते हैं कि हम रुकना नहीं जानते हैं।
Hello and welcome everyone. This is Harshal Desai. I welcome you all to the Governance Leadership Summit, which is being hosted by Elets Technomedia Private Limited and eGov Magazine on this wonderful 3D platform called Avatar, which has been developed by Elets Technomedia Private Limited itself. Today, in this particular session, we have assembled to discuss the subject, reinventing governance in the new normal. We all are aware how deeply we have been affected by COVID pandemic. And COVID-19 has been one of the worst events that humanity has ever witnessed. It has affected governments, authorities, businesses, and people from all walks of life. In the times of pandemic, government has played a pivotal role and ensured that day-to-day public administration activities are on and people are not deprived of government services. The current scenario, the current session shall highlight the various initiatives undertaken by various administration to continue reaching to citizens. In this session, we shall also try to understand challenges the officers faced while performing their duties and how they find innovative solutions to those problems. May I please request Ravindran sir to also switch on the camera. Thank you, sir. So we'll start the discussion here now, and I'd like to start this panel discussion with my first question to Dr. Nitin Madan Kulkarni, Divisional Commissioner, Chota Nagpur Division in Government of Jharkhand. Sir, would like to understand from you how significant it is for us in the government to reinvent governance in the new normal.
Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be part of ELET events. I think this is third event I am attending. Obviously, first on this 3D platform. Earlier it was a normal, so-called earlier normal, because now you have defined it as a new normal. Yes. So I find that you have got very elaborate panel also. Well, I think when you talk of reinventing governance, this COVID has actually forced us not only to reinvent ourselves, but it's sort of reinventing our lives as a whole. Our society, our lives, our own personal relationships, our mental health, everything needs a reorientation, reinventment. Obviously, being in a government, we are concerned with the governance part of it. Now, many things have changed. Gone are the days when you used to call physical meetings. Now you can't call. I don't know how long this system will continue, because we are not very sure about the third wave or fourth wave. And still, considering the progress of vaccination, it does likely appear that we will have to at least wait for another 6 to 7 months before we open up, as some countries in the West have done. With this scenario, it is again that, but best part now is that uncertainty. Like, I was handling health portfolio when the pandemic hit last year, and working there 1 year, I understood the effect uncertainty can cause on any systems and general lifestyles of the people. But now that uncertainty part is more or less taken care of, people are more or less settled with this. Now the question is how to adjust our system so that we follow this so-called new normal. One first and most foremost challenge is going to be going digital all the way. And maybe people who are working in Andhra and Mumbai may not appreciate it, but working in a tribal state like Jharkhand, the digital divide is seen to be believed. There are access to mobile phones, access to smooth network is a big challenge. And though government does provide all the services through common service centers and various portals, but the rural folks they do get requirement, they do feel the need of someone in middle who can handle these operations for them, because they don't feel confident or good about it. So that remains a big challenge. And one of the most important factors one must understand is the education sector. We have absolutely last 1.5 years now, schools are closed, colleges are closed. Students, particularly when I say education sector, like you have entire 2 sessions wiped off with results of 10th and 12th cleared on some pro rata basis. I don't know what will be the future of these batches when they appear for the interviews or say recruitment processes, how the people sitting in the selection board appreciate it, as soon as we only hope that they are not labeled as COVID batch or something like that. So education sector, and even if we take it that these are more or less adult type of students particularly who are up to class 10, they are facing a big social and psychological trauma because of this. Sitting in home, doing nothing, and taking some online classes. Everyone knows how the online classes are being conducted. And then that peer-to-peer interaction, social interaction, that is all gone. So that part we really will have to look into, how to ensure that education gets normalized very quickly in this new scenario.
Yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Nitin Madan Kulkarni, Divisional Commissioner Chota Nagpur from Government of Jharkhand, for sharing this opinion. And we have another panelist with us, Mr. E. Ravindran, who is a Joint Commissioner, Department of GST, Government of Maharashtra. Sir, would like to come to you and ask you, how has the pandemic affected the GST operations in the state of Maharashtra?
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. See, in terms, there is 2 aspects which I can take from your questions. One is that the operations, how it is affected GST operation is one. Another is that how the government is faced the problem because of the pandemic situation, because of the recovery of the taxes. There are 2 ways. Since it's being an online payment of taxes, it's not much affected in terms of the payment of taxes, or maybe the assessment or whatever, maybe the registration process, because it has become, the GST become the online platform. So all registration or maybe returns or maybe payments, everything is now online. So the front end side that the taxpayer is dealing with the system, they were very comfortable in doing it. The second is that the back end part where the officers are dealing with the system or maybe the taxpayers. And also, since it has been online, we could able to deliver the services. But the issue is that because of business was not there much, the tax recovery from the state side has gone down in the last financial year. And I think in the month of November and December, it is little picked up. So in two aspects, I can say one is that in terms of delivery of services, since it has been an online, a digital platform, it was a good, and I think it was widely used. Whereas in the second aspect, when the economy was down, the recovery of tax for the state was really very much affected.
Thank you so much, Mr. E. Ravindran, for sharing these inputs with us. And I'd like to now go to Mr. P. Balakiran, Director, Census Operation, Minister of Housing Affairs, and he's posted in his hometown, Telangana, Hyderabad. Sir, your department is considered as the largest administrative network in the world, if I'm not wrong. How has been it impacted due to COVID? You're mute, sir.
Thank you very much for inviting me to Governance Leadership Summit 2021. I think it's I've been interacting with ELETS Multimedia for the last 8 years. You have been doing a wonderful job. Well, COVID has changed everything. I think 17.7 crore people across the world are affected. Is an unbelievable thing which we couldn't even dream in our life, and out of which around 3 crore people have been affected in our own country. Around 38 people have lost their lives. Lakh people have lost their life. I think these are unbelievable times, and it has affected one and all, and it has affected us as well at census. As you know, census operations in India is one of the most reputed administrative processes which we do decennially every 10 years, and it has got rich tradition as well. It will be the 2021 census will be the 16th census. It has a rich tradition of 160 years. The first census has started way back in 1865, where it was done in non-synchronous method. But from 1881, it has been done continuously. I think COVID has such an impact that it has not been done on 1st March 2021 because of the COVID wave. I think it's a lesson for all of us. But then such an important event like census, which happens every 10 years, and it is a vital administrative tool and a data tool for the entire administrative planning machinery for the formulation of plan schemes which are going to happen next 10 years have been affected. But then we are very, very positive. As you know, census is actually not a short-term effort. It happens in two phases. First, what we do from April to September, during these months, we do something called a house listing survey, which is called HLO survey, where we enumerate all the houses and structures and buildings and the head of the families. And then we do a very, very intensive second phase called PE, or population enumeration, which is generally done from 9th to 28th February every decade. So this was supposed to happen in 2021, but unfortunately we couldn't do it this time. But we are very, very positive that we can do whenever government gives a go ahead and whenever COVID situation becomes better, because it is a mammoth exercise. As you rightly said, it's a huge number of officials participate in it. In Andhra Pradesh alone, there are about 1.25 lakh people officials will be enumerating around 5 crore population, and across country there are about 30 lakh people will be doing the census operation. So we are very, very, very worried, but we are also very positive because we have completed all the trainings which we had to do. All the pre-enumeration, pre-census works have been completed in 2019. We have also done our short field trials in two places in March 2021 in Anantapur district, and also in Narsaraopet in Guntur district. So we are positive. So whenever things open up, we'll be ready to do the census and do this exercise, which will be beneficial to all the sister organizations and of course the academic institution as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. P. Balakiran. I would like to ask Dr. Nitin Madan Kulkarni that we are talking about reinventing governance. When you reinvent governance, you make a lot of use of technology, and you try to reach out to the people who are there in the state. How it becomes difficult for you because we have a significant number of tribal population in the state of Jharkhand. How it becomes difficult for us to reach to those people and make them understand to, make the most of technology. How difficult this task is, especially for you.
See, if you look at the positives of entire this pandemic, one positive has been that now people are very much aware about all these digital initiatives in presently in operation. Now you don't have to go and explain to the people that what is COVID application, how they have to register for vaccination and all. The problem comes when there is the issue of connectivity. And you require a seamless connectivity. When you say connectivity, like we are talking, it's in a seamless manner. It's not like sometime audio getting interrupted, sometime network gets lost. You cannot have that type of system. Like they will be conducting census operations. I think it's going to be a digital data collection. But just imagine a census person going in some tribal hamlet where there is no connection. So this system will not be able to deliver the results as quickly as we are expecting. Number two important issue is that physical component. After all, it's all a matter of communication. And it is said that 55% communication comes through non-verbal communication. So if that is the case, then finally you require some physical interface in each and every transactions we do. So now when we are not able to do that physical inspections, no physical communication possible, so close communications, you cannot organize big training programs. After all, there are limitations when you organize a training on online mode. Like I have seen it happening repeatedly when we were trying to organize training for our healthcare workers, ensuring that all the 4,000, 5,000 people are part of that training and involved in that training becomes very difficult. So considering all these factors, I think most important issue will be to how to bridge that digital gap, because that is going to happen. But still, now most of the people in rural area also are aware of it. That's a good part of it, and they are also ready to use it. It will take time because it's an issue of network. Until you have a seamless connectivity across the states, there will be some problem. Because you can imagine the situation in northeastern states. It's not going to be that easy. And you cannot have these network connections overnight. It will take some time to come up. So that is going to be the main problem we are facing right now.
Right. Would like to ask you about your experience also as a health secretary. I'll come to you later. Before that, I'll go to Mr. E. Ravindran. And Mr. Ravindran, you mentioned that since you had all online mechanism in place, so collection was not a problem and people were able to, perform various actions of submitting the GST and all. But how do you I mean, was there a collection issue due to the increased deadline of collecting? How did you ensure collection of maximum GST and minimum leakages? And which areas do you think technology can play a role in this particular segment?
So, yeah, of course, technology plays major role in this GST platform basically. But as you said, how our department, maybe the governance was much better in handling these situations. If you look at that tax recovery part, I think a business was dull, so tax recovery part was not as such. It was good for the government, but still because of the pandemic situation, the services were there available to the taxpayers. The issue here is that the manpower available with the taxpayer who are actually responding to this kind of systems were actually in the distributed places. Right. So the challenge is because for the taxpayer or maybe the organization was that how do you distribute the work to the different places and the different people who are at different locations. That was the greatest challenge, even for the governance also. For the government also, for example, in our department, if you like, suppose we are having about 11,000 employees and they are located across Maharashtra during the pandemic situation, how we are going to deliver? Whether do they have proper connectivity? Do they have the proper infrastructures to deliver the services from our side? That was the biggest challenge, but still we could able to manage the system. But however, taxpayers were able to pay the taxes because the platform was already existed. So technologically, there was no much challenge to us. But in between, So the gap which we could able to find during the pandemic situation is that during the assessment, if you need any clarification, the people want to attend it, we could not able to take them hearing, and we could able to hear only through the video conferencing. So those kind of things we try to do it, but which may not address the fully, but we're still able to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. E. Ravindran. I'll ask you a question related to compliance later. First, I'll go to Mr. P. Balakiran again, and would like to ask you that, Mr. P. Balakiran, data processing and evaluation of results, analysis, and systematic recording are some of the major tasks that your department handle. How do you leverage technology in this particular segment?
Yes, 2021 census is special in all the ways which I have just mentioned. Dr. Nitin has just hinted it. The 2021 census is going to be the first digital census of our country. So if you remember the old census, we used to have these forms, these big forms which they used to bring, which the enumerators used to bring it to each household, and they used to laboriously write down all the items, all the data points. And then, of course, those papers were brought to the district offices, and from there they had to be physically brought to the Director of Census Operations office in Hyderabad. Imagine 5.5 crore such form sheets of each of the households are brought to this office, and then we used to scan them laboriously, and the scanning process itself used to take around 6 months. But now that's all going to be changed in 2021. Of course, there will be going to be digital enumeration through a mobile app, and all the 1.24 lakh enumerators in the state of Andhra Pradesh have shown great interest in using the mobile app. We have done this pre-test also, and the results have been very, very impressive. So what is going to happen this time is the enumerator is going to go to each of the household, going to enter these data points on his mobile app. And this mobile app doesn't need any internet connection or even the mobile signal. It will be done in an offline method as well, and they can be brought to the headquarters or to their supervisor location, and then it can be uploaded whenever the signal is present. So we are very, very positive about it. And entire operations also are going to be managed through a management information system called CMMS, that is Census Monitoring and Management System, and we have already rolled it out through the RGI, Registrar General of India. So it has been done in all the states. It's a wonderful software where the entire appointment of census officers, work allocation, trainings, even payment of honorariums can be done online. So we are very positive that this census will provide a landmark on digital census. And being a IITian who have done computer engineering, so I'm very excited. I have done similar thing in Aadhaar data collection, where I was the data director IT mission in Kerala. So we are getting a second chance of doing the enumeration in digital method. Coming to the post enumeration, there again a lot of technology is being used in the sense that the entire, if somebody is willing to still do it in papers, that is also totally fine. We have a optical character recognition technology and intelligent character recognition technology through a software of Census Commissioner, which is called eFlow, which is developed by a company called TAS. So the entire forms can be digitized without any data and separate data entry. It can be digitized, and the data can be ported to the data centers and to the servers of the ORGA. Again, the evaluation of results also is very important in the sense that, there may be some census errors which may come up. There may be some clerical mistakes. There may be some data entry errors also. So resolution of that is also the responsibility of our office, in the sense that the completeness and accuracy are very, very vital in any kind of census, because they are going to define our future for the next 10 years, both on the plan formulation and the entire policy formulation process. So the internal consistency and the reasonableness of data is very, very important. So we use this technology called, the government of India uses this technology called content and coverage errors, which are heavily used. And then there is a special results analysis wing in ORJ, which takes care of this. And once the data is published, we also encourage the academic institutions, including universities, to mine the data and come up with more metadata parameters, which can be useful for the functionaries at the central, state, and local body level.
Right. You rightly mentioned all these points, Mr. P. Balakiran, taking clue from what you said, how being, your qualification of being an IIT help you implement these technology innovations. And this is the first thing. And second thing, do you think, what are the areas where you think that collaborations with the international or national, for that matter, companies, IT companies, can help you streamline these activities further in your department? Which are the areas you think where international collaborations with different IT majors can further help you streamline the entire mechanism?
As I mentioned before, 2021 is going to be a landmark year in terms of digitalization of census data, which is the first time we are doing right at the household level. The data is being uploaded through mobile phones, through the data enumerators, and immediately it goes to the central servers. And so that, as I said, the 6 months of scanning, optical character recognition, all these parameters is now shortened to almost couple of seconds, if not minutes. So that is the best part which has happened in digital census in 2021. But the interaction with during the enumeration, of course, most of the I believe the softwares have been decided already by the government of India, Ministry of Home Affairs. But once the data comes up, once the results are published by the Registrar General of India and Census Commissioner, I think there's a huge scope for many of the academic institutions, even companies, to use this data for betterment of their company policies or for formulation of policies. So that is one thing which we are very, very excited. Coming to my personal preference of personal experience of being in IT, it's very, very short duration that have been in census, only 3 months, which have been lost due to COVID and other mentions. I hope I'll be able to contribute as I have contributed in Kerala IT and also in tourism, where we have heavily used technology for doing market promotion. And I was also using technology in Smart City, Trivandrum, where I was the CEO. So I hope all those experience will come in good stead when we come up with new novel techniques in census as well.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. P. Balakiran. Dr. Nitin Madan Kulkarni, during the first wave, you were there in health department. So again, this is interesting, and I'm sure audiences would love to hear you on this, that how your experience of being in health department helped you normalizes the situations in the second wave as a divisional commissioner of Chota Nagpur, and how that experience helped you coordinate with the local government authorities in that area, in your region.
I think when this first wave hit the country, and it was obviously completely unforeseen, unexpected, unknown territory, completely unknown, no treatment, no protocols, no standard guidelines. There was no template to work on. Even there was no presidency. Government, everything goes by rules or precedence. So here there was no precedence also. So you have to use lots of common sense, and I think being an MBBS doctor, it helped a lot that you could use your own knowledge to do many things which otherwise would have taken a lot of time. And it had several challenges that time. One was obviously managing the COVID scenario, arranging for the beds, oxygen supplies, ambulances, and all other ancillary. Most important was getting your HR ready to face the pandemic, because they had never seen such thing, they had never had any occasion to know such thing. So making them ready, and there were lots of apprehension in their minds about their own safety. So if the health giver who was supposed to deliver actually having a great apprehension in mind, he cannot deliver. And so that was a major challenge we faced that time, that how to keep them motivated. And mind you, this is going on continuously for 18 months almost now. And the same lot of healthcare workers are working in day in and day out. There was a small respite for about 3-4 months, else it is going on as it is. And we don't know how long it will continue. And now it has been succeeded by vaccination. So the same teams, same staff, they are continuously, repeatedly working. So keeping their morale high and keeping their motivation levels was the biggest challenge. then making them technologically aware. See, our health systems, they are not designed for such type of epidemics. They are for general delivery of health services. So when such thing happens, we have to re-engineer ourselves, restructure ourselves. Some flexibility has to be there in the roles. We cannot go by the traditionally defined roles of the healthcare workers. So lots of things had to be done, but I can only say in retrospect that it was a once in a lifetime experience. Though many people will say that there were many friends of mine who were telling me that it was not a good experience and all, but I thoroughly enjoyed it, working in the scenario and actually able to deliver the services. And actually you can see the difference happening by small initiatives. Even there were lots of issues arranging the inventories in the first phase. Like in second wave, at least inventory management was not big issue.
Yes.
And drugs were only issue. But in first wave, we were having issues about PPEs, digital thermometers. They're very trivial actually. But managing it was, but the models which were created that time, they definitely helped, like forecasting models, projections were prepared, GIS mapping of clusters was done. So all the things which we could do. And one of the things which we carried out intensively, because we had lots of issue of the migrants, around 8 to 10 lakh migrants who working in the various parts, most of them in Andhra and Maharashtra in fact. They came back suddenly and now they dispersed to their villages. So tracking them, each and every person about his signs and symptoms, and they are all without livelihoods. So managing their livelihood issues as well as their health issues was a big thing which I think went off quite smoothly in this state. And we had what we called the intensified rural health survey. This was carried out by the grassroots workers of the health and the social welfare and the welfare departments, where the team of 3 people went each and every household of the rural areas. This was done twice in a year, and they tried to find out all the people who have returned or working and having any signs or symptoms like or similar to COVID. And that survey was an eye-opener because it produced many other diseases which were hidden. Like in the latest round of the survey, we got about 16,000 new fresh TB cases. So this proved to be a very good exercise. And many systems like IVR calling, that teleconsultation, which were like teleconsultation, we are not still comfortable when it comes to own medicine. With teleconsultation, we are not very happy with the situation. We always like a doctor to be physically present. But now that has been stabilized. People are okay with it. I think looking back, it was a very good experience. Though one will not like to have it again because it had lots of social implications, but looking back, it was a really rewarding experience.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Kulkarni. It was interesting to listen that. Ravindra sir, I was asking you one interesting thing, which we recently had a webinar where we had invited several people working in tax collection authorities in different departments. And one of the prominent thing was that they discussed was the compliance issue. So, Ravindran sir, I'd like to ask you, how did you deal with the compliance issue? And what strategies, did you use to track and monitor the fraudster?
What is the issue? I couldn't get that issue.
Compliance issues.
Compliance.
Yes.
Correct. Right.
And how did you ensure that all these fraud activities are prohibited?
Right. See, in general, in a government sector, if you see that 99.9% of 99.99% of the tax comes from voluntary payment. So oddly, only 1% or even 0.001% comes from the enforcement activity or investigation wing, basically. So it's basically in the country like India, it's a voluntary tax payment regime. Right. So the people pay on their own. In terms of compliance, if you see in the GST era, the self-compliance is more promoted than the enforced compliances. So here the voluntary, your assessment, you pay on your self-assessment is there and you pay your self-tax. Then the GST people or maybe department will scrutinize your document. If any extra you need to pay, then they communicate through the online only. There is no any physical communication nowadays. So online communication goes to the dealer or maybe the taxpayer. Then again he look the queries raised by the department. Again he makes the compliances. So this is how the tax actually been through the GST platform. Let us come out of the whether they are fully compliant or not compliant. So there is another part of the department is that called the enforcement wing, generally which is have this CGST also, the state government also have this this enforcement wing. Enforcement wing does activity on only to find the data analysis, to find out which are the taxpayer who are actually suppress the tax, or maybe they evade the tax, and we will try to do inspections or maybe investigation and make them to comply. So when this kind of, actually it's a deterrent kind of actions, basically it's the more effective actions deter more. So in that sense, the deterrence is very good when compared to other states. I am not much aware about other states, but in Maharashtra, deterrence actions are very good, because in the last pandemic situation also, the enforcement wing had a good revenue as well as a good inspections and investigations. That means that it acts a good revenue. This is one part of complaints. Then the second part of complaints, the first part is the self-complaints that I told. The second is the enforcement wing. Third is actually the complaints received from various resource or maybe various agencies from the government, or maybe different departments, or maybe sometimes the customs will tell us, or CGST will tell us, or CBIC will tell us. Sometimes other states will tell us that these are the fraud, tax frauders or something. So these are the other source of intelligence which we act upon it. So this is another mode of making sure that the taxpayers actually complies the necessity of the taxations. So this is how 3 or 4 category of the complaints we make it. But the most important is that the self-complaints, which actually most of the taxpayers does it properly. Right. And wherever they try to evade or do the fraud, and always the enforcement being act upon it.
Right.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And one more, since you spoke about analytics, so as the digitization of process and system in government is increasing, the need for advanced analytics is also on the rise, especially in GST department. What are your views on this?
See, now the GST is a very good platform, which is actually run by the GSTN, and which is actually in the partner with central government. You see that this actual GSTN itself has a built is to own a network data analysis part within the system itself. That's called the BIFA, and that gives the actually the analysis of the taxpayers, where the tax evasion is there or tax suppression is there. Apart from that, every state has its own data analytical wing. That's called the EIU, they call it Economic Intelligence Unit. Yes. And many of the states having, smaller states, I'm not much aware, but the bigger states always has this wing. And they download the data from GSTN, or before that the VAT was there. And the VAT regime also, they had to do the data analysis. So they download the data, or maybe they draw the data from various sources and they do analysis. But here the limitation is that now many of the states, or maybe even including Maharashtra also, having some limitations of having technologies. Now we are also planning to upgrade our technologies to move into the next level, maybe bringing out artificial intelligence or predictive technologies. Those kind of things we are going to bring it. But still now till now we have left only the data mining and data analytical part. We have not moved to the artificial intelligence, but there is a future scope to move to the artificial intelligence in this particular data analytical part. And this actually gives the broader spectrum, or maybe we can go to the minute level of the taxpayers complaints to the month, or maybe to the day transactions, or maybe we can see the bills also. So that much level we can go and deal with the taxpayers.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing these views, Mr. E. Ravindran. The similar question I'd like to ask to Mr. P. Balakiran also, that as you move towards the more and more digital processes, safety of data and security of data will also become an concern for your department. How do you plan to safeguard the data that you will be probably generating over the years, over the months?
I think you have touched the right question. See, basically the census data is a massive collection of data. So having 135 crore people's individual data points is a huge database, and this database has to be protected extremely carefully. So census by itself, actually there is no basis for individual. Any professional statistician will tell you that he doesn't mind, or he doesn't share, or he doesn't discuss individual data points. It is always a collective data point, or the collective metadata which is rising out of the data point is what is actually used for formulation or planning, or even for presentation of statistics. So coming to our organization, Census Commission and Government of India has 3 vital aspects of data security. One is, of course, the statutory one. The Census Act 1948 is very, very unequivocal about how it intends to protect individual privacy. Firstly, it guarantees confidentiality. Section 15 is very, very clear. It guarantees confidentiality of individual information. It basically says that Section 15 says that no person has any right to inspect any individual record. Also, no entry in this census data can be used as evidence in any civil case or even a criminal case. So it is not used against any particular person. So we are only, census as an organization is only interested in presenting collective statistics rather than pinpointing and discussing or using it as for an individual purpose. So that is the best part about census, which has been the major success over the 160 years that we have been doing. Basically because people, that's why, come very, very forthcoming. In fact, whenever our 1.24 lakh enumerators in our state and around 31 lakh enumerators in the country go around every household in the country, there is a lot of positivity towards census because everybody wants to be included in this beautiful process. And there's a huge IEC campaign also is done to ensure the same. The second one is the physical security. Physical security of all the data centers which are there in the states and also the central data center. And also there are 3 other data centers in Lucknow, Delhi, and one more area. So these 3 data centers also are very, very protected. Sorry, Lucknow, Bangalore, and Delhi. These 3 data centers have extremely high security, high physical security. They are monitored 24/7 through CCTVs and various other surveillance platforms. They have physical security as well. And coming to the third important point, which is the data security. Data security is, I think, the most natural way of theft of data, especially if it's in digital form. We always talk about, especially in IT, we always talk about intrusion protection system, firewalls, anti-malware softwares, or virtual private network, web security, access control. So all these are very, very relevant in internet parlance. But the most important thing you should understand is none of our data centers are actually connected to the internet. Even the data center which is there in my organization, it is not connected to the internet. It is not even connected to the local area network, or what we call LAN, to of our office. It is in a secure place. It doesn't have any other other connection with the internet. So that resolves most of the issues. And there is extremely serious standard operating protocol on how to access information, even for the statistics also, is very, very clearly laid out by Census Commission and RGA, and that is followed. And it is also punishable under law. Section 11 details out all the penalties in the Census Act on what can happen to the person who actually divulges this information and uses it for malafide purposes or anything which is not in accordance to Census Act. So so census data is very, very safe. It has been safe for last 160 years. Even in the digital age also, we are very, very certain that the entire data will be safe in our hands.
Right. Thank you. That was really insightful, Mr. P. Balakiran. And one last question to Dr. Nitin Kulkarni, and then we will formally close this session. Sir, as a divisional commissioner, how we have seen in different states that local economy was badly affected, and district administrations and municipal corporations and divisional commissioner offices have taken several initiatives to revive those economy or at least help these local businesses. Any of such initiatives undertaken in your region, and what was the solution that you found?
See, the most impact it has caused in is the economic impact. There is many people have actually lost their livelihoods. Jobs are out, their jobs are over. When you close suppose you take example of a mall. When you close the mall, there are about 1,000 people working in a good sized mall. And most of them are salesmen, sales boy, and in those categories who come basically on a sort of a day-to-day basis. They are not a permanent employment and they will be paid salaries, even if they are not working. They get paid only when they are working. So when this economic impact really has created issues for the population, then take example of the people who are daily wage earners. with these lockdowns and curfews, their daily earnings have almost stopped. So that has created a big problem. But as far as our part was concerned, the best part was that most of these category of people were rural people who were migrating to urban areas for work. So most of them preferred to go back to their rural houses, and where the government had special arrangements for employment schemes in the particularly MG Narega that is going on. Additional mandates were provided, and it was ensured that in each and every village minimum 5 schemes should be kept running at any point of time so that each person gets a job.
Right.
And also government came out with certain other incentives, particularly providing financial incentives to the affected families so that they don't land up in a serious crisis for the loss of bread earner. So that was also another problem when bread earner has died because of COVID. Suddenly the children and the lady of the house suffers. So that financial incentives were provided. Then now it was ensured that all the payments, what you call it, the payments are made in the form of, say, the monthly ration schemes as well as their old age pensions. They were all ensured that they go on time to respective accounts. So all these things matter with, and we never had any incidents of, say, that Jharkhand has been known for some cases of death due to lack of food or due to hunger and all. But fortunately, in last 6 to 8 months, we never had any such instance where people suffered. And that was mainly possible because of the community kitchen scheme, which went off very well.
Right.
We had large number of community kitchens running in all the rural as well as urban areas, which provided meals free of cost or at a very nominal cost. And these were operated again by the local self-help groups of the women. So in a way, they got employment as well as they got some job, and they also earned money out of it. So that system worked very well, and still it is, some places it is still continuing, but now it is more or less being tapered off.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We will now formally close this session. Before we do that, I'll request Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO, Elect Technomedia Private Limited, for closing comments and thank you note to everyone.
Let me thank our all our esteemed speakers for joining us. We are honored to have you here, and I think we had some insightful discussions. And thank you so much for this. I really enjoyed this session, and I hope all our delegates have really enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi Gupta, and I request my team, as a token of appreciation, we would like to present virtual certificates to all our esteemed panelists. Thank you so much, Dr. Nitin Madan Kulkarni, Divisional Commissioner, Chota Nagpur, Government of Jharkhand, for making it to the event and sharing your inputs here. Mr. E. Ravindran, Joint Commissioner, Sales Tax Department of GST, Government of Maharashtra. Thank you so much, sir, for joining.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. P. Balakiran, Director of Census Operation, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India. He's in Andhra Pradesh. Thank you so much, Mr. P. Balakiran, for sharing your views on this wonderful platform. And with this, we close this session here. And thank you again, everyone.
Thank you. Namaskar.
We would like to tell all our audience that we have a presentation by Mr. Nilesh Goradia, Senior Manager, Solution Engineering, VMware, India, at 3 p.m. So I request everyone to stay tuned for that presentation by Mr. Nilesh Goradia, Senior Manager, Solution Engineering, VMware. Thank you.
भारत एक युवा देश है। विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना एक रुतबा खड़ा किया है और भारत इसके बाद के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिला करके बात कर सकते हैं। और ये मेरा साफ, मैं हमेशा कहता आया हूं, आईटी प्लस आईटी इज इक्वल टू आईटी। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी प्लस इंडियन टैलेंट इज इक्वल टू इंडिया टुमारो।
Industrial enterprises and critical infrastructures are subject to constantly escalating numbers of cyber attacks, causing serious economic and societal damage. These attacks often aim at disturbing or interrupting technological processes. However, espionage or fraud, though less immediately destructive, can also cause crippling corporate damage. So how do attacks start? Office-based employees opening phishing mails or accessing suspicious websites via unprotected internet connections can unwittingly provide the attacker with, for example, remote access credentials to penetrate through to the industrial network. Attacks initiated within the industrial facility itself can often be traced to employees with access to industrial equipment or to suppliers or service providers violating the company's network isolation requirements. Industrial IoT scenarios are about to significantly increase this attack surface. Kaspersky Industrial Cybersecurity, KICS, is a holistic solution based on technologies and services that provide simultaneous protection against cyber incidents in different elements of industrial systems, including SCADA servers, HMI, engineering workstations, PLC or IED, and network communications. KICS is certified by leading industrial automation vendors and doesn't negatively impact on technological processes. KICS comprises two security modules. KICS for Networks provides industrial network monitoring and anomaly detection for technological processes, integrating non-intrusively into industrial networks. This module enables the detection of hidden attacks and potential threats like unauthorized communications and new device connections, network attacks detected via IDS, malicious commands to controllers and other devices, technological process parameter changes. KICS for Nodes is designed specifically to protect against threats at operator level, particularly in SCADA and historian servers, engineering workstations, and HMI. Security technologies applied are application whitelisting, device usage control, industrial anti-malware including ransomware protection, host-based firewall, integrity check of PLC projects. KICS components are managed via the Kaspersky Security Center single management console, giving operators optimum control, administrative ease, and operational transparency. Centralized management simplifies security control procedures not just inside the industrial infrastructure, but throughout the corporate IT domain. KICS can also send event-related data to other systems like CMs, MESs, and business intelligence solutions. as well as helping detect, counter, and investigate cyber attacks, detailed industrial network monitoring supports predictive maintenance. Services form an important part of the KICS solution. These include training and awareness programs that cover every area of the workforce, from security specialists to senior management. Threat reports and analytics from our ICS Cyber Emergency Response Team. Industrial cybersecurity assessment, including penetration testing. Integration services and incident response. Taking a holistic approach to industrial cybersecurity, from precautions against potential attack through specialized industrial prevention and detection technologies, to responding proactively to a cyber incident, is the ultimate guarantee of your company's uninterrupted and safe functioning.
जब इंडिया की तरक्की तारों से भी परे हो, फिर इंडिया को कौन रोक सकता है? रात के अंधेरे में जब हाथों में एक स्मार्ट साथी हो, तो राहें सुरक्षित हो जाती हैं। इंडिया के शहरों से लेकर सरकार तक एक स्मार्टर और बेहतर इंडिया बनाने के काम में मैप माई इंडिया, क्योंकि हर पता हमें है पता।
कई लोगों के सपने जिन कंधों पे टिके हों, उन कंधों को मजबूत रखना हम जानते हैं। इनकी उम्मीदों की जमा पूंजी को सेफ रखना हम जानते हैं। 50,000 स्क्वायर फुट की फैक्ट्री अपने 2 बेडरूम के घर से चलाना हम जानते हैं। 9 से 5 की नौकरी के बाद 5 से 9 वाला बिजनेस भी करना हम जानते हैं। किसी के ब्राइट फ्यूचर के लिए फ्यूचर का इस्तेमाल करना।
Dear Ms. Sharma, we are pleased to offer you the position of senior analyst in our organization.
हम जानते हैं। हम आज का इंडिया है बॉस, और इतना तो सब मानते हैं कि हम रुकना नहीं जानते हैं।
Hello and welcome back, everyone. I, Harshal Desai, part of editorial team at Elite's Technomedia Private Limited. Welcome all the audience who are watching us live on this wonderful platform called Avatar. We have been joined here. I'd like to introduce everyone that we are now assembled on this platform in this session for a wonderful technology presentation by Mr. Nilesh Goradia, Senior Manager, Solution Engineering, VMware India. Welcome, Mr. Goradia, to Governance Leadership Summit.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Harshal, for providing me this opportunity to come and present to the elite audience. Right?
Thank you.
To make sure that the time is worthwhile. I hope, can I get started if you permit?
Yes, thank you so much, sir. So this virtual stage is yours now, and I request you to please present.
Yeah, I hope my screen is visible now.
Yes.
I'm audible clearly.
Yes.
Yeah, so, next 15 minutes, I will actually spend on sharing my experiences, because I am a technical guy by heart. Whatever I have learned from my customers and whatever I've worked together with them, I'll like to share my experiences and also talk about what VMware is actually trying to do to solve the challenges which customers are facing, or how we are participating in the digital transformation journey. So, obviously governance is in a new decade altogether, and we all know that, and it's more of citizen participation in governance, right? That is the main, you can say, idea as far as the modern era is concerned, where it is people and governance or government which participate basically to create a scenario which is beneficial to, both of them. So what we have seen from a digital perspective is, that, and there was a survey which was done, that the entire story, okay, which will endure the governance from a digital transformation perspective, okay, purely will be surrounding the applications, right? Today we are seeing, the new income tax portal which has been launched. We are talking about, applications where we go and register for the vaccination. We are talking about healthcare applications which are launched by various states across the country, right? So what we are seeing is that entire digital transformation is led by applications, and these applications, come in various forms, ways. They have various platforms on which these applications are developed, and obviously they have different interfaces which the user uses, right from a mobile device to a laptop to a PC and so on. Right. So the survey says that 500 million applications will be developed, right, in the next 5 years. And they will be, most of the applications will be developed using cloud native tools and methods and so on. Right. And that is equal to the number of apps which were built over the last 40 years. So, we can actually say that the next digital transformation journey is all going to be about applications. Now, having said that, the great applications which our developers are developing or the application providers are developing ideally require even a greater infrastructure, right? And that is what I say with full responsibility, that if you have a great application but a bad infrastructure that doesn't actually cater to the right mechanism of the application experience, the consumer experience which the user is expecting. Right. Now, when you talk about great infrastructure, what does it mean? Right. Number one is agility and availability. So it goes without saying that it has to be 100% available. Right. We don't like that a particular service is announced and then it crashes on day one, or if you go and try to access it, it is not available. So obviously that doesn't augur well. Right. Similarly, based on the user load, it has to be more agile. It has to basically reflect what the user demand is, and it has to adjust the resources which are there either in the data center or the cloud according to what the load is. Right. The second thing is it should not take years together to deploy that application. So while you are talking about private data centers and cloud, the standardization is the key. And third is, it goes without saying that, it has to be secure by design, right? And that is very, very important, where the security is not bolted on, but it is more built in when you're actually talking about that infrastructure. So when you say that if you want to deliver a right or a great application experience, then I think there are the three pillars which are there. Number one, robust infrastructure, which is agile, which is secure, which is available all the time. That is what we talked in the last slide. The network which the infrastructure caters to has to be always on, okay, and it has to be available to basically provide the services to the end user, and it has to be ubiquitous in terms of access. So whether you're using a mobile or whether you're using a laptop or a PC, okay, while there are different mechanisms to access, you should be able to deliver that application onto any device which you can think of, right? And that is what I'm saying, that everything done on top of that, the security has to be intrinsic. It has to be built in, not bolted on. And if you're changing the components of the infrastructure or your applications, the life cycle automation has to be built in as far as that entire application infrastructure is concerned. So that is very, very important. Now, while we lay the foundation, what VMware is actually doing to cater to these needs of government entities, the needs of the enterprises, right? So if you ask me what VMware does, I can just tell you in one statement that we can help you build, run, manage, connect, and protect any application on any cloud on any device.
right? So we say any application, whatever be the form factor, right from developing to hosting, to changing the version of the application, which is normally, continuous integration, continuous development. Okay, we can do that, right? And we can help you to do that on any cloud, and then obviously access that application from any particular device which you can think of, right? So we say build, run, manage, connect, and protect any application on any cloud and any device. So we talked about saying that digital transformation is nothing but all about applications. What we are saying at VMware is that we can make it seamless by allowing you to host that application on any cloud and then access that application on any kind of a device itself. So that's what the VMware vision is, and you've seen it over the years. What we did is we basically started by introducing a hypervisor where we said that, okay, this is a bare metal server, and then multiple virtual machines can actually run on top of that particular hypervisor. The next thing is what we defined is the software defined storage. So we said instead of using a network attached storage, why can't we basically use the disks which are attached, to that particular server itself? So we said software defined compute and then software defined storage. And then we said instead of, every time the application sending the request to the perimeter network, can we have the network also software defined? So we said software defined network. And then to make it more agile, more available, we added on top of that is the automated operations and management. So that is what we did. Hypervisor was obviously, that is our flagship product. It was a super success. It basically laid the foundation of the modern data center. And then we added the software defined storage and network. And then we added the operations on top of that. Now, what we saw is that the traditional data center was powerful on its own, while it did many things, okay, but there were some things which were missing, right? And that is where we had the advent of, the hyperscalers, we had the advent of the cloud, and then there was a need to have a similar kind of a setup which was there as a part of the data center being also available as a part of, the cloud data centers, which I can say, right? The hyperscalers having a similar kind of a setup which you are used to in the data center being available on any of the hyperscalers, being it, Azure or Amazon or Oracle or Google, the similar software defined hypervisor, software defined storage, network and operations available on any kind of a hybrid cloud, which is obviously one is you are familiar, and it is similar to what is actually there in the data center itself. So we say that whatever private data center you are used to, we can actually give you the same private data center experience with same kind of software and resources being available to you on any kind of a hybrid cloud. And not only that, we promise that it will not work in silos, right? The private data center and the hybrid or the similar kind of setup running on any kind of a hyperscaler cloud, okay, it will have consistent infrastructure and consistent operations. So that is what the promise of VMware is, where we say traditional architecture, yes, it has helped you over the years. You are used to it. You've built great data centers. You have used hypervisors. You've used the software defined storage and network, and you have built your private cloud. Now with the advent of public cloud, okay, there is basically a need to have a similar kind of infrastructure being available on the public cloud itself. So can we marry, okay, the traditional architecture of the private cloud to the public cloud? And while we promise that particular marriage, can we provide a consistent infrastructure and operations both on the traditional side as well as the public cloud side? And that is where VMware comes into perspective, where VMware says that we'll provide you consistent infrastructure and operations with the similar software defined compute, network and storage being available on the public cloud, and basically create an architecture where you can actually move your workloads from private cloud to public cloud, and then if required, bring it back in the same manner from public cloud to private cloud, right? So traditional apps, ops driven, cost focus, and then cloud apps, can you do both of them together? Yes, the VMware hybrid cloud story basically helps you to do that by providing you a unified hybrid cloud solution okay, which says consistent operations, unified policies, security, which is built in across your private and the public cloud. And then obviously the skill sets don't change, right? That is a major promise which I can give you, that whatever skill sets you are using in the data center, the same can be applied to the cloud, because it's the same thing, the same software defined compute, network and storage being available across your data center, edge, service provider, public cloud, and intrinsic security being built into that. And that promise can only be delivered by using software defined everything. And that is what the ubiquitous platform for hybrid cloud is, okay, which we basically call it as the VMware Cloud Foundation. The VMware Cloud Foundation is equal to software defined compute plus software defined storage plus software defined network. Okay, on top of that, there is automation and operations. And the same thing is available across whatever you can think of, right? So if you think of Amazon, Google, Oracle, Azure, or if you think of any of the meaty empaneled data centers, VCF is available across the board. So VMware Cloud Foundation being available wherever you can think of, right from your data center to disaster recovery site. And then, as I said, the migration is as simple as like doing a V motion. That means just picking up the virtual machine from your data center and then just say, okay, migrate to AWS or any other cloud which you can actually think of in any geography of the world, whether it is Mumbai, Sydney, Dallas, or any of the cities which are there based on where the data center availability is, right? So what it means is it's a universal workload platform, and basically it allows you to host any application, whether it is your traditional virtual machine based application or a modern container based application on the same hypervisor. And this is something unique which nobody else, and I say this with full responsibility, nobody else in this world can do, where on the same hypervisor you can have the container and the virtual machine running, and then you can have the entire platform being shifted to wherever you can dream of, right? Whether it is Azure, Google, Amazon, the VCF being available across the board itself. So hypervisor, the virtual network, automated, and the management platform being available, and whatever you want to dream of, right? Whether it is infrastructure as a service, container as a service, platform as a service, desktop as a service, including all your applications being certified compatible for this particular platform itself. And that is what we say VMware Cloud Foundation, which is available across your data centers and the cloud platforms which are there, right? So search for VMware Hybrid Cloud, search for VMware Cloud Foundation, and you'll see how it can help your organization, your entity to basically do that. Now, lastly, what I'll do is I'd like to share a real life, government customer scenario. Okay, while I don't name the customer, but this is how they've basically done that, right? So you have your private data center, and then you have the disaster recovery side, which is running the software defined compute, storage, and network. Similarly, the disaster recovery runs the compute, storage, and network. And what you do is it is basically replicated, okay, to any VMware cloud platform which is running on AWS, Azure, Google, Oracle, where you have the same compute, storage, and network, which is EXXi, which is our compute, vSAN, which is our storage, and NSXT, which is our network, which is with the combination is known as the VMware Cloud Foundation. Now, this same thing basically runs across your DC, DR, and then it runs on the cloud as well. And then internally, you can connect to any kind of local cloud native storage or the cloud native services which are available. And the security is same across. And what you do is basically the entire thing, including your private DC and disaster recovery and the cloud platform and the cloud native services, is managed by a single platform from the automation and operations perspective. So this is a real life scenario where the customer had a DC full, and obviously the DR was replicating the DC. They wanted to create a true hybrid cloud by having a similar kind of setup on any of the hyperscalers which you were thinking of. So they started hosting the virtual machines on the hyperscalers, and then obviously they integrated a lot of those virtual machines, okay, with the cloud native services which are there. and the network was seamless all across, and the automation and operations was also having a single pane of glass to basically manage your entire hybrid cloud platform, right? So that's what the VMware promises. Digital transformation is application driven. Okay, the entire infrastructure story can be made more agile, secure, available by only one thing, which is software defined everything, right? And VMware does that, making sure that software is available across any kind of an infrastructure domain which you can think of, right from starting to your data center to the cloud. And then not only that, you can actually integrate it by providing a single platform to basically do the automation and operations. So that's what our promise is, right? Talk to our teams. We are engaged with majority of the customers, write to VMware, and then I'll be more than glad to answer your questions and participate in your digital transformation journey. So thank you for your time, and thank you very much, Harshal, for providing me this opportunity to present here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Goradia. There is one question from one of the audience is, how can you see adoption of hybrid cloud in public sector undertaking? And what are your opinion on this? What is the scope for public sector undertakings for hybrid cloud?
So that's a very good question, and thank you for asking that question. So, I can tell you, we are working with majority of the public sector organizations. And what we have seen is, obviously, they are also having newer applications, okay, which either they are creating for business expansion, okay, or maybe the new version of application which is coming, right? Now, because of, the pandemic, the logistics is one of the major challenges which all public sector companies are facing. While the application is ready, the infrastructure delivery is going to take a long time, right? Even after the tender is out and the RFP is submitted and they've selected the right vendor, they will promise around minimum, I'm saying 8 to 10 weeks of delivery for the infrastructure. Now, that itself is a major gap because the entire cycle goes for a toss. And that is where, we are seeing a lot of public sector enterprises coming to us and saying that, can we do a day zero kind of an onboarding, okay, where I can just onboard my application. Now, having said that, if they have space in the private data center, their task is that, can I bring it back whenever I want to, right? So it is not only that I want to host it on the cloud, because, currently I don't have the space in the data center and the infrastructure is not available. But can you give me a provision where I can just get it back whenever I want to, okay, and start hosting it in my data center? Or I can decide some of my workloads which I'm hosting in my data center, in future I will move it to the cloud, right? So these are some of the typical challenges which are there, primarily surrounding the logistics, the data center availability, and the newer applications which have to be rolled out. And that is where people are going for a hybrid cloud scenario, right? Because it helps them to solve those challenges.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Nilesh Goradia, for this wonderful answer, and thank you so much for this presentation. And I request audience who probably have not, if they are not able to ask questions, you please let us know. We will be happy to connect you with Mr. Nilesh Goradia. And we would like to present this token of appreciation to you, Mr. Nilesh Goradia, Senior Manager, Solution Engineering, VMware India, for sharing his valuable insight at ILET's Governance Leadership Summit. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Harshal. It was a pleasure, and I hope the session was useful. And thanks for inviting me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello and welcome everyone. This is Harshal Desai. I welcome all the esteemed panelists to the next panel discussion, which is on water and sanitation innovations, imbibing best practices for a sustainable future. I request my colleague to please bring other panelists also in this room. Water and sanitation innovations is, of course, indeed one of the major subject, and imbibing best practices for a sustainable future. We will be having a discussion on this, and we are very glad that we have been joined here with by eminent panelists, Mr. Rajiv Yadav, Chairman, Brahmaputra Board, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India. He will be joining us shortly. We have Mr. Ajitab Sharma, Chairman and Managing Director, Jaipur Metro Rail Corporation Limited, Government of Rajasthan, an expert on water management. He will also join us. Shri Pankaj, Special Secretary, Irrigation and Water Resource Department, Government of Haryana. Thank you so much, Shri Pankaj, for joining us. And we have been joined here by Mr. Pradipta Kumar Swain, Managing Director, Water Corporation of Odisha, Government of Odisha. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we have also been joined by Dr. Pandit Madhunure, Director, Groundwater Department, Government of Telangana. Thank you so much, Dr. Pandit, for joining us. So now we will, Mr. Ajitab is also joining us. He is just facing some difficulty, but he will be with us in any moment, and Rajiv sir will also join us. So we'll start this panel discussion formally now. As I told, subject is water and sanitation innovations, imbibing best practices for a sustainable future. And to start this panel discussion, I would like to seek opening remark from all the esteemed panelists, and I'd like first go to Shri Pankaj, Special Secretary, Irrigation and Water Resource Department. Sir, how significant this subject is? And I would like to request you for your opening remark.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think I need not speak much about how important this subject is because all the people who are connected here, all the esteemed guests, speakers who are here, they all are related with water sector. So apart from the consumer or the farmer, there is no one who can appreciate more the requirement of water. Like I believe that farmer is the first person who knows what scarcity of water actually mean to him, because his livelihood directly depends on availability of water. And similarly for the domestic consumer whose life depends on water, so there is no point emphasizing need of importance of this. And this is the time, like now, this is the time when we have started realizing that we don't have any future without water, and governments at various levels have started appreciating significance of saving water. So like in Haryana government, when I will be sharing my presentation, I will emphasize that Haryana government is really, really serious about it. And government has taken some very tough stands, which are usually not supported, with the help of which we have taken some very like revolutionary kind of, I will say, steps for promoting micro irrigation and like promoting efficiency in other segments of consumption of water. So I think I thank you, the organization. Thank you, Harshal, for bringing us all together. I'm sure we will all learn from experiences of the other.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Of course, I'll come back to you again after speaking opening remark. I'll go to Mr. Pradip Kumar Swain, Managing Director, Water Corporation of Odisha, Government of Odisha. Sir, your opening remark on this subject.
Thank you. So, water supply and sanitation is a key sector in the field of service provisions for having better standard of life with improved health standards. Access of safe drinking water is a fundamental right of human beings. On the other hand, water is a very scarce commodity. Water is considered as a life. The value of water being scarce and being fundamental rights of human beings, it has become invaluable. Disposal of wastewater for clean and green environment is equally vital. Carriage of the wastewater, storage water through integrated storage system and treatment of the same in sewage treatment plants has become an essential feature of the modern towns. carriage of sewage from public septic tanks by cesspool and treatment by fiscal sludge treatment plants is now a recent trend to avoid time-taking and difficult sewage network system. Providing safe drinking water at the doorstep of the citizens during the pandemic situation was a big challenge to the service providers. However, by innovative technology and dedicated attitude of the service providers, water and sanitation sector has delivered its best. Although the workers and the officers working on water and sanitation are coming under essential service category, till that they have not been recognized as COVID warriors. In my opinion, they should be declared as frontline COVID warriors. With this background, I want to say that water is life. I agree with Mr. Pankaj, and this topic is very much a burning topic for discussion.
Right.
Thank you.
Yes, one of the speakers said in the morning that in the pandemic we have seen all kind of shortages, be it oxygen, hospital infrastructure, beds, and several other things. But he mentioned about electricity, and water, I believe, is the second next important component which were there even during the pandemic, and people in several offices were working to ensure a seamless supply of both these key components, which are very necessary to enable everyone to fight this COVID-19 pandemic. I'll seek a brief opening remark from Dr. Pandit also. Dr. Pandit Madhunire, Director Groundwater from Government of Telangana. Sir, your opening remark, please. Dr. Pandit Madhunire, am I audible to you? I think his screen has freezed. Yeah, Dr. Pandit, am I audible to you, sir?
Yeah, Harshal.
Your opening remark on the subject, your opening remarks, sir, on this subject.
Yeah, thank you, Harshal, and the panelists who are there. So a warm good afternoon, all of you. This is the topic which burning topic. Now, as you know very well, that the most of the states, they have become open defecation free, as well as the Jal Jeevan mission is also taking place. Government of India is implementing Jal Jeevan mission all over India, and my state also implementing Mission Bhagirath program on the same line, which started earlier than the Jal Jeevan mission. And some of the issues definitely because of your open defecation policies, some of the issues may are what I have learned, gone through some of the various papers published recently, that it is also creating a lot of anthropogenic contamination problem. So in that connection, actually, we have to see that whenever we are constructing some pits for this under ODF, I think we have to take a lot of care so that the contaminant should not percolate to the ground and join the aquifer. Because when it is joining the aquifers, the shallow water table area, wherever the water tables are shallow, and if the faulty structure is constructed there, I think that it is creating a lot of problem, and the groundwater is getting polluted through anthropogenic contaminant, which is a nitrate. So I think in that direction we have to see, and we have to give some of the recommendation to the government. And as you know very well that the government of Telangana, after formation, is doing a lot of things in the water sector. Most particularly, our Honorable Chief Minister is doing a lot of things in the water sector. And as a result of all those things, now as per the latest resource estimation, now almost there is a decrease of 14% stage of groundwater extraction in the state. So which the report we have submitted recently. So in due course of time, I will be joining with some of my if required presentation, or I will be joining.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Pandit. I'll go to Shri Pankaj. Shri Pankaj, one question to you, and then I'll request you for the presentation which you want to show. A major share of water in India goes to the agriculture sector, and how can technology tools be leveraged to reduce water consumption in the sector while keeping the factors like accessibility and affordability in mind?
Was it for me, Hassan?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. I will say there are two aspects of this question which you raised. One is the technology, but more than technology, it's about behavioral change, a social behavioral change. Because like around 70 to 75% of total water consumed in our country goes to agriculture sector. Remaining like 20% or something goes to industries and household consumption and all other requirements, commercial requirements. So somehow farmers' behavior has to be a focus for change. Because right now in Haryana, we are dealing, like my main assignment as of now is about micro irrigation. So I have dealt with the farmers, and there is a serious, very hard, I will say, mindset of the farmer that yield of the crop is proportional to water you put. And we somehow are also responsible for that, because during this green revolution, we have put it in the mind of farmers that more water and more ingredients like fertilizers and pesticides you put in the field, more outcome you will get. So as of now, I think it's more, as far as agriculture sector is concerned, it's more about behavioral change that is required rather than the technology. So the technology part comes after that. Like when we talk about saving water, we talk about crop diversification, we talk about micro irrigation, we talk about piped water courses rather than open water courses, so that seepage is less. The areas which are facing water logging, we talk about recharge, borewells which suck out water. So those all things are the easy part. The difficult part is to convince the end user, that is the farmer, that they are ready for these things, because there is a lot of resistance among the farmers for any kind of technological change, which officers who are senior, they tell us that they faced when this green revolution came. Now we are going in the totally opposite direction, and we will definitely, and we are actually facing the same kind of resistance. So I think that technology part is a secondary one. The first is that behavioral change of the farmers.
Right. Thank you so much, sir. So you have some presentation also.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah. So we maybe please request you to show the presentation.
Okay. How can may I know, Harsal, how much time I have?
Yes, sir. We can do that for 7 to 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yes.
Fine. So I will just save it.
Yes, sir.
Is it visible, the presentation?
Visible, sir. Yes.
Okay. So I will try to finish it in like 7 to 8 minutes, focusing on the main things.
Yes, sir.
Like I'm a special secretary, and I'm also looking after the charge of administrative CADA. The CADA, which is in other states, now it has been renamed and restructured in Haryana as MICADA, that is Micro Irrigation and Command Area Development Authority. So all the micro irrigation related works have been transferred to MICADA. So I think I need not talk about this efficiency. The sources of water, we have surface, groundwater, rainwater, and the treated wastewater. This is also one focus area which we are having in Haryana. Like we are linking this at STP treated water with micro irrigation. So I will talk about these projects later on. Haryana is a typical agricultural state. We have around 44 lakh hectare area, out of which 29 lakh hectare is irrigated by surface irrigation. But even then, we have huge demand for water. Total water availability which we have is around 18 MAF, including the groundwater. And groundwater is under a lot of stress in Haryana. Like around 140 out of 141 blocks, 81 of them are overexploited. So like they are not overexploited only in the blocks where groundwater is saline, which cannot be used. So that is also one of the reasons why we are putting a lot of focus, emphasis on underground pipelines and micro irrigation. So we have done some studies, like we selected few blocks, we collected some data like how are farmers growing crops, different crops, and then what is water demand for individual crops, and then we installed micro irrigation systems, and then we showed them like if you go for micro irrigation, the groundwater demand will go down, like it will be around half of it. So these are details of the data. This is a typical CWC data. Like if you choose different kind of irrigation combinations like water course and the kind of irrigation sprinkler with micro irrigation, how much efficiency you get. So in Haryana, yeah, as far as this canal water is concerned, we are somewhere around 45% efficiency. So, and we are targeting to shift it to 75 to 80% efficiency using pipe network and sprinkler and drip irrigation. So we did in last 3-4 years, we did pilot projects. Like we did 14 pilot projects on canal-based system in combining it with micro irrigation. We did 6 STP-based projects, like STP water was provided to farmers, linking it with micro irrigation. And then we also did like 9 or 10 pond-based projects, linking it with micro irrigation. Pond-based means overflowing ponds, villages which have excess water. So we had mixed experience. This is a diagram, like we provided them grid connectivity for running the pumps, put the water in the tank. Then from there, solar system, and then hydrants were provided up to the fields, and their micro irrigation was to be done. So we had mixed results. This is data related with one of the projects of canal based. So around total like 600 acre area we covered, 700 acre area we covered in one of the projects. And we had like mixed results in the sense that the infrastructure part which was the easy one, it was done very nicely. But when it came to farmers adapting MI, then came the problem. So like out of 14 canal-based projects, we had 3 projects where farmers adopted MI. In remaining of the projects, adoption of MI was very limited, like some 5%, 10%. And mostly in the farmers who were not able to do any kind of agriculture, in absence of this project, they were happy because we laid the hydrant system, and also they started doing the flood irrigation, which they were not able to do before. Out of those, only a fraction of them went for micro irrigation. So, but we had a lot of learnings, like economy of scale was not there. Then we realized that land for common ponds was not available, and grid connectivity had some issues like power bills. Although we planned it for zero billing, but power bills, they started becoming a problem. But in the surrounding area, at least they worked as demonstration farms, and people had some understanding that this micro irrigation system also works. So for like some last 8-9 months, we have been working on evolving a new model. So like this is our model. We have linked these micro irrigation systems with water courses. We brought 2 policies, one for water courses and one for on-farm pond. We said that now we developed a portal also, and then all the applications for water courses as well as on-farm ponds, on-farm MI, and we also integrated solar pumps with this. Although this is provided by a different department, but we now have a common portal. So any farmer which needs anything related with micro irrigation, upstream, any requirement or micro irrigation as such, they can apply on a single portal. 3 components we provide from Mikada only, and 1 component is from Hareda, but we facilitate it. So any farmer, and at the same time, we have practically stopped making any water course where less than 70% farmers are willing to have micro irrigation. So that is a very tough stand from the government, especially at this time when farmers are also having an agitation on some different issue. But this is because government is giving a lot of priority to groundwater, that it should not be abstracted. So this is a new model which we are trying here. And fortunately, on 5 of our projects, we have been able to convince farmers for applying for on-farm MI. So we have floated 2 tenders also of around 30 crore rupees. So this new concept, which just I showed here, it is about bringing economy of a scale for micro irrigation. So like one vendor will come, they will do the whole design, and they will also do digging it, laying pipeline, installing pumping and solar systems, and MI also. So these are different subsidies like and contributions on water courses. We are taking only 1% contribution for the farmers. On solar pumps, government is providing 75% subsidy. On on-farm tanks, we are providing 70 to 85% subsidy depending on community and individual tanks. And for on-farm MI, state government is giving top-up subsidy. So total we are 85% subsidy state government is providing. So on the portal, we have clearly defined priorities and marking system, like the person, the WA which chooses more MI will get a priority, and more area will be covered, that will get a priority. Such type of 5 damage and all 5 priority areas we have selected. So these are details about, like we have got all somewhere around 6,000 applications, including the individual on-farm MI applications, as well as the water course based MI applications, and also STP based. We have also floated 10 STP based projects where it has here as 1A. STP water will be provided to farmers linked with micro irrigation. So like 35 STPs in Haryana have been identified, and we have floated tenders for 10 of them. So we are waiting for response of other. Other than this, crop diversification is also being tried in Haryana. Government has floated a scheme in the name of Mera Pani Meri Virasat. It says that any farmer who is growing paddy, if he shifts to some other crop, they will be getting 7,000 rupees per acre flat, like whichever crop they go for. And government is also planning to go for assured purchase of that. They tried last time, but some issues came, but it is being tried again. Micro irrigation we are trying. Water accounting of surface and groundwater is also being tried in a big way. Like we are installing sensors and piezometer for groundwater and sensors in all our major canal diversion points, where so that the thefts and any seepage and all data we can get. So that will help us planning it. Government has constituted water regulatory authority also for on one side for facilitating and expediting NOCs, and at the same time also for the overall planning. So some other portals have also been launched. I think how much time I have, Harsal? You are on mute.
Yes, it's interesting, sir. You may please continue.
Okay. Thank you. So, like apart from this Mera Pani Meri Virasat, in which 52 crore rupees government has already allotted, and we also have a portal in the name of Meri Fasal Mera Byora, in which every farmer every year enters data related with what crop they are growing, and that is verified. So this portal has completed 2 years. Now it is being integrated with the source of irrigation also. So very soon we will have a verified data about how much micro irrigation being actually used. Because this scheme has been there for around 12 years. So like as of now, government, as per government data, we have around 5,20,000 acres of micro irrigated area. This year we have a target of around 1 lakh hectare. So like 2,50,000 acre of area to be brought under micro irrigation. Similarly, we have also we are eyeing to catch the progressive farmers so that they train the other farmers. So for that also a scheme has been started, like they will train 10 farmers every year, which is planned to be increased to 50 farmers a year. And for that they will be facilitated, maybe some monetary incentive may also be planned by government later on. And like I told, STP based the project, we have a NABARD funded project. So in that STP based water will be used for micro irrigation. We are facing some challenges like quality of STP based water, which are being worked out as of now. We have installed, like Haryana has both type of problems. Like at one side we are facing shortage of water, like groundwater is going very low. In around 7 or 8 districts we have huge problem of water logging also. So their government is installing bore wells which are taking out water and putting it in the canal. Right. So that is in the initial state, like around 25 huge pumps have been installed in the central area of the state, which is the main area facing water logging.
Yes.
So we have a policy on treated wastewater, like 25% maximum can be utilized for this thing. 25% MCs have their discretion there to use. And Atal Bhujal Yojana, it's a central scheme. I'm sure everybody knows about it. So we have 13 districts, 39 blocks. So we are installing piezometers in all the villages of these blocks. So that at least we have detailed groundwater data of these 13 districts. These are details. Yes, we are also having a geo-tagging of all the assets of irrigation department. So like all 1600 canals, 8,000 drains, 15,000 canal outlets, 12,000 bridges, they are in the process of geo-tagging so that we will have a detailed data of where water is going.
Right.
So that is still in the process. And SCADA system has been installed at major points. It is also being in the process of expansion, like Hathani Kund Viraj, which controls the Yamuna water. They have also, these are being installed. So these are some of the steps which Haryana is taking in the process of. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shri Pankaj, for this wonderful presentation. And we will have one more presentation by Mr. Pradipta Kumar Swen. But before I request him, I'd like to go to Dr. Pandit. Dr. Pandit would like to understand from you how, if you can comment on the current groundwater situation in the state of Telangana, and if industrialization has, affected the groundwater quality. What are your inputs on this?
Can I give you a brief presentation of 5 to 6 minutes?
Yes, sir. 5 minutes. Yes, sir. Please.
Yeah. Yeah, you are able. Slides are visible. Slides are visible.
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Yes, sir. We can see it.
Yeah. Yeah, sir. As I have already told, sir, as you know, the Telangana is the recent state form, and mainly the main purpose of the Telangana formation fight was for the fair distribution of water resources. As only 18% of the resources were allocated to the Telangana state, and rest were for the erstwhile state. And before the formation of Telangana state, agriculture was in deep distress, and now it is the rice bowl of the India. Around almost in both seasons, Telangana is the rice bowl in India. And we have completed the largest lift irrigation project, that is KLIP, Kaleshwaram Lift Irrigation Project, where it has been completed in record time, and we have stabilized the ayakat about 37 lakh acres ayakat in the hinterland of Telangana. And almost 10 lakh acres of ayakat has been created, additional ayakat has been created in the Krishna Basin also. Under Mission Kakatiya, we have desilted almost more than 26,700 MI tanks. And now we are filling those tanks with the surface water, and now they are the perennial source of water, which is definitely helping the for the groundwater recharge. We are constructing about more than 600 check dams, above 4th order streams, so for impounding as well as for the recharge also. And all these measures taken by the government in the last 4 or 5 years, it is helping. It has helped to raise the water table at some places up to 10 meters, and on average, almost 3 meter rise is there in the state. So what are the major strategies adopted by the government? Both technological solution as well as the institutional as well as the demand side solutions we have taken up. Technological solution is that a re-engineering of major irrigation projects, that is KLIP, different number of projects we have redesigned. And another is the Mission Bhagirath, supplying of potable water to all the households. Harita Haram program also to increase the your forest coverage up to 33%, and for soil moisture retention also. Then we have construction lot of injection wells in the existing water bodies, that is your artificial recharge shaft in the existing water bodies, so that wherever the water table was very deep, so we have brought that water table to the comfortable level. Now institutional solution, our government has reorganized the entire irrigation sector on the your river basin approach, that is your project based approach, which is headed by our special chief secretary Dr. Rajat Kumar sir. And demand side measures also, a lot of measures have been taken, that is your farmers managed groundwater system, community based tank management system, then moderation of tanks and canals under World Bank project, and micro irrigation, as Pankaj sir was telling, in the government of Telangana has taken a lot of micro irrigation projects. Then other strategies we are implementing Jal Shakti Abhiyan successfully. IEC activities, we are carrying out a lot of IEC activities so that the awareness among the farmers is percolated down to the ground. Then we are implementing the Water Act, which is the regulatory act, which is as per the CGW guidelines. That is the newer one, but since Water Act is implemented since 2004 in my state, then now we are giving online permission for industrial use, where whoever the industry want to establish some industries and they want to extract groundwater. So they will go through the portal and they will apply through that portal, TSI pass portal, and within the 15 days, it is mandatory for the department to give the permission or give the permission or reject the permission within the 15 days. If it is not given, it is automatically considered that it is given. And we are also implementing the National Hydrology Project in both surface water, groundwater department we are implementing. And as a head of the groundwater department, we are implementing this project consisting of 74 crores. These are some of the snippets where our Honorable CM was inaugurating one of the balancing reservoirs of 15 TMC. And our Finance Minister as well as the Secretary Sir is also there. These are the one of the Honorable Minister for Jal Shakti, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, who has awarded our groundwater department then under National Water Mission Award, the first National Water Mission Award. We have also installed a lot of RTDAS, groundwater level, digital water level recorders. In all the piezometers, we are having more than 1100 piezometers where we are monitoring the water levels as well as the groundwater quality. Water levels we are monitoring monthly, and groundwater quality 2 times a year, that is pre-monsoon, post-monsoon. And now we have installed almost 240 digital water level recorders in the piezometers where we are monitoring the real-time database, real-time monitoring we are carrying out. And this data is being shared to the Water Information Management System portal of the Government of India. These are some of the highlighting positive impact of groundwater regime, which came in the print media. So this is about the aquifer systems. Almost 10 aquifer systems are there in the Telangana state. Almost 81% hard rock and 19% soft rock, mainly drained by 2 river basins, Godavari as in the north and Krishna in the south. This is the source-wise irrigation in Telangana, how the groundwater irrigation has been increasing. Now almost 23 lakh hectare of irrigation is based upon, in the state is based upon the groundwater. And now we are utilizing about 51% as per the latest resource estimations are concerned. Almost 51% of the utilization is there. Whereas in the 2000 earlier resource estimation, it was about 65%. By taking all these measures, so our government was able to reduce the draft by almost 14%. This is as per the minor irrigation census. This is the paddy cultivation which I was talking to you. So almost paddy cultivation has been almost, it has been doubled. The water levels, how the change we have brought in the water level sector, groundwater table has been increased tremendously as compared to the last decadal average also. What I was talking to you. So you can see that there is a lot of shallow water table has been increased tremendously. This is the trends after formation of Telangana and before formation of Telangana. So where the water level, average water level is showing the rising trend. This is about the electrical conductors. Some of the canal command areas, definitely the EC is quite higher. It is more than 3000 microsiemens. So it is a salinity problem is in some of the canal command areas. And this is a fluoride, no doubt. As you know, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana district, that is Nalgonda district, is the fluoride endemic district. And some pocket, definitely fluoride. It is a geogenic contaminant. So we cannot this thing. So definitely, whenever it is there, it definitely will come to the ground. And but as we are, our government is supplying potable water through Mission Bhagirath. So it means there is not an issue of fluorosis problem in the state. This is nitrate contamination. Definitely, it is more than 45, almost 40% samples are more than beyond the permissible limit. It is a common problem all over India. So nitrate contamination is anywhere. So it is an anthropogenic contamination because of your different reasons, which I was telling you earlier. That is because of some of the faulty ODF systems also, wherever the water table is shallow. So that is creating, and it is that your fecal contaminants are getting percolated to the ground, and nitrate contamination is increasing. Wherever the nitrate contamination along with chloride contamination is high, it means it is mainly because of your anthropogenic, because of fecal these things. And in some of the canal command areas also, nitrate contamination is quite high. because of the other reasons, excessive utilization fertilizers, as well as the fixation of nitrogen by the leguminous plant. Some of the reasons, because of that, I think also the nitrate contamination is quite high in some of the canal command areas. This, what I was talking to you about the resource estimations. If you see that now the net groundwater availability is about 530 TMC as per the recent estimates, and earlier it was about 437 TMC. It means there is a reduction of about 22% reduction in your more increase in the resources, and then reduction is almost 6% reduction is there as compared to the last resource, because of the abundance of your surface water in the areas. And because of that things, almost 70% watershed, 64% mandals, and almost 93% of my state villages, they fall under the safe category. Only remaining they falls under the OCS, that is your overexploited, critical or semi-critical threat. So because of all the measures, we could achieve these things, and now it is the rice bowl and the of the country.
Right.
So what I wanted to say,
Right.
Mr. Harshal.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pandit. I mean, we are aware how Telangana government water management has changed, and it has benefited the agriculture sector a lot. So,
sir, may I ask a query from Pandit sir, or
yes, sir.
you will take up later?
Please, sir. Right away.
Sir, I could observe that there has been a substantial rise in groundwater level in Telangana in some time. I couldn't see the details. So I would like to know if you can please highlight what have been the major efforts by the states. I mean, the main reason for this rise in the water level.
Yeah, as I have already told, sir, one of the largest lift irrigation project, that is KLIP, where we are lifting the water from the elevation of about 90 MSL to 600 MSL level through various lifts. And we are lifting the water from that barrage at the rate of almost 2 TMC per day through various lifts, and we are storing, and we are bringing that water through the canals to the hinterland of the interior of the Telangana, where that is in central part of Telangana, where earlier there was not much, only the canals were existing, but your SRSP canal, so but the water was not released. So now we are bringing that water that from the KLIP, we are transporting water to the hinterland, and we are filling the chain of tanks. Almost 10,000 tanks we are filling at the regular interval. That mission tanks which we were regenerated, those tanks have been filling up regular intervals, and there is a perennial source of, now they are the perennial source of water. So one reason is that, so they are helping to recharge the aquifer. Another is your almost last 2 to 3 years, we have that, as I have said, that we have implemented that mission Kaktiya, where we have regenerated about 27,000, more than 27,000 tanks. And now the desiltation program has been taken. Now it is helping to recharge the aquifer, because now when we have desilted, now the strata has become porous. Now it is helping to recharge the aquifer. And apart from that, we have constructed a lot of check dams. What I was told that on the major rivers, fourth order and above order streams, we have constructed almost 638 check dams. So it is also helping to store the water and recharge the aquifer. And apart from that, in the last 3 to 4 years, so the rainfall is quite nice. Normal rainfall we have received. And last year there was the rainfall was more than 45% also. Last year the rainfall was above 45% than the normal rainfall. So these 4 years also there was a rainfall was quite above. It is above the normal rainfall. So all these 3-4 factors, and apart from that, Harita Haram program, which I have told. So the aim of our government is to take it to the 33% forest coverage. And apart from that, increasing the forest coverage, one more aim is to aim of the Harita Haram is to soil moisture retention also. So they are creating a lot of soil moisture retention programs also along with the Harita Haram. So it is also helping, like your CCT or your contour trenches, or your continuous contour, such type of structures are small things we are doing, and it is also helping to retain the soil moisture. So all these 4-5 factors is helped a lot to retain the aquifer, sir. That are the. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
May I put a question, sir?
Yes, please. Yeah, Pradipta, sir.
So thank you for your nice presentation. But the thing that for recharging the groundwater, your government has constructed so many recharge tanks. as you have told, so
Oh,
many
that's
recharge
not
tanks and check dams.
Check dams only we are concerned. Those tanks are existing. Pre-existing tanks, we have rejuvenated those tanks.
So you have rejuvenated those tanks for as recharge tanks, and you have constructed check dams for recharge. So any other rainwater harvesting structures your government is promoting now? And that is one question. And
yes,
second,
yes, sir. Please,
second part is that you told that where that pit latrines are there, so groundwater is being polluted, so contaminated due to those latrines, pit latrines, open latrines. So what action your government is taking to prevent that pollution, sir?
No, I have not said that it is a natural phenomenon that is all over India. So I have just said that I have read in literature. I have said that it is not taking place, but I have read in literature a recent publication by the government of India that the open defecation policy, that is the wherever this lot of latrines have been constructed in some of the areas, not in Telangana. I am talking about just literature I have read. So I was giving that comment that wherever the shallow water table area, because of the defaulty nature of the your this open septic tanks, it is creating problem for the your contamination of the nitrate. And this Mission Kaktiya tanks, they were the old tanks. They are the pre-existing tanks before formation of Telangana. We have rejuvenated those tanks. We have desilted those tanks. Apart from that, we have constructed a lot of recharge shaft in the existing water bodies. Wherever the small check dams where there are percolation tanks were there, we have constructed some wherever the water table was very deep and the overexploited blocks. So we have constructed the recharge shaft where there, so that your water directly go to the your desaturated aquifer, so that it is one of the direct method of recharging the aquifer, so that it will avoid your shallow aquifer, it will directly go. And because of that thing also, we have the water table have been risen.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Pandit. Thank you so much. It actually became a very interactive session, and we liked it very much. Thanks to Pankaj sir and Pradeep Kumar Swen. But we have one presentation by Pradeep Kumar Swen sir also. And considering the time, I would request Pradeep Kumar Swen sir to please run through the presentation as we have 15 minutes more to end this session formally.
Okay, thank you. So I will try to finish my presentation as quickly as possible.
Yes, sir.
So in my introductory words, I have told that water is very scarce. Although 75% of the globe is filled up with earth, but only 1%, less than 1% is usable. And that 1% has to go through a rigorous process of treatment for being potable for human beings. So, in my opinion, the a very big subject, and drinking water is very essential. Pure potable drinking water supply, potable drinking water to the people plays a very major role in in any town, in any community. And nowadays, as both of the speakers have already highlighted how the groundwater exploitation and how it is affecting the quality of water, contaminating the water. So now this recharge of the groundwater and optimal use of the water is prime focus of all the citizens, all states of the country. So I will only focus on only how we have transformed from intermediate supply to 24/7 water supply, and what are the impacts it is having on the community. So before that, I will give a brief review how we have made our journey so far. So in 2016, so 300 numbers of water supply projects were inaugurated, and about 550 numbers of water supply projects where foundation stones were laid. So thereafter our journey started. So in 2017, 384 numbers of water supply projects were inaugurated, and after towards the end of 2018, 500 water supply projects were inaugurated. So about investment of more than 3,000 crores have taken place from 2018 2016 to 2020. So our aim was to provide 100% private supply to all the ULBs. Odisha have 114 numbers of ULBs. So our goal was to give a tap at doorstep of each house of the ULB. Then our achievements were that, if you can see, so the Amrut implementation, so we are continuously getting awards. In 2015, we are third in country. In 2016-17, we were second. In 17-8, we were third. But after that, 18-19, 19-20, 20-21, we have stood at first position in the country in implementation of Amrut. Next. So Water Corporation of Odisha, it is a state-owned company to provide water supply and storage services in efficient, accountable and sustainable manner. The main features of WATCO were document management, complaint redressal system, water quality testing system, energy conservation system, optimal chemical conservation system, and preventive maintenance system. These are the main focus areas of WATCO. Next. So we, after regular water supply, it was intermittent water supply. So we wanted to go to a higher orbit. Our Honorable Chief Minister, under 5T initiation, so launched a program known as Drink from Tap Mission. So drink from tap pipe water at each household. That means the pipe water should be so safe that a person can drink it directly from the tap. No further treatment is required. No aquaguard or filter is required. No boiling is required. So from the tap directly a consumer can drink. So that should be the quality, and the supply will be 24/7 at any time, at any moment. And for that, we will also wanted to have 100% metering. So this program was launched by our Honorable Chief Minister, and under Drink from Tap Mission, pilot projects were implemented. About almost 12 pilot projects in Bhubaneswar and Puri, covering a population of 1.8 lakh was implemented successfully. Special emphasis to provide drink from tap quality pipe water to the urban poor. Saliasai, the largest slum in Odisha, having about 60,000 population, along with other few slums in Bhubaneswar and Puri, has been covered in pilot phase. Then these are some highlights of the mission highlights. IVRS based 24/7 customer care system. So we have installed our IVRS system, integrated voice recorder system. So the complaint of the consumer is directly escalated to the person, to the assistant manager, the engineer who will redress it. And after redressal, by the mobile app, he will upload it and the consumer can know that his problem has been solved. So this is one of the highlights of our mission. Then we have deployed some lab on wheels. So apart from our testing laboratories that I will come later on, so we have deployed some lab on wheels. That means wherever there is a problem, on the complaint of the consumer, a inbuilt laboratory in a vehicle will rush to the field, to the consumer, and see whether any quality related issues are there or not, and it will be solved there itself. So this is another important feature. Then we have formed some quick response team. So any problem, any complaints related to water supply, a quick response team will immediately rush to the site after receiving the complaint and assess the damages and will take immediate action for restoration. Then display of real-time water quality. So in Drink from Tap mission, this water quality is the major factor, the major thing to be taken care of. Because when we are assuring that we are telling people that you drink from the tap, So we must stand a guarantee that the water is safe. Therefore, we are displaying the real-time water quality at different locations of the city. Then smart water management, I will so everything is automated. I will come in next slide. And also we are having a pure for sure campaign. So to create awareness in the public that whatever water we are giving is safe and it can be taken directly from the tap. So a awareness campaign named as pure for sure campaign we have taken up. And this is the household connections, how we have increased the household connections. It was only 3 lakhs 10,000 in 14-15, whereas in 21-22 it has reached 12 lakhs 17,000. So this is the number of house connections we have increased. Bhubaneswar has been declared as the first million-plus city in the country to achieve 100% pipe water supply in household connection. In Bhubaneswar, every household has been connected with the pipe water supply, universally covered. There is nothing, everybody is getting pipe water supply. No other secondary method of water supply. 100% pipe water supply with the house connection achieved in another 9 towns also. So 100% pipe water supply with the house connections targeted in 57 ULBs by March 21, and all 114 ULBs of the state by March 22. Then this is an innovative idea. I will like to draw attention of everybody to this. Jal Sathi, development of Jal Sathi as our community partner in service providing, in provision of water supply. The community partners means Jal Sathis are the SHG members, self-help group members of that community, of that place, that ward. So they have been selected by us. So a woman or a lady of the community of that ward has been selected as the Jal Sathi. So the Jal Sathi, along with us, they have been they are in partnership with us, but they are collecting the bills, they are distributing they are taking the readings, meter readings, they are distributing the water bills, they are collecting the user charges from the consumers, and also they are addressing the complaints. Whatever complaints of the consumers, they are going door to door. Whatever complaints of the consumers are there, they are collecting it and informing to the concerned officers, concerned engineers for redressal. And also the Jal Sathis are equipped with the field test kits. They have been given field test kits. They can test the quality of water at each doorstep. So the deployment of Jal Sathi as a community partnership is a unique step taken by our state government and is being managed by WATCO. And next is, I must say that the Pure for Sure campaign. So initially, when the drink from tap mission was launched, so there was a doubt in the mind of everybody. Even if there was a doubt in the mind of the administrators, in the level of the secretaries also, the mind of the ministers, in my own minister also, how this is possible. So, so we had to explain to them. So we started this campaign. Even if my secretariat, where my chief minister sits, I have covered under drink from tap mission. My chief minister is drinking from the tap, not without any further treatment. So this campaign was helpful under 5T transformative initiative of the state government. So this awareness campaign was going on and is also continuing. Then water quality and surveillance awareness. So we have set up 9 state level laboratories, district level laboratories, and 1 state level laboratories, which are NABL accredited. These are very sophisticated laboratories. So every day the water samples, there is a protocol how the water samples will be collected, how they will be tested. There is a water sample testing protocol published by the government of Odisha. So as per that protocol, all the testings are being conducted and the results are being made published in public domain through net. So the quality is under the public domain. we cannot say, we cannot manipulate anything. It is all, everything in the public domain. So, so this is an innovative step we have taken because it is a PPP board. Laboratories do not belong to us. We are not the owner of the laboratory. It is a third party. So they are making rigorous testings. Next.
Yeah, sir, I request you to please wrap up in next 1 or 2 minutes. Rajiv Yadav sir has also joined.
Okay, I will take 2-3 minutes more. This is about the smart water management in Puri. So everything is automated. Elevated service tank, treated water transmission, pressure lines, water meters, water supply zones, water quality, chlorine contents, operation of generators, operation of pumps, energy meters, everything. Everything has been automated and no manual interface. So now this manual laborers have been decreased. Everything is going on in automatic manner. So impacts and benefits, I will tell that automated chemical dosing compared to the post-facto water testing based on consumer complaint, real-time water qualifying monitoring without human intervention compared to testing based on consumer complaint, automated pump and pressure control is being maintained compared to manual control, digital empowerment, citizen awareness, green e-governance, lesser energy consumption, and the last one way forward is that upscaling the drink from tap mission across 114 villages of the state, reducing non-revenue water, state of the art water quality management, improved customer engagement. Last slide. So we look ahead, plan for next 5 years, 24/7 water supply projects in 20 towns, capital outlay of around 300 crores. A setting up Odisha Water Academy, it has already been set up, upscaling smart water management in other cities, and also establishment and efficient operation of NRW cell. So I may tell you here that the pilot zones where 24/7 water supply has been implemented, all the SLB parameters have been achieved. The NRW has come down within 20%. Wherever in intermediate supply is 40%, 50%, even if 60%. So we are now making an impact study by NIUA. What impact is on the society, on the citizens of this drink pump tap mission.
Right.
So now with this, I will conclude, and because time is very less.
Thank you so much, Mr. Swen. If we can drink water directly from tap, nothing like it, and that should be the ideal situation, not just in Odisha, but across the states in the country. And before we present token of appreciation and certificates to everyone, we have been joined here by a very senior officer.
Hansel, can I ask a question from Pradipta sir?
Sir, if we can have input from Rajiv Yadav sir, he has joined us.
Okay, fine.
Rajiv Yadav sir, a very senior retired IAS officer. He is chairman, Brahmaputra Board, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India. Sir, thank you so much. We understand you were busy in meetings, but still you could make it to the session. So we would request you, sir, to please have your remark on what are the latest initiative you are undertaking as chairman of Brahmaputra Board, Ministry of Jal Shakti, in about 5 to 6 minutes, sir. And then we will have a question from Shri Pankaj. You're mute, sir.
First of all, my apologies for joining late the session. I have listened a little bit to Pradeep Swen's presentation, but I couldn't listen to what Parampal Kaur and Pankaj and Ajitav Sharma spoke. So special apologies to them. But I know that you have been organizing meaningful sessions, and this session should not be an exception in that respect.
Thank you.
And when we talk about sustainable future and the best practices for that, then obviously this last presentation, drinking from the tap, was a good idea. But more important than that would be the ultimate water security for citizens of India. Because we know that security of a nation doesn't depend only on the army, military, and spacecraft and other things. The basic security of a nation depends on food security, on water security, on health security, And if a country has to become strong and really be on the world stage, then we have to ensure these basic securities in our system and for the citizens. And therefore, water security, we all know that water is life. 90% of our body is made of water. So unless there is good potable drinking water for everyone, and it is very, very heartening to note that under Ministry of Jal Shakti, under the stewardship of Honorable Minister Shri Shekhawat ji and the guidance of Honorable Prime Minister and his vision for this clean drinking water to all citizens of India, we are going to have this water security pretty soon as far as drinking water is concerned. But availability of water to every citizen, that we have to ponder and think and plan, and also make part of our behavior pattern so that we can ensure water security to our, I will say, children and grandchildren. I will simply put it that way. If we want to consume more water today, then we are doing an injustice. If we are depleting the water, groundwater resource beyond the limit that it cannot be repleted, then we are doing an injustice to our grandchildren. So that we should keep in mind. And that is more about behavioral practices rather than other things. And to that aim, though the Brahmaputra board, its mandate is to plan dams and big river valley things and plan for the development of basin, Brahmaputra river basin, but keeping this sustainable thing in mind, recently we, few months back, organized an expedition Brahmaputra board organized, and it was called Brahmaputra Amantran Abhiyan. I wish I could show a brief clip of that Abhiyan, but I'm not prepared today for this session. We'll sometime share it. It was a river rafting expedition that we sponsored and carried out with the assistance and main participation of National Disaster Response Force, NDRF, under the National Disaster Management Agency. And we started this expedition from Galing, which is at just at the border where the Brahmaputra river enters from China into India, in Arunachal Pradesh at the border of India and China. From that spot, the expedition was done, and it was an expedition which is on the highest difficult terrain, because in Arunachal, the degree of difficulty of this expedition was 4 or 5, which is 6 even, which is very high. And this is no other river in India offers this kind of river rafting expedition as Siang, as it is called in Arunachal. Brahmaputra is called Siang in Arunachal. So as Siang offers, okay, 60% of discharge of Brahmaputra is from Siang waters. So you can say that Siang is Brahmaputra actually, because it is the river that is coming from Tibet and then entering India, and then joined by Dibang, Lohit, two major other rivers, which come from the south bank of the other hills of Assam, and Naga Hills and the hills which are bordering Myanmar. And then at a place, Kobo, all these three join, and then it is called Brahmaputra thereon. But since 60% discharge is from Siang, so Siang, you can say, is the parent mother river of Brahmaputra.
Right.
So what we learned in that, the target of that expedition was to tell people, because people have been complaining of late that Brahmaputra is eroding our agriculture fields. There is flooding, it is harming our villages and this, that. So the aim of this expedition was to bring people closer to the river and not view the river as an adversary. They have been viewing the river as an adversary. So they should not view it as an adversary. They should learn how to live with the river. Their forefathers have lived with this river. What is so big now about it? Why can't the new generations live with the river? So it was in that format that we organized this expedition, and it was a grand success, and we could involve the young people all throughout the expedition. We covered entire 946 kilometers of the river in India, the Indian territories, and we covered all districts of Arunachal, which are on Siang. So about 10 districts in Arunachal and 18 districts in Assam were covered, and people along the river, they heard from NDRF people, what to do in case of small things that you can do for floods. And many of these things their forefathers knew, but somehow of late the younger generation has thought that maybe they need not learn these things, and we have a feeling that for everything now there is a specialized government department which will do it, so that certainly is not the sustainable way. For a sustainable living, some knowledge has to remain with the people. Everything cannot be with the experts. Okay. So the knowledge has to be distributed widely. Basic knowledge. The high level of knowledge will be with the experts, and they only can decide and they only can implement that. So with that idea, we carried out this Abhiyan, and it was, our organization website never got more than 2,000 hits, but this Abhiyan website got 2 lakh hits. So that itself shows that people are not interested in our technical things, what we are doing as Brahmaputra board, but they were very much interested in this Abhiyan. So that is just a pointer to other people who are engaged in the field of water security and water management, that we have to connect with people. We may be in any organization, we may be doing whatever. The connection with people has to be there, and we have to keep the supreme stakeholder is always the citizen. That we have to keep in mind. And our water practices, therefore, have to be such that in the young generation we can inculcate a regard for water and an empathy for water use and no wastage. I will say that only. Right. And with these words, I will like to close, because I know that I'm exceeding the time. The time for the session is over. But I still enjoyed talking, and I wanted to convey this idea. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for joining. And even if you joined late, it's meaningful for us, and we are grateful that you took out time. Pankaj sir, very quickly, if you can ask the question that you wanted to ask, and then we will formally close this session, because we have next session after 4 minutes.
Thank you, Harshal. My question is to Pradipta sir. Sir, the project of drinking from tap was definitely in no unequivocal terms. It was an ambitious and very challenging project. And your department must definitely be congratulated for achieving this project. But I have a little small query. Sir, to the best of my understanding, the main challenge in this project comes from the 2 parts. Like, first we treat the water at the your water works, and then pump it to the houses. So you must have done a lot of things to improve the quality at the treatment place, and at the same time, because at many of the places pipelines are old, they have leakages, so there happens an infusion of impurities, and at some places it's so serious that sewage water creeps in the drinking water. These are the 2 main challenges which I think. So what was done to address these issues? I would like to hear.
Thank you. That is very, very, very good question from you, sir. So for drink from tap, so treatment at treatment site is must, rigorous treatment. No lapse in the treatment site is must. Then coming from the treatment, it is pumped to the zonal reservoirs, zonal points, reservoirs. From there again it is pumped to the distribution system to the consumer end. Before selecting a zone, a DMA district meter area, a condition assessment of the pipes network is done. So after condition assessment, whatever damaged pipes, those are removed and new pipes are placed before going to the scheme. Then whatever leaks are there that are detected and they are repaired. So it becomes almost negligible leaks are there. So the main culprits of the distribution system are ferrule points. In a district metered area, you see, suppose there are 5,000 households, there are 5,000 holes. Those 5,000 holes, if 1 drop of water goes per second in one house, 5,000 drops, so 24 hours. So it is a big amount. So that is to be arrested. So that is a special attention was given to have the ferrule connection with compression fittings and saddles, so that there is no leak there. So this is a special thing done in this 24/7 drink from tap mission areas. So then what for assessing the water quality, the quality analyzers are installed at different locations, further locations of the distribution network, so that automatic the quality of the water that comes to the PLC, it is commanded, it is controlled through a PLC system, automatic command control system. So it is known. even if a small leak is there, that can be detected on real-time basis. So all sort of things care are taken to ensure, because ring pump tap is a very dangerous proposition. When government is telling ring pump tap, that means our neck is we are just on hanging position. Anybody can hang us, can take us to the court of law also. So we are very much careful on that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you, sir.
Thank you so much. I must appreciate Shri Pankaj, especially you really made it a very interactive session, Pankaj sir, and made actually my job very easier. So thank you so much, and thank you so much, Rajiv Yadav sir, for joining us. I thank Pradeep Kumar Swain sir also and Dr. Pandit also. We would like to present the certificates to all our esteemed panelists. I request my team to please bring the virtual certificates on the screen. Thank you so much, Mr. Rajiv Yadav, Chairman, Brahmaputra Board, Minister of Jal Shakti, Government of India. Thank you so much for joining, sir. Shri Pankaj, Special Secretary, Irrigation and Water Resource Department, Government of Haryana. Thank you so much for joining. Dr. Pandit Madhunure, Director, Groundwater Department, Government of Telangana. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation, sir.
Thank you, Harshal. Thank you.
Mr. Pradeep Kumar Swain, Managing Director, Water Corporation of Odisha, Government of Odisha. Thank you so much, Mr. Swain, for joining us. And with this, we have Dr. Ravi Gupta also. I request Dr. Ravi Gupta for a brief vote of thanks. Okay, I think, yes. Vote of thanks, Dr. Ravi Gupta, briefly, and we are preparing for next session now.
Yeah. Thank all our esteemed speakers for joining this session, and it was a very, very insightful session. Thank you so much. We are honored to have you with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Rajiv sir, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, we will have an exclusive interaction with Dr. B. Janardhan Reddy, Chairman, Telangana State Public Service Commission. I request my team to please bring him on the screen. So we are live now, and we have Dr. B. Janardhan Reddy, Chairman, Telangana State Public Service Commission with us, and Dr. Ravi Gupta, Founder and CEO, Elets Technomedia Private Limited. We will have an exclusive 10 to 15 minute interaction with Dr. B. Janardhan Reddy on reinventing governance in the new normal. Sir, we are live, and over to you, Dr. Ravi Gupta.
Sir, thanks for joining us. Honored to have you with us. And let me ask you that how is the governance as a ecosystem got impacted due to the COVID-19, and how it is impacting digital adoption in governance, sir? You are on mute, sir. Please unmute yourself.
10 minutes.
Sir. You are not audible, sir.
Not audible?
हाँ, अभी आवाज आ रहा है सर, अभी आ रहा है, sir. Not audible, sir. Look, sir. Sir, am I audible, sir? To you? I can't hear you, sir.
Yes, Dr. Gupta, you are audible, and there is some error at Dr. Bijanathan Reddy's end. We are not able to hear you, sir. Sir, we request you to, I believe, I request you to log in again. Probably that will solve the problem. Ready, sir? Speak something, sir. Let me check. Okay. Meanwhile, I request my team to please play the video. Meanwhile, I request my team to play.
I think he's joining.
Yeah, he's joining. He's joining.
Harshal, am I?
Yes, you're audible, sir. You're audible.
Okay.
And we'll just wait for a minute. Dr. Bijanathan Reddy, Chairman, Telangana State Public Service Commission, Government of Telangana, is joining us. He's joining and he's connecting his audio. Hello. There is some error. Still, we are not able to hear Dr. Bijanathan Reddy. So,
Not audible, sir.
so these are the some of the sometimes we have to face these issues related to technology while connecting on these virtual platforms. We will wait for a couple of minutes more for Dr. Bijanathan Reddy. Meanwhile, would like to tell our audience that from 5 p.m. we will have another session. Urban development and future cities towards building back a better post-COVID world.
By the time our speaker joins in, let me just update each of our audience that we have been having an interesting and exciting session the whole day, and we have had senior officials from the city government and also the state governments, and also from the district collectors, divisional health commissioners, and also the people from the Department of IT, Department of Rural Development, Department of Water Departments, and several other departments who are participating in this day program. And let me just request Harshal if you can try to contact our speaker, and I think he's joining in here. So,
Dr. Bijanathan Reddy. Yes, Dr. Bijanathan Reddy sir is again. Yes, sir, we can. Please. Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yes, sir. May I request Harshal if you can carry on the session? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Bijanathan Reddy. So, I would like to tell our audience that Mr. Reddy was in reinventing governance in new normal session. However, he could not join. So, Mr. Reddy, we were asking you how COVID-19 has impacted and what are your views how we are making good use of technology in the state of Telangana to fight this pandemic?
So, in fact, in many departments, when in long back when I was GHMC commissioner, in fact we were using e-office. So now most of the departments are also using e-office in the secretariat and the heads of the department, number one. And then people need not come to the office or work from home, work from anywhere, etc. And then for transferring of money, DBT, direct benefit transfer scheme, also we are making use. For example, last year 15,000 crores of rupees were transferred to the pockets of the farmers, the online transfers. So it was the check issue and drawing money and disbursing them was dispensed with. And then under Raitu Bima insurance scheme for the farmers. So in fact, it is all online. So their enrollment is online, their processing is online. And if unfortunately if the life is lost, for example, and it goes and credited into the bank accounts of the dependent bereaved family members. So in fact, some of these services which could have been done even otherwise also, in the COVID, there was no option and therefore we resorted to. So 2 years back, 3 years back, when Raitu Bandhu, where rupees 5,000 rupees per acre was given, lots of checks were given. Some checks were lost, some could not reach, some could not, some could expire, and all those transmission losses problems were there. Here it is without 100% foolproof and with 0% transmission loss, from around 15,000 crores we could disperse within 48 hours. And there was tremendous happiness in the minds of the farmers. So that is as far as because agriculture, fresh, I am from agriculture.
Yes.
So 2 examples on agriculture I gave. Earlier I was Secretary Education, and of course, lots of now the entire country also in Telangana also. So this online teaching and online evaluation. We in fact started in some of the universities like paper evaluation. After conducting the examinations, paper evaluation is done online. And the professor can sit in the library, in the office, at his home, etc. And the all tickets will be coded and it will be sent to him and it will be evaluated. Similar in Public Service Commission, so where around 30,000 candidates are there, it is all online tests. So people can choose where from they can write the examination, and it's all digitized. Therefore, there is no question of tampering or there is no question of transmission losses of some paper, and it is there for everybody to see forever. So I think these are the some areas, and currently I'm dealing with, and in immediate past I dealt with. So the digitization was immensely useful, and online courses or online learning, it was also useful.
Right. Sir, you have been in GSMC, you have headed GSMC and then Education Department, Agriculture, and now as a chairman of Telangana State Public Service Commission. Can you highlight couple of the areas at Telangana Public Service Commission where you envision to make the most of technology to improve the overall ecosystem within this esteemed organization?
Yeah, in fact, see, maybe some of the other service commissions also must be doing. So the unemployee after 10th class or after intermediate or after graduation or post-graduation, after PhD or after diploma, etc., once for all, he can register, one-time registration. As and when he adds no additional qualifications, he can also add to them. So you need not apply each time. So he is eligible for all types of examinations, etc. One-time registration facility is given by the Public Service Commission, and he will be in the radar of the Public Service Commission, and he will be able to access the entire information, what publication, what notification, what examination he has to write, and all that. So that way, that is number one entry point. You can avoid lot of paperwork, and each time you apply, you need not go for attestation of the certificates, etc. And going from office to get all those certificates attested by the gazetted officer, etc. Only after the selection. Initially, for sometimes for 100 posts, etc., 5 lakh, 10 lakh people also apply. It will be a huge waste of paper and huge waste of money, huge waste of time roaming around various offices and getting those certificates, Xerox and or whatever attested, etc. With one go, that is gone, number one. And wherever it is possible, so the infrastructure facilities constraints we have to see. At a time, if we have to conduct examination for up to 35,000 candidates, An online examination you can conduct. So that is another thing. Then online evaluation also is a possibility. So we can think of those in future.
Right. Your one last question, sir, because we have still, we can take one more question. We still have time. On policy related framework, what is your opinion? However, you have recently taken charge as chairman in Telangana State Public Service Commission. How do you see the policy framework? Probably whether it encourages the use of technology, your views on this?
Yeah. So without technology, so it is very difficult to function now. So if anyhow you have to adapt technology tomorrow, better to know and adapt today, so that you will reap the benefits early. And say whether it is agriculture, whether it is employment exchanges, whether it is public service commission or education, etc., or business, anything. So without technology, for example, in agriculture, the biggest problem is pink bollworm in cotton infestation. So we are using artificial intelligence. In fact, now the labor problem is so acute. And in Telangana itself, more than 1.45 to 50 lakh acres of land is cultivated in one season. And the labor availability is a very big question, as all of you know. For spraying of the pesticides, for example, drone technology, we can use it. Combining the artificial intelligence and then drone technology, we can do that. And then artificial intelligence can be used to contain pink bollworm like infestations, etc. So there is no escape. We have to embrace the technology with both the hands.
Right. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. We understand you were busy in the morning, but we are really grateful that you took out some time to share your views on this wonderful platform. And now you as a chairman at TSPC, Telangana Public State Service Commission, we would look forward to some more innovations from you in this organization as well. So with this, we would like to close this session. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
As a token of appreciation, we would like to present a certificate to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Okay. Zoom conference free ఉంటాను
Industrial enterprises and critical infrastructures are subject to constantly escalating numbers of cyber attacks, causing serious economic and societal damage. These attacks often aim at disturbing or interrupting technological processes. However, espionage or fraud, though less immediately destructive, can also cause crippling corporate damage. So how do attacks start? Office-based employees opening phishing mails or accessing suspicious websites via unprotected internet connections can unwittingly provide the attacker with, for example, remote access credentials to penetrate through to the industrial network. Attacks initiated within the industrial facility itself can often be traced to employees with access to industrial equipment, or to suppliers or service providers, violating the company's network isolation requirements. Industrial IoT scenarios are about to significantly increase this attack surface. Kaspersky Industrial Cybersecurity, KICS, is a holistic solution based on technologies and services that provide simultaneous protection against cyber incidents in different elements of industrial systems, including SCADA servers, HMI, engineering workstations, PLC or IED, and network communications. KICS is certified by leading industrial automation vendors and doesn't negatively impact on technological processes. KICS comprises 2 security modules. KICS for Networks provides industrial network monitoring and anomaly detection for technological processes, integrating non-intrusively into industrial networks. This module enables the detection of hidden attacks and potential threats like unauthorized communications and new device connections, network attacks detected via IDS, malicious commands to controllers and other devices, technological process parameter changes. KICS for Nodes is designed specifically to protect against threats at operator level, particularly in SCADA and historian servers, engineering workstations, and HMI. Security technologies applied are application whitelisting, device usage control, industrial anti-malware including ransomware protection, host-based firewall, integrity check of PLC projects. KICS components are managed via the Kaspersky Security Center single management console, giving operators optimum control, administrative ease, and operational transparency. Centralized management simplifies security control procedures not just inside the industrial infrastructure, but throughout the corporate IT domain. KICS can also send event-related data to other systems like CMs, MESs, and business intelligence solutions, as well as helping detect, counter, and investigate cyber attacks. Detailed industrial network monitoring supports predictive maintenance. Services form an important part of the KICS solution. These include training and awareness programs that cover every area of the workforce, from security specialists to senior management. Threat reports and analytics from our ICS Cyber Emergency Response Team. Industrial cybersecurity assessment, including penetration testing. Integration services and incident response. Taking a holistic approach to industrial cybersecurity, from precautions against potential attack through specialized industrial prevention and detection technologies, to responding proactively to a cyber incident, is the ultimate guarantee of your company's uninterrupted and safe functioning.
के सपने जिन कंधों पे टिके हों, उन कंधों को मजबूत रखना हम जानते हैं। इनकी उम्मीदों की जमा पूंजी को सेफ रखना हम जानते हैं। 50,000 स्क्वायर फुट की फैक्ट्री अपने 2 बेडरूम के घर से चलाना हम जानते हैं। नौ से 5 की नौकरी के बाद 5 से 9 वाला बिजनेस भी करना हम जानते हैं। किसी के ब्राइट फ्यूचर के लिए फ्यूचर का इस्तेमाल करना।
Dear Ms. Sharma, we are pleased to offer you the position of senior analyst in our organization.
हम जानते हैं। हम आज का इंडिया है बॉस, और इतना तो सब मानते हैं कि हम रुकना नहीं जानते हैं।
Industrial enterprises and critical infrastructures are subject to constantly escalating numbers of cyber attacks, causing serious economic and societal damage. These attacks often aim at disturbing or interrupting technological processes. However, espionage or fraud, though less immediately destructive, can also cause crippling corporate damage. So how do attacks start? Office-based employees opening phishing mails or accessing suspicious websites via unprotected internet connections can unwittingly provide the attacker with, for example, remote access credentials to penetrate through to the industrial network. Attacks initiated within the industrial facility itself can often be traced to employees with access to industrial equipment or to suppliers or service providers violating the company's network isolation requirements. Industrial IoT scenarios are about to significantly increase this attack surface. Kaspersky Industrial Cybersecurity, KICS, is a holistic solution based on technologies and services that provide simultaneous protection against cyber incidents in different elements of industrial systems, including SCADA servers, HMI, engineering workstations, PLC or IED, and network communications. KICS is certified by leading industrial automation vendors and doesn't negatively impact on technological processes. KICS comprises 2 security modules. KICS for Networks provides industrial network monitoring and anomaly detection for technological processes, integrating non-intrusively into industrial networks. This module enables the detection of hidden attacks and potential threats like unauthorized communications and new device connections. Network attacks detected via IDS. Malicious commands to controllers and other devices. Technological process parameter changes. KICS for nodes is designed specifically to protect against threats at operator level, particularly in SCADA and historian servers, engineering workstations, and HMI. Security technologies applied are application whitelisting, device usage control, industrial anti-malware including ransomware protection, host-based firewall, integrity check of PLC projects. KICS components are managed via the Kaspersky Security Center single management console, giving operators optimum control, administrative ease, and operational transparency. Centralized management simplifies
Good evening and welcome once again to Governance Leadership Summit presented by Elets Technomedia and eGovernance magazine. Governance Leadership Summit is a 2-day virtual conference wherein we have tried to bring topmost policymakers, officers, government officers, and experts from the industry to deliberate upon the issues and challenges facing the governance, particularly against the backdrop of the COVID pandemic. This 2-day virtual conference started today in the morning. In the inaugural session, we are joined by some eminent speakers from the government of India. And throughout the course of the day, we had eminent speakers from various state governments, as well as representation from the industry as well, who discussed and deliberated upon the challenges faced during the COVID times and how were they able to leverage technology to overcome those challenges and what is the way forward from here. So moving on to the final panel discussion, we have a very special guest with us today, Mr. Samir Unhale. Mr. Samir Unhale is a Joint Commissioner, Directorate of Municipal Administration, Government of Maharashtra. And the discussion of the panel is on urban development and future cities towards building back a better post-COVID-19 India. So it's a very relevant topic in the context of the COVID pandemic. The COVID pandemic has impacted not only the humanity in India, but throughout the globe. Every sector, every sphere of the economy, every sphere of the life has been impacted by the sector. And urbanization or urban development or urban sector is not any exception. There are challenges in the current context, and there is a way forward going from here as well. So without taking much of time, I would request Mr. Samir Unhale to give his opening remarks. In the meanwhile, we'll be joined by other speakers also in due course of time. So over to you, Mr. Samir Unhale, Joint Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Mishra ji. It is always delight to be a part of deliberations by Elets, because as far as I recollect, it has been one of the premier house which is trying to create a dialogue on very important and pertinent topics, which including this smart cities and municipal bodies and this general response of cities as an institution towards the challenges that we are facing. And I would really be, I think this third decade of the third millennia, as we call this, is extremely crucial. I think whenever the history of this century will be written, I think this decade is going to be the make or break decade that we would be having. Whether it is be any challenge that we are facing right now, we are in the midst of the COVID pandemic. And the way cities are responding to this COVID pandemic, I think we have a lot of lessons to learn. We had the first two waves, and now probably some experts are indicating that we might also have to be prepared for the third wave. And further, of course, after this COVID, we will be having the challenges of resetting the economy again of the city also, because city also has a lot of economic activity. And that city economy has to again brought into the place. Then we always have challenges of climate action, which will be very important in this decade, because some people do say that one of the reason of this recurrent pandemics that we are having can be associated to the issues of climate change and the general destructions of the jungles and forest we are seeing. There is an indication, some of research indicating that the recurrent epidemics could be attributed to climate change as well. And again, of course, most importantly, all of us have agreed to the Sustainable Development Goals, the Paris Accord, which indicates, which we are as a country, we are a signatory to that. And I think the population of urban population in India, in absolute sense, it I think is huge. In fact, although in matter of percentage of the 2011 census, it's around 31-32%. And if we consider now in 2021 and the increase in that, and again the absolute sense, the population, urban population staying in cities of India, I think will be more than almost 35 to 40 crores. And let me tell you, that will be the second largest country in the world. I mean, third largest country in the world. I mean, after China and India, I think the third country in population is United States of America, which population around 33 crores. So I'm just trying to share the importance and significance of India's urban system. We have, as per the last count, we had around 8,000 odd census towns, which are the urban habitats. More than 4,000 of them were statutory towns, which were in fact municipalities. And this entire India's urban system is so, geographically it is very varied, it's differentiated. It has, various cities and towns in different stages of evolution and development, economically, technologically, institutionally. And therefore it is extremely important, the way we engage with India's urban system. And when we try to study the response of India's urban system to these various challenges, I think it gives a very, very important and very, very interesting set of criteria and parameters that we will have to study and be prepared for, especially the 4 challenges which I shared with you, that we will have to, more importantly, dwell on this in this decade. That is managing the current COVID pandemic, looking for urban recovery of the economy, looking for the credible climate actions, and of course, attaining the sustainable development goals that all of we have. So, and cities are going to be the extremely important actors into this entire activity of the 4 challenges that I shared with you. Before moving ahead, I would like to just share a bit of, try to put these things in a bit of perspective. Because when we talk of India is always remembered as the city of villages, which of course it is, still it is going to be. We have around 600,000, more than 600,000 villages in the country. So obviously that the importance of our rural habitat is definitely important. But we'll have to remember that what we were in traditional sense, if we look at the modern way of handling the Indian cities or administering cities, I think that reference would go to that of the municipalities. The formation of municipalities can be taken as one of the watershed for way of managing Indian cities right from the East India Company's duration. In fact, I remember that the first act of Pan India Act, the first Pan India Act was of 1850. That's 170 years back, which was passed by the then the Lord. I think I don't recollect the name, but I think the doctrine of lapse was just introduced, and it was mentioned by some of the historians that probably the ushering of local bodies then had to do to break this the impact of various annexations which went on 1848 onwards. And this is the Act of 1850, which was enacted on 1st January of 1850. Only the then British provinces, and you find many, the municipalities started coming up in the area which was under the British domain. So you had in Maharashtra, in fact, then then Bombay presidency of, we have municipalities coming in 1850 itself. The act was passed in January, and you had started making municipalities in month of July and August of 1850 itself. The process had started. So that could be taken as one of the watersheds or beginning of the modern way of handling the Indian cities. We know that even in the Kautilya's Arthashastra, we had officers called as Nagrik. The Nagrik was actually a name of an officer. It's a designation. Those officers which handled the Indian cities way back in the time of 2,500 years back, when the days of Kautilya. So managing cities is nothing new in India, despite its predominantly rural image that we have. But I think 1850 we can take as a watershed of a modern way of handling. Then we moved to, I think after 1880s and 1890s, many had started founding the development trust, in the improvement trust actually. So what we had was that in the a lot of planning institutions started coming up. In Bombay Presidency, I recollect it was in 1913 that the Act of Planning was made. Planning and Town Planning Act was made in 1913 in then Bombay province. And so we started having apart then with municipalities, you also had a planning, land use planning coming up, and then you had parastatals which were there. Like electricity, we had an example of Bombay municipality, having electric supply then, and that was also on a very new thing that we had. You can recollect, when the municipality was trying to come up with electricity supply. Then there were also parastatals, there were private sectors. So we will have to remember that when we talk of, we try to take Indian cities and place them in a perspective. We have a long history and tradition of that. The modern way of functioning was essentially the British way of administering the cities, when it got mixed also with our freedom movement and national movement, gave a different flavor to the way Indian municipalities grew up, and the way they are handling. So when we are trying to look at what we are going to do in 2020, the past history of the way we are coming up with our managing our Indian cities and towns will also help us, to project what could be happening in the next 10 or 20 years that really we are talking to come up. Yeah. So, Mr. Jia.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Samir Unale, for that insightful talk. Being a leading expert on urban policy, sanitation, and urban transportation, you also had recently published a book. If I may request my backend team to show the cover of that book, How Will India Fix Our Urban Future? This book you had mentioned urban policies like Atal Mission for Rejuvenation and Urban Transformation, Amrut. You also mentioned about Hriday, how they would be laying the future pathways for urban India. So we would be liking to know more about these two initiatives and how effective would these policies be, and how states can make the most of these policies for local development. But before that, may I request my backend team to show the cover of that book, which Mr. Samir Unale has authored. How Will India Fix Our Urban Future?
Yeah, so actually, thank you for that. Actually, and this was co-authored with my with Dr. Binti Singh, who is IIT from PhD from IIT Bombay, and also working in one of the urban sector. So actually, the idea was that there is one approach of taking overarching framework. It's an overarching broad framework in which we try to deal with the entire topic. And another way of handling a sector is try to understand and study the small stories which are happening, which essentially need not be a part of an overarching theoretical framework onto which you can study a factor. So essentially, this was a illustrations taken from the various experience that we had, and then try to really understand the significance of those stories into the broader framework that we were talking of. So as I was indicating that when we are trying to study the municipal bodies or the cities of 2020 or the third decade, there is a historical tradition that is building up. So if we want to consider that, say maybe if you look 30 years back, that was in 1993-94, we were talking of the 73rd and 74th Constitutional Amendment there. So these were the major, I think, another milestone by which we tried to shift to recognizing the local cities as a credible form of within our constitutional framework. So I think that was a very important landmark there. And then, of course, you see a various point of strengthening the cities also. We see various approaches, various missions, various measures which were taken that started supporting and identifying, acknowledging the significance of Indian cities. into the the role of national development. In fact, so in this framework, you will find that maybe in the first decade here we had the GNNURM, which came up as a first major central government initiative, from, because as you know, the urban issues are essentially a state list into our constitution, the 7th schedule. It's in the state list. So it was the first effort which was made to bring in major central government initiative, funding, and the monitoring of wages under the JNNURM and the BSUP projects. A similar approach you find in the 2015-14 onwards. The Swachh Bharat was, I think, was a major mission, a major activity which was taken by which the very fundamental question of cleanliness, of health, of environment, of the cities were getting tackled by the mission like Swachh Bharat. And essentially, Swachh Bharat was meant for all the 4,000 cities of and towns of the country. And again, various missions that were brought in the, I mean, as we remember in government, there is a possibility of a lot of bureaucratic red tapeism. There is a lot of delays. There is a lot of dissemination of purpose and communication along the chain of command. I mean, what one might think in a national capital or a state capital, and what actually happens by the concerned clerk or the officer in a smallest possible municipality of a country. There is a lot of, as one might say, the gradients of governance, as it is sometimes called, into the in the discipline of public administration. The farther administrative unit is from the state capital, the lesser might be the impact that it might be giving. So considering all these aspects was an important part under the mission approach that was taken. Also for Amrut, for Swachh Bharat, for Hriday, for even the smart city mission, was that it was taken in a mission approach, and the main crux of mission is time. The only important parameter is always the time, and we have to get things done in the least possible time, and that becomes the primacy and priority. And that's the reason why you find that the performance of the cities in maybe as compared to the earlier phase, performance of cities was much better this time. And let me tell you that the energy and synergy all these missions generated, the enthusiasm it generated among the political leadership, among the administrative leadership, the citizens, the media, the social activists, by all these missions, I think did energize the municipal bodies to an extent which is also being felt into the measures it took to respond to COVID. Because there's a possibility of inertia and lethargy and red tapeism in the such, but I feel I would attribute the agility and the adaptability and the speed with which the municipal bodies are responding even now, despite the challenges they are facing.
Yeah, true.
I think can be attributed to the various missions that were implemented. Yeah. So that I think is an important part, and even this. So what is important is the when you talk of administration or governance, it is a group of people which are expected to achieve a certain purpose given a set of resources. So that is what ultimately, in the very abstract, or when you have tried to take a bird's eye view, that is what you get. It's a group of people which has a sense of purpose, with a limited set of resources. They have to attain a particular result and deliver a particular impact. So that when you look at Indian cities in this possible framework, you realize that even in this COVID days, municipal bodies, given their limited whatever resources they have tried to deliver and perform, putting their own taking personal risk. Many officers, many doctors, many Safai Karmis. Even during the lockdown, the Indian cities, the city system was operational. You were getting water, you were getting electricity, the health people were working, the vaccination drives were going on, the isolation, tracking, tracing, those activities were going on. So we'll find that, this of course we still are in the midst of this, then we have to learn from our mistakes to improve more what we are doing. But you will realize that when you talk of Indian cities, or Indian towns as a system, you realize that they have performed in this very trying times And let me tell you, even there are a lot of, I mean, some deaths have happened, even in the, if you talk of the doctors and Safai Karmis and even the municipal officers and staff have also contracted COVID. Unfortunately, some of them have died. Of course, there has been a system has been set up to take care and give them financial compensation, take care of the family. But yet, I'm just trying to share the significance of Indian cities and Indian municipal systems, to in these trying times. And it was in this context you'll realize that the missions like Swachh Bharat, like Amrut, like Hriday, like smart cities energized and galvanized and created a synergy and set of dynamism into these systems, which I think may not have happened maybe a decade back. So that I think is a contribution. And then that particular context, we tried to put this point across to our viewers and readers. Yeah.
You are right, sir. In fact, you are absolutely right that during the lockdown, although the cities were closed, but the city administration and the city system was not closed. We were still getting the power supply, we were still getting the energy supply, we were still getting the water supply, and so on and so forth. So hats off to all those frontline workers and officials of the municipal administration who were instrumental in keeping the show going on. So meanwhile, I have been joined here by Mr. Rajkumar Beniwal. Mr. Rajkumar Beniwal he is the Commissioner for Municipalities, and he's also the Managing Director for Gujarat Urban Development Company. And he is additional CEO, Gujarat Urban Development Mission, Government of Gujarat. Welcome to the program, Mr. Rajkumar Beniwal. We are having a discussion on urban development and future of cities towards building back a better post-COVID-19 India. So we are joined by Mr. Samir Unhale. Mr. Unhale was giving a very interesting talk on the topic. So Mr. Unhale, you mentioned that India is having 8,000 urban habitats and 600,000 villages. Now, it's a curious paradox. If I talk of a transformational India, if I talk of a new India, whenever the countries progress, and with the progress and the development, the need of urbanization also arises. In fact, you quoted the example of United States with far lesser population. It is one of the most urbanized countries in the world. So as we move on to the transformational trajectory and move on for more urbanization, there is a migration from rural to urban. So, and because of which the urban cities and municipalities in these days are unable to cope up with the huge pressure of population, which is putting huge pressure on the resources, whether it is transport resource or whether it is water resource, or whether it is managing the sanitation in the municipalities. So do you think that somewhere a middle path can be adopted? We can have more satellite cities, as you rightly mentioned, that these cities are different stages of evolution. So if we can have more development of comprehensive satellite cities, wherein the migration to the larger cities can be cut it. Mr. Unhale?
I think, this the study of migration, internal migration in India has been done a lot in various academic institutions. Like there is a issue of, the push factor and the pull factor of migrations. There is you will have to understand that, we were 35 crores total population in, say, 1950. I mean, around 35 crores, that's what the figures indicate. And now we are 135 crores. So where will be the additional, additional almost 100 crores people will be occupied? Where will the employment come to them? It can't come from the land is not going to increase. So obviously you can't have people, working only in the agriculture sector of the additional 100 crore population that we had in last, 70 years. Is not going to sit in agricultural work. They have to move out to somewhere else. So obviously, I think the Indian cities have done a very important and stellar role in absorbing the employability of the additional population explosion that we had in the last century, and without creating any major, I mean, they have been stressed, obviously, we cannot say there was not stress, but by and large, Indian cities have taken this responsibility of absorbing the increased Indian population, and that's the reason you find internal migration as an important contributing factor to the rise of the sizes of Indian cities, which in fact like a city like Delhi, there is the urban system. I would use the word urban system of, say, Delhi or maybe Mumbai. It's bigger than maybe 100 countries of the world. I mean, if you look at the population of, say, NCR, it might be around 3 crores approximately. So it is more than maybe 150 countries of the world, the population. So we are trying to, so in that way, I think the migration has created definitely it has created a burden, but also it has been the important element and aspect of the economy of the Indian cities also. So that's the reason we find that we will have to, come up with certain solution of focusing on the infrastructure, especially for the poor. And because the rural poverty converts itself into urban poverty. And therefore, when you start tackling urban poverty, you automatically tackle many issues along with that. So along with that's the reason we have this Deen Dayal Upadhyay National Urban Livelihood Mission, which is right now also going on in most of the bigger municipalities of the country. And this day annual mission, amongst its various is also amongst its various various facets, it's also addressing this issue of urban poverty and thereby also taking help to an extent to the migration that has happened. So I think the Indian urban system is extremely complex, interconnected, and therefore you cannot have one-to-one correspondence of a solution and an issue. There is so much of interconnection happening that maybe one solution, maybe even one set of issue is connected with maybe 5 to 10 causal factors in their limited weighted averages. And so would be the impact of a particular action. Also would be into, it's a many, one-to-many and many-to-one correspondence of, causal factors and impacts is something that you would be seeing in Indian cities. And therefore, it's extremely interconnectedness that you find with the various factors and actors in urban system is something that is, that's what really make it fascinating to work in the urban sector of, India. So thank you, Mishra.
Right, sir. Right. Say the one size fits all may not suit here. So a customized solution would possibly be the need of the hour. Yeah. So may I now request Mr. Rajkumar Beniwal to kindly come on the screen. Mr. Rajkumar Beniwal, are you still there?
Yeah, Mr. Krishna.
Namaskar, sir.
Namaskar.
So Mr. Rajkumar Beniwal is a senior IS officer of 2004 batch. Currently, as I mentioned earlier, he's serving as Commissioner for Municipalities in the government of Gujarat, and he also holds the position of additional CEO, Gujarat Urban Development Mission. So Mr. Beniwal, we are discussing the challenges in the municipal administration in the times of COVID and the future of cities in the post-COVID era. Your views on it, sir.
Yeah, so good evening, everyone. I think what the topic which we were just discussing, that the urban population is increasing. If I talk about Gujarat, Gujarat is one of the most urbanized state. Almost 45% of the population lives in urban areas. Now, in such pandemic situation, when the resources are very limited and the population is so high, and that is, so much clustered in one location, one particular location, in a way, it has positive effects also and negative effects also. Positive in a way that you have one place where you have to manage the entire resources and the logistics for supporting the people in terms of pandemics. But at the same time, it also affects in a way that the spread of the disease or spread of the pandemic is very high. To control that, it becomes very difficult. So we were facing these kind of challenges during this recent pandemic, where during the second wave, particularly when the rise was very fast and the resources mobilization was required to be, at war footing level to reach to the people, to the demand of the people. So both urbanization gave us both, advantages as well as disadvantages. Now it is up to us how we manage things so that we can provide better quality of life to the people. Yeah.
Right, sir. Thank you. In your opinion, Mr. Rajkumar Beniwal, what all will be possibly be a better India post-COVID? For many, lockdown has been a blessing in disguise. Can urban experts take the advantage of the lockdown to reconfigure traffic on Indian roads to reduce motor vehicles and open more avenues for non-motorized transport?
So post-COVID, basically, if I talk from the point of view of urban sector or urban areas, I think there are many sectors which are very badly affected, and mostly they are in urban areas. Say if you talk about restaurants, you talk about hotel industry, you talk about even small vendors. During lockdown, they lost their job. They live on daily wages. Basically, they earn daily basis. They spend on daily basis. So whatever challenges they faced, that was the biggest problem for handling the situation in these areas. Now it is, now government has to come up with a speedy implementation of certain projects to help these people. Certainly, there is a clear-cut, now trend that the COVID second wave post-COVID things are, becoming smoother and smoother on a faster pace. And the unlocking part, that is again a very important thing. How much we have to unlock at what time? Because this pandemic, we don't know the nature of this disease actually, when it can again start increasing, and when it should be, the curves should be imposed, when we have to relax the curves. And at the same time, we have to involve the society also in the entire process, because it is not only the government, it is the people also of the city, that they have to understand to wear the mask, to get vaccinated before they start their own business, even a small or big business. So there are a lot of interaction and lot of policy challenges which we have to adopt to new systems or new ways to we have to adopt, in which if we now we are predicting a third wave. Suppose if we are predicting when it will come, we never know, we don't know. So we have to be ready for that. So what is the starting point for that wave? When should we start imposing restrictions, and at what level? Because restrictions, they help in prevention of disease, but at the same time, they are not good for the economy. They are not good for the poor people. So that fine balance has to be made, and we don't know when this thing will be over. So maybe we have to live with this for some point, for some time. So we have to adjust to this new way of life, and we have to train, and we have to pass on this information to the people also, that they adjust accordingly on a faster pace. Then we can save both people as well as the economy in a better way.
Yeah, true. The dynamics of this crisis has changed in such a way that the definition of governance itself has got dynamic shift.
Correct.
From the times when people used to go to the government, now possibilities vice versa, for the government to go down to the people if we were to effectively manage the COVID crisis, whether we talk of educating the people about COVID appropriate behaviors, or we talk about vaccination, or we talk about other activities wherein we can contain these measures. So you also mentioned about the participatory governance. You mentioned about the involvement of civil society at large. So if I may ask you, Mr. Rajkumar Beniwal, some of the initiatives you are taking under your state and region about involving civil society in management of the COVID pandemic.
Yeah, so in fact, I was attending a meeting before coming to join your session. I was attending a meeting with Honorable Chief Minister. We are already in the process of preparation for third wave actually. And our the main focus in third wave is on two things. So first one is preparation with the logistics, the kind of equipment, resources, manpower that will be required if we get, say, thrice the number of cases which we got in second wave. So we have to be ready with, so how many oxygen plants, how many ventilators, how many hospital beds, how many nursing staff, and all that. Second is our second focus was how to involve civil society, how to involve people in this entire process, because ultimately we are doing everything for people. If we can educate them well in advance, that say if such thing is going to happen, then these 1, 2, 3, these are the action points which you have to do, you have to take. Because once the pandemic starts, once the number of cases start rising, at that point of time, the situation become panicky. To educate people at that point of time becomes very difficult. So our second major focus for the preparation for the third wave is that we have to prepare the people also for this pandemic, to face this pandemic. Now, how to prepare people is most important thing is that what action need to be taken at what point of time, because it is there are two variables. Number one is time, and another is the intensity of the disease. So at what time, what action has to be taken by government, by civil society, by social organizations, by merchants, by shop owners. So there are different sections of society which have to react to this pandemic at different way, and they should know what should be their reaction at what particular time. So that IC activity focus, we are developing SOPs for that, for different category of citizens, that these kind of citizens have to take this kind of actions. So that is another important point on which we are basically focusing right now. So that's what, yeah, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Beniwal. If Mr. Samir Unhale is still there, I would request him to come on camera, please. Mr. Samir Unhale. Sir, one quick question for you once again. How do you see the role of technology in urban management? There is huge potential for technologies like AI, ML, IoT to enhance the resilience of the cities. Your take on this?
Actually, we all are using this technology even right now. I mean, the most easiest IoT device is your mobile phone. And when you log on to either one of the social media platforms or even the traffic platforms, you are using AI. So this IoT and machine learning and AI and robotics and blockchain, these are not very fancy words as such. We have already started using them, probably without even realizing them. So the strength of this technology can be used in much better way, in better coordinated way to handle the issues of Indian cities and towns. I think that is what the focus ideally should be. Even I think most of the state governments as well as even the central government has, of course, had the smart city mission for the 100 cities. But after that, it has also come up, I think, with the national urban database management system. Then the data maturity models are coming up. So this issue of using latest technologies in the information and communication sector, I think is happening silently and slowly, and it is giving lots of results. And it is hoped that we are not running behind this technology out of fancy or fad or fashion, but the utility that they will be giving to the common citizens. In fact, many cities in India, even those who are not into the smart cities, are also using extensively the characteristic and the features and the technologies in this domain. In fact, the command control centers were used extensively, are still being used extensively in this COVID management. In fact, many cities have turned the command control centers into the war rooms for COVID. So a lot of data integration is happening. Most of the, in fact, even in national level, if you look at the COVID portal, the Arogya Setu, the COVID-19 portal of the Government of India, I think because in India, the numbers are so high that anything you want to do, you will be having lakhs and millions of data sets, and you obviously cannot handle and tackle them by the typical clerical way of calling your reports and preparing even Excel sheets now and Google Sheets now, because the size of data is becoming very high. And especially in emergency scenarios like managing of COVID, you require very fast data processing, and you require very fast outcomes and results and predictions. So I think the entire efforts of most of the cities, if not all, the smaller cities may not have that maybe technology, but Indian cities are using these issues of IoT, machine learning, and in fact, most importantly, even if you take the case of very simple case that way of the cleaning of gutters or cleaning of sewers, a lot of people sometimes lose their life due to the methane accumulation that happens in the underground sewerage systems. Now we have startups coming up in a very big way in which robotic cleaning, very simple robotic cleaning of sewers are happening. So I think the Indian cities have been very open and been, in my view, quite fast in adopting all the new technologies that are coming up, and thereby giving better services and better value for money for the Indian citizens. I think so. we will be seeing much greater and faster adoption of technologies. I think one issue is coming up is that most of the municipalities are not having sufficiently trained, dedicated manpower for handling the issues which are coming up. Like maybe 150 years back, when engineering was there, we started recruiting civil engineers. When electricity came, we started recruiting electrical engineers also. But somehow this has not happened with the ICT sector, and the own dedicated cadres of computer engineers are not readily available the way they should have been. In fact, Government of India through their NIC has a very strong strong and independent body which is working on the manpower wise, manpower wise. But most of the state governments do have the Director of Information Technology, and in case of municipalities, there is a cell. But I think for the smaller municipalities, I think in this case I can share an experience. I mean, the initiative taken by the Maharashtra government, in which we created a separate cadre for computer engineers for our municipalities. So they are state government employees. A cadre was created for them, and we hope that this specialized cadre and dedicated manpower from the government to the municipal bodies and of the urban local bodies is also a very important, crucial aspect of adoption of this new technology in the municipalities, because we cannot just be dependent upon the consultants and private operators when you're talking of the this technology. We of course we require all of them. We require a collective coalition, as I keep on sharing. But I think this is an important aspect, and it will enhance the ability of the municipal bodies and will enhance its capacity, to deal with the challenges. So I think it's a good step happening, and most of the states are also focusing on having good initiatives on this new technology of ICT and its use in Indian cities and towns. Yeah,
nice observation. A nice observation, Mr. Unhale, that terms like AI, ML, blockchain, they are no more fancy terms, but rather they are already there in the municipal administration. But possibly the need is there for scaling up their use. How do we scale up from where we are to next level? My last question for Mr. Beniwal, if he's still around, Mr. Rajkumar Beniwal, being a municipal administrator yourself, what bottlenecks do you see in the creation of clean and green cities, clean and green municipal areas, municipal habitats?
Yeah, so as far as I think, as of now, the biggest challenge which we are facing in clean and green urban areas is the lack of, capacity, of these small urban local bodies. There is no dearth of funds actually, either from central government or from state governments. Every state, not only Gujarat, but every state has, more than sufficient funds to, take up projects in these local bodies. But there are no, as we were just discussing, that computer engineers or basic, civil engineers or maybe electrical engineers, because these urban local bodies are providing all those services which a big corporation is providing. And you see, the big corporation has a staff of 2,000 employees, in which you will have, sewage expert also, you will have electricity expert also, you will have water supply expert also. But these, small local bodies, they have one engineer, one simple engineer who is, roaming around, and his qualification is also maybe just a, diploma in some kind of civil engineering or electrical engineering. One person, how can he handle the, projects worth hundreds of crores? Many municipalities are having projects which are in, hundreds of crores, water supply projects and all that. So that is one important point. Second is planning. So when we decide to take up a project in a particular urban local bodies, though we have a system of, elected representative, but in these small urban areas, holistic plan somehow lacks. Wherever there is a demand, the project is taken up. Public demand or maybe political demand, we take up the project. But if we really want, long-term sustainable projects or quality of life in these urban local bodies, we have to have agencies which can plan for these smaller cities for longer period of time in a holistic way. If I give you an example, in Gujarat, we are doing from the state level, yani from commissioner level, we have planned that we will develop water supply system in each urban local body. There are 156 urban local bodies. We will have plans for each urban local bodies in which we have ensured drinking water, safe drinking water supply, which will meet the demand of 2051. So we have calculated, we have the estimate of population in 2051. What will be the demand of water based on that population? What will be the source of water? What kind of distribution system will be required? What is the capacity of water treatment plant? What will be the capacity of main trunk lines? All those plans we are getting prepared right now for next 30 years. Now these projects, if we take today, then they will serve the these cities in coming years. But if we start planning for today, for the population which exists today, then it's of no use basically. So this planning cannot be done at that ULB level because they do not have that competence. So that is another challenge which these small local bodies are facing to for future growth and development. Mm-hmm. If a holistic view is taken up, help these smaller urban local bodies.
Thank you, Mr. Rajkumar Beniwal, for putting forth your views. We do hope that this lack of capacity, as cited by you, this problem of lack of capacity is addressed in due course of time, ASAP. I am just now through with the time which was allocated for this panel discussion. So I would request my backend team to present with the speaker certificates. Before that,
thank you, Beniwalji, and thank you, Rajkumar Beniwalji, for joining us. We are honored to have you. बहुत धन्यवाद आपको कराने के लिए. नमस्कार. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Samir Unale ji. Great speech by you as usual. Thank you so much for joining us. We are honored to have you.
This was Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO of Illets Technomedia, thanking both the speakers here. So with this, we conclude this session. Thank you both Mr. Beniwal as well as Mr. Unale. We conclude the session, but not the conference. So next panel is coming up.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Everyone. Good evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Casey. I think we have our eminent speaker of the closing session today. And we have with us Ma'am Mugdha Sinha, Senior IAS and Secretary of Science and Technology and Art and Culture in Government of Rajasthan. Madam Mugdha Sinha is wonderfully, I think, doing a collaboration of science with arts and culture because she is heading both the departments in Rajasthan. Hello, ma'am. And if anybody knows about Rajasthan and things happening in Rajasthan, nobody will be unaware about the initiatives that Rajasthan is taking in the field of art and culture and science and technology from long time. And there are several initiatives which are a very good collaboration of science with arts and arts with science. And that is the vision of a person who is sitting with us right now, Mugdha Sinha ji, who is taking great interest in both these things. And the people of Rajasthan, and personally I am also in Rajasthan, so I can personally witness it and I can personally tell everybody that how beautiful experience Rajasthan's people are experiencing in terms of art and culture and science and technology in the state. So I think this closing session is all about interacting with Mugdha ji on the topic art and science, innovating through collaboration. And I welcome you first of all, Mugdha Sinha ji, Secretary of Science, Technology and Art and Culture. From a busy schedule, you spare time for us, and we'll be glad to have your wonderful thoughts and to interact and to welcome you. I have here this panel Dr. Ravi Gupta, CEO and founder of Illets Technomedia. So he will be welcoming you, and then we'll have an honor to have your talk, and then some Q&A at the end. So Dr. Ravi Gupta, please welcome, madam.
Mugdha-ji, and it's an honor to have you with us again. Thank you so much, and we are very, very excited to listen to you as usual. Just a small logistical request: if you can make your phone horizontal, we will have a bigger picture of yours. Yeah. Yes. Put your phone on the auto rotate, please, and we will have a bigger picture if you put your phone horizontal. Yes. Great. Fantastic. So let me ask you the first question, that you are heading art and culture in Rajasthan, and you are also heading science and technology. So what are the synergies you see between these two very different topics? Mugdha-ji, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Ravi, and thank you, and many congratulations for your Global Leadership Summit 2021. I'm really honored to be invited to your platform to speak about a subject which is of, which deeply resonates with me. I'm sorry I have to operate from a mobile phone today because of certain reasons, because I'm not in Jaipur. You know what, if you read Albert Einstein, he said something very interesting. He said that it is not art or science, it is art and science, because art and science are the roots which emerge from the same tree branch, right? It is only after we reach a certain technical advancement in both art and science that the two fields begin to merge in its aesthetics, right? And begin to solve problems of society, move from more concrete to more abstract. And that is actually the cutting edge from where we start to find solutions to problems. Art is able to do it in its own terrain, science is able to do it in its own terrain. And very often it is said that in maths you have a Venn diagram, right? And there is an intersection of the Venn diagram, and where the art and science meet is called design. In the field of administration, where these two things come together is in the policy architecture that we all have. So I don't see, a lot of people asked me when, I was very fortunate to be given this opportunity by the government to become Secretary Art and Culture, because I was already Secretary Science and Technology. So a lot of people asked me, how is it that the government has given you responsibilities which are very, very diverse? So I used to give them an example saying that the brain has, a left hemisphere and a right hemisphere, right? And the right hemisphere is basically all your logic and everything. And the left hemisphere is all your art and aesthetics and everything, emotions. So because these two come together, that the body is able to function and do the various roles. So there is no divergence. In fact, the idea is convergence and collaboration. So using this to just give you an example of the synergy that you are asking me, what we have done in Rajasthan is to popularize science using art and to popularize art using science and technology. I will give you just one example to, elucidate my point or to validate my point. And that is that we started in January of this year, something called Night Sky Astrotourism. We didn't do anything much. What we did is we brought out our, telescopes, and we installed them in various places of historical importance, like the tourist places where visitors go. By combining an activity of astronomy, of science with the cultural and art activity, we were able to bring the audiences, the stakeholders, the citizens. Science calls it science communication, and science calls it citizen science. Art calls us using technology and science into art for, popularization of both. So I think these are very, very imaginary boundaries which people have made. We are today moving from an age of knowledge to an age of imagination and creativity. And if you read Tesla, you will figure out that geniuses are ones who can imagine the world, right? So we are living in an age of imagination. We have to imagine that the art and science are together, and beyond the technicalities, there is a move of what you call multidisciplinary approach towards problem solving, and in that there cannot be any segregation or any silos.
This is amazing. I love this idea of having a telescopes on the historical sites, and people enjoying both the art and the science. And since we talk about Rajasthan is a land of palaces, and the palaces, we see those grand palaces who have been scientifically designed so well, and also have a very high level of art and architecture inbuilt inside them. So I think they're also a great place to see the synergy, how they have combined the science and art. Let me ask you the next question, that India and globe is facing a huge pandemic since the last 1.5 years, and our many things which have been happening are getting disrupted. The whole world is getting disrupted. And so being in this position of leading the science and technology department, and of course art department, art and culture department, how do you see the role of technology getting adopted in a bigger way in both these departments, and for reaching out to the citizens, for reaching out to all the stakeholders? So your views on this.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid question, because I think suddenly we have, we have realized post the COVID that our outreach, because we are living in a world of being physically distant. Of course, socially we are connected, and how we are connected socially, because there's a physical, bar on traveling, on meeting people. So you are homebound. So you are in isolation, but you are connected, right? Physically distant and socially connected. And how has that been possible? That has been possible through digital technology, right? Also, if you look at the fact that a lot of companies, since the first lockdown happened last year, issued guidelines for people working from home, right? So work from home has also been made possible by digital technology. If you look at my Department of Art and Science, unfortunately, in the last 1 year, where I have been Director General of Jawahar Kala Kendra and Ravindra Rangmanch and Department of Art and Culture, I have realized that Jawahar Kala Kendra has been open for a very, very short time of, say, almost 2 months in the entire 1 year period, where we celebrated the anniversary of Jawahar Kala Kendra. If you remember, on 8th of April, we did the Women's Day on 8th of March. We did so many things in that brief period of 2 months. But, out of 12 months, 2 months is a very, very short time. But despite that, using technology, we were able to engage all the four corners of art, artists, audience through art administration. Yeah, which is one of the pillars which enables this to happen. So we also went and adopted technology. We also went and started doing things that will be required. In fact, there is a survey which was done, and some artists shared that survey with me. It was a global survey done by one of the universities abroad. It says that during this period of lockdown, the audiences wanted the maximum number of events which were attended by the audiences were related to baking. Because one, it was art. Second, it was related to food. The moment I read that essay, I said, okay, let's try a session on baking virtually, right? And it was one of the very heavily attended sessions. You also look at the fact that there is a lot of stress on individuals and institutions. There is a whole lot of emphasis on mental health. So using technology, we reached out and we did what is called expressive art therapy using technology. So technology is a provider of a platform. We have to make a distinction, because your creative process, what you need to connect the art to the artists. There is this writer called Anish Pradhan who has written a book called on ragas, where he's talking of the ecosystem of the classical Hindustani music community. And he says, while it is very important for the artist to be able to bring out his art in the public sphere, right? It is equally important for the artist to have appreciative audience and an audience which can financially support the art and the artists, right? We are living in very, very paradoxical times because, you know, if you look at the Pareto optimal cake of the funds which are available with the government, you will find that most of the concentration of the funds has gone for medical and health issues, right? A very small portion of the funds have come to us for the simple reason that although we think of mental health issues as a problem of medical and health, but actually they can be addressed through art and culture, because art and culture is therapeutic, right? So I think technology is a lever, it is a platform which can enable greater outreach to the stakeholders. The importance in these times is that the government is able to connect with the people. Artists need the bread and butter, right? We as a culture, as a civilization in these times need to preserve our art, because if the artist goes hungry, then the art will die with the artist, right? And the audiences need to remain sane. And that they can only do if you give them, apart from the roti, kapra, makan, and the dawai, and the dua, if you also give them a little tarka of art, maybe it can make their daily lives, which are very, very tough and challenging, a little better. You know, it is like the icing on the cake, or maybe it is like a dessert in their normal khana. So art is that important, and technology coming together with art is able to do that. So art is like the food, and the Swiggy delivery boys is like technology, right? Taking it out, the food that is being cooked in the restaurant is art, which is the artists are doing in their house. And the technology becomes like the Swiggy delivery boys, which takes it to where it is required, where it will be appreciated, where it will be paid for. So that is how technology. Also, one more example I'll give you. You know, their audiences and people who are listening to this session need to understand that these divisions are man-made, for the simple reason, when you talk of conservation of monuments, right? Because Rajasthan has a lot of monuments which need conservation. Chune Gare ki buildings need conservation. The moment you talk of conservation, it is not just art, right? You know, there is a science behind conservation. Even in simple construction of houses, if you want a good house that will last you, then you need to have a proper proportion of how much cement and how much sand. 4 ek ka masala banega, 3 ek ka banega, 2 ka banega. You know, that is where your science comes in. The aesthetics of how you decorate the building, what kind of design you have, that is art. So even in the basic construction of a house, the art and science come together in what is called design. So this segregation or separation doesn't work. I think we all need to come together, because the stakeholder, the last man standing for whom we are doing all this, he wants a solution to the problem. He doesn't want to know how you did it. He's only interested in knowing that you did it, right? So I think that is what we must keep in mind, and that is very, very important. And the role of the policy administrator or architecture is to be able to understand what is required by the stakeholder, also to be able to anticipate in the future, right? Like what will be required 5 years from now, and sow the seeds now, not just live in the present, because somebody has said that an instant is a moment in which the future becomes the past, right? So we have to anticipate for the future. If I'm able to think 5 years ahead of my time, then after 5 years, I will, when I reach those 5 years, I will be prepared because I sowed the seeds now. That is the role of an administrator, whether he's a science administrator or she's an art administrator.
Fantastic. You mentioned about that an artist needs an ecosystem and it needs an audience who can appreciate it. And for that, it's very important to have art communication.
Yes.
As we need science communication. So how are you looking at reaching out to the youth, the school students, the university students, that they appreciate our Indian culture, our Indian artistic heritage, and our scientific heritage? So how do you, like, is there a agenda or a program to like do it?
Yes. This is a very, interesting question for the simple reason that, if you look at our ancient monuments, right, any ancient monument, there are so many principles of science embedded in the way that they have been constructed, but today we only look at them as, sites of tourism or as places of visits, but we've forgotten the science behind them. Today we are so heavily mechanized that to build buildings, you need scaffolds in the building, you need cranes. But imagine those times when you have built such tall buildings and you did not have cranes. You only had elephants, right? You have made, for example, the Kailash, the Ellora and the Ajanta temples at Kailash. You will see in Aurangabad, in Maharashtra, they are carved out of a single stone. Who made those monuments? How it was possible? You go down to South and you will find there are so many monuments. There is one particular monument which is raised, and you can actually take a cloth from underneath it, and the monument doesn't fall. You have a monument of 1,000 pillars. You take one pillar, and it starts. All the pillars start, resounding with sound. How is that possible? How did they achieve that? It is amazing. In fact, I was reading a book very recently on the Sumerian civilization, and it was the first civilization to have urbanization and agriculture and irrigation. And they were the ones who gave us this idea of the, 24 hours in a day kind of an idea. They were the first to have an alloy of bronze and to do metallurgy. They were the first to actually have a cuneiform civilization. So we were even more enlightened, say, some 5,000 years back. This is very interesting. So when you look at certain things, you cannot look at them from a unidimensional perspective. And the more we talk about these things, more we look at things from a very holistic perspective, we will figure out that they are full of wisdom and knowledge, and they combine aspects of art, design, architecture, ethnography, cultural mythologies, and also principles of science, right? I think what we need to do is what we are actually working on is digitizing our museums, taking this information to people where we'll bring live models of those museums. We have already started work because this is part of our budget announcements. We are working with a society that does that is done for Government of India. We are working with them. And we hopefully want to bring this knowledge to the public domain very, very soon. Technology is very, very, while it is not very time consuming, it is a guzzler of, funds because it is very, very advanced. So with artificial intelligence, with a lot of technology happening in sound, so much is happening in sound today. Today you have like a WhatsApp group, you have something called Clubhouse, which does not do, text chats. It only does sound chats, right? So much of advancement is happening all around you. So I think technology will become very, very important in times to come because it will become very embedded in how we live our lives, right? With fire came cooked food. With technology will come lot of things, but we have to be scary or maybe a little worry of the underside of technology, as I say it, right? Because today, if you send audio notes, your audio notes are leaving carbon footprints. Today, if you do a biometric somewhere, you are leaving your carbon footprints, right? So your privacy is getting impacted with technology entering your bedrooms, entering your offices, entering your spaces. So I think we have to be slightly cautious of how we use technology, but technology is a wonderful lever. It can, help us in science communication, because virtual platforms have helped us to reach many more people. So earlier, the programs that DST Rajasthan and Department of Art and Culture Rajasthan was doing only for people of Rajasthan. Today, because we are an online platform, our voices are being heard down south, in West Bengal, in Telangana, in Kerala. We have artists who are joining us from everywhere. So I think that is something very good, because it will open for our artists and scientists of Rajasthan platforms beyond the state boundaries. Our artists can make outreach in the international markets also. So I think technology can do a leapfrog for a lot of our artists. It can be a springboard for a lot of artists and for a lot of art to garner attention and focus. And that is what is required. Our artists and scientists need new problems, new solutions. They need new platforms, new audiences, new markets for them to prosper. And I think our job is only to become a facilitator to enable them to make outreach to different audiences, to different markets, so that they can be secure, their art can be secure, and they can be financially provided for.
Are you looking at some collaborations with the colleges, universities, or your higher education or college department in the government, so that there is an institutional mechanism in which the outreach of art and the artists and the outreach of the science and the scientists happens in a more institutionalized fashion?
Yes, absolutely. See, our stakeholders are very varied. Science is only one vertical of education, right? And research is our job in the Department of Science and Technology is basically to be a service provider to all other departments, right? So we are happy to help departments who are looking for some solutions. We are happy to help them, to agencies, to research organizations, to research institutions, and all our job happens in the colleges and the universities. So we have various cohorts which connect colleges and universities. And right now you will see on our Twitter handle that we are doing 100 lectures on various aspects of science with INIAS, which is an academy of sciences in India. So with them, we are instituted. It began yesterday, I think, and we will continue these 100 lectures. We did a similar set of lectures last year. So students can gain knowledge on things which are taught maybe in a very stereotypical fashion in colleges. They can gain more knowledge, gain more information. We are also have what you call the SATCOM, in which we used to earlier in pre-lockdown times record lectures. So we had about 900 hours of lectures which have been recorded, which are available for colleges and for schools, for anybody who wants to get coached in science subjects, maybe also coached for UPSC in science subjects. So that is also possible. We have huge resources, and we have connected colleges and universities to each other. It is also very important that the universities and colleges connect to each other and know and work in unison, because some universities might have expertise or human resources or infrastructure in something. Some universities may have it in some other thing, but universities, because they live in a competitive environment, they don't usually talk to each other. But when the government brings about that interaction, then they come together, because it's the government helping them to know each other. So this is what we have done with our cohorts. We have an agri cohort with 7 universities of agriculture and veterinary. We have engineering cohort with 45 universities all across and colleges all across Rajasthan. We have a biotech cohort. We have an IPR cohort. We give money for infrastructure. We give money for researches. We were doing it in the last year, in 2019 to 20, when we didn't have lockdown. I was going to each and every college on a very regular basis, visiting them, understanding. But with lockdown, it got impacted. So we don't meet so often, but we do virtually a lot of meetings, and we align their research proposals. So we are doing everything that is required to be done, but probably more needs to be done. and and also universities and colleges need to align themselves with the government priorities. So a lot of research now needs to happen in areas which will be important in times to come, and those need to be demarcated. See, what happens is when a person is specializing in something, he only wants to work in those areas, right? But we have to align ourselves to what the government, where is the government's priority? The government's priority is today post-COVID management in health, well-being, and mental awareness, in general well-being of the people, in pulmonary health, in maybe better environmental management. So I think that is what we need to focus our research on, and those will be areas of importance in times to come. And that is where I would urge universities to collaborate with DST. And when we come to art and culture, we have to realize that this lockdown, this COVID that came about, actually captured us in our houses, and it can happen again anytime. So we need to be prepared with our sources of entertainment. The audiences need to understand that entertainment will now happen virtually, if at all we are again locked down in some time. So we need to devise ways technologically to be able to entertain and engage, and to be able to involve the artists and the audiences on same platform, which are equally accessible to all. So issues of equality and equity will also come into the picture, because while I might have a phone, I'm able to engage from here, not many artists are able to afford it. So how do we bring them on board? That is something that we will have to look at. Those are issues that still need resolution, and that is where we'd like to work with people who have solutions to offer for the same.
Amazing. And in the you have a state which is a very highly tourism oriented state, and you are also the hub of the art and culture of India. So how do you align the art and culture department with the tourism agenda? How do you bring them together?
Yeah, so the tourism, art and culture are, I would say, they might be doing different things administratively, but the monuments belong to us, but the visitors who go become part of the tourism. So I don't see how they are different. So the management, because administratively you might require management at different levels, because one person then might be bogged down with too much of work. So that might be the idea, but I think art and culture is the basis for tourism. Without art and culture and an evolutionary, dynamic, fluid civilization happening, there cannot be any tourism, right? So tourism is doing what they can do best with policies and facilitation and inviting, visitors, and maybe building the infrastructure, because tourism means you should have better mobile facilities, you should have better bus movements, or connectivity, you should have better places of stay, there should be cleanliness, you should have guides who should. Our job is to maintain the monuments where people come. Our job is to give them a different experience every time they come to a monument, because how will repeat tourism happen? Repeat tourism will, see, if I go and see Amer once, I've seen Amer once, right? How the idea is, how do I make Amer attractive for people to visit it again and again, right? So I have to think of experiential tourism. And experiential tourism, so the idea is that I think of something I can do using art and culture, maybe have Kalbelia's dance on special moonlit nights, or maybe have what you call night sky astrotourism to attract more tourists. So if tourists are coming only in the daytime, and it's sunny in the daytime, not many people are coming, then I do something at night to attract them to at night, maybe do a mushaira, maybe do a book discussion, maybe make it attractive, maybe do a dance performance, maybe light up the monument. So the cultural aspects will enable tourists to come back again and again to the same monument. And that is the role of the Department of Art and Culture, to bring also, because I think when any tourist comes, he's not just interacting with a monument, right? He's also interacting with an entire history, and history is incomplete without people being in it. right? They would like to see what kind of people. So anybody who comes from Himachal to Rajasthan would be interested in clicking pictures of Rajasthani women, the pagdis, the safas, and maybe figuring out the tie and dye, right? Shopping experiences. So the idea, or also, you know, if I can do little block printing classes and tell them that you come to Jaipur, you can, you know, make your own scarf and go back, right? So that those are new elements. So tourism and art and culture is all about novelty, giving a new experience to a visitor every time he comes so that he wants to keep coming back, right? So this idea of making them keep coming back is the job of the Department of the Art and Culture, is what I think. And that is where I can use my technology and my science to make it attractive for people. Like light and sound is what we started doing in olden times, right? To make monuments attractive at night for the tourists. Astrotourism is what we have done now. And maybe later we will also digitize our monuments and our museums so people can, you know, go to Amer and see a museum in Alwar just by clicking on a television, or sit at home and watch. So maybe all those things will happen. Technology is pretty much evolving. Ideation is part of art and culture. Imagination becomes very important because technology is nothing without imagination.
And let me ask you a different question, which is around usage of IT in governance. Like in the last 1.5 years, because of pandemic, people are not going to the offices, and interaction between government and citizens has reduced, and it is like happening, a lot of it is online. So how do you see that COVID as a transformational catalyst for ICT in governance? What's your view on this?
Yes, I think it has what you say, ushered in a different kind of an experience. You know, what could have taken, say, maybe another 3 or 4 years, it has just hurried the process, you know, rushed the process because it became urgent. And we all know when enough attention is not paid to important and things like these happen, then everything becomes urgent. And because it has become urgent, people have been in a way compelled to join it because it has become the need of survival, right? But I think there's much that needs to be done because we still see that we still have aggregators, and also see ICT will depend on 3 things, which I've always been emphasizing. There is software, new developments in software have happened already. And that is why we have all these virtual platforms. You have the AI, which is happening. You have MR, you have VR and all AR, everything is happening. There's technologies in sound, which are happening. But the point is how popular they have become, how acceptable they have become with people will depend on how good infrastructure the government has and how good infrastructure the people have. The infrastructure that people have will depend on bandwidth connectivity, Wi-Fi, whether villages also have proper Wi-Fi, because for sessions like these, for audiences to join and watch this, they need Wi-Fi, right? Unless you send them a link and make it viral on WhatsApp or something like that, to be able to join live in, that is what you will need. And our villages still don't have, many of our villages don't have basic facilities, and Wi-Fi has now become roti, kapra, makan, and Wi-Fi. Right? Of course, dawa dua remains, but this is very, very important now because, you know, everything that you need, right from accessing doctors, you know, imagine Jaisalmer, which is so sparse, such a sparse district. I mean, if you have to go visit a doctor in these times and compare that with having a teleconsultation, you'd much rather prefer a teleconsultation, right? So you need smartphones. How many of a population has smartphones? How many people can afford smartphones? So accessibility and affordability of hardware will become very, very important. And that is why it is important that manufacturing should take place in India, so that all the important innovations that are taking place can be homebred and home manufactured, so they can be cheaply available to the public. That is very, very important. So there are 2 types of investment. One is common investment. Say optical fiber government has to lay. That is a investment by the government. But there are private investments, like I have to buy a mobile phone. I have to buy a laptop. So many people today who are studying, see, education had become pretty much universal in India. But when this lockdown came, you found that a lot of poor people who did not have laptops or phone were not able to access education, right? So it has taken us forward in many ways and also backward in many ways. And these are things for which we will have to find solutions, right? The other thing about technology is the peopleware, right? Every time you do new things, you let out a new form, people have to understand, people have to fill it. So upgradation of technology is also very, very cumbersome for people to understand it, to adopt it, to change themselves. Not many people are, very, very friendly with changing with times. It takes them some time. So I think we will have to keep all these things in mind. ICT is here to stay, but I think our imagination should make it easy for the people. That is the role of all people who are doing innovation. And that is where the customer feedback, the stakeholder feedback will become very, very important in times to come.
I think we can end this session here. I think I have enjoyed this interaction so much. I've learned a lot, and your views about synergy between art and science are very, very interesting. So handing it over to Karthik. Yeah.
Thank
you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. We would like to present a speaker certificate to you before we close this first day of Governance Leadership Summit.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So audience, here we close this the first day. See you tomorrow 9:30 with the second day address. Thank you so much, Madam.
Thank you.
विश्व में हमने युवाओं की आईटी एनर्जी के माध्यम से अपना एक रुतबा खड़ा किया है और भारत इसके बाद के लिए गर्व कर सकता है। दुनिया में हम आंख में आंख मिलाकर